Do you want to learn Python and do you want to do it for free? Well, you are in the right place. In the next 8 hours, I'm going to show you all the building blocks for Python, from the very simple print, input functions, to loops, while loops, for loops, functions, and as well a very nice deep dive into Pandas. If you want to code what I code, do what I do, there's a link in the description where you can get all the course materials for free. So click on it, get the materials, and then join me. And as always, at the very end of this crash course, and to be honest, can even call it crash if it's like 8 hours, at the very end, I have a gift for you. So stay around and at the end, get your reward. So I'll see you at the end. Welcome to this section on Python Essentials. This is really just the perfect starting point for learners who are new to Python or have just started exploring this powerful programming language. If you're looking to strengthen your Python fundamentals and gain the confidence to tackle more advanced topics, well, you're really in the right place. This course section has been designed keeping in mind learners starting out their Python journey. So whether you are a complete beginner, something with a basic understanding, or even if you're just looking to refresh your knowledge, well, I think this section has you covered. However, and there's always an however, if you are already proficient, right? If you are well versed in the topics covered in this section, if you look at the topics and you say, yeah, you know what, I know that, well, you actually may want to consider exploring more advanced course sections because you might be bored. And I don't want that. I want you to feel challenged and I want you to learn. Throughout this section, we'll cover essential topics like the print and input functions, variable types, arithmetics, and comparison operators, and if-else conditions. You also have the opportunity to apply your knowledge to a series of challenges and exercises. We're going to create our own superhero name, splitting a bill app, and simulating a nightclub bouncer. So if you have any questions throughout this section, any at all, please let me know. I'm here to help. Until the next video, have fun. This video is absolutely standard. It's a staple in all programs and courses that have something to do with programming, like this one. We start with a print function, which is also common in Python. But about Python first, right? So it has become a go-to language for many developers, data analysts, data scientists, because it's simple and it is flexible. One of the most common tasks in Python is interacting with users. And we use the print and input functions that play a pivotal role in this process because it helps us to build dynamic apps. It helps us build dynamic programs. So we kick off with a print function, which is again common in all programming languages. In this series of videos, we'll dive deep into these essential functions. We'll explore their capabilities, and I'll provide practical examples to demonstrate their power in creating interactive applications. So, zooming in on the print function, we display information to the users. This is what it does. It allows us to make our programs more informative and user-friendly. Here's a quick overview of how to use the print function effectively. We can print numbers, strings. So these are characters, so letters. We can print variables. So anything that we have, we can print and we can display. And the way that we do it is like this. We use print, we open the parentheses, and then we include inside. So in this case, and this is what everyone does at first, so we print hello world. And if we execute this command, we get this output, which is hello world. If we want to print multiple values, let's have a look. What we do is that we separate them with commas. So let's say that we have that our name is Alice, our age is 30. We would say my name is, and then within commas name, and I am age years old. Now, there's a lot more here that we can do in terms of formatting, and this will be our focus from now on. But these are the basics, and you would get this output. We can enhance our output formatting. For instance, using instead of commas, we can use concatenation, which uses the plus, or the F string. The F string is what we will use in all the lectures because it's the modern way of doing it. But let me show you also that you can see, because there's a lot of old Python in the internet and they use concatenation or they use the commas. So I need to show you all. Let's have a look. So starting with the concatenation, we will do my name is plus name plus and I am plus str plus years old. Now, please note that this str is a function that will transform numbers into strings, so characters, or objects. Otherwise, this would not work. This is an issue, right? So we are making it more complex in order for it to work. So therefore, I don't use this method at all. I use the F string like I'm going to show you. So the way that I'll do, and here's my little warning. So str function converts numbers or objects to strings. And one thing to have in mind here is that if I look at the number, I know it's a number. If I look at a name or a word, I know it's a word. But programming languages do not. You need to tell it if it is a number. You need to tell it is a word or a set of characters. It can try to infer at points, but it does not always know. To make sure, you always tell it what to do. That said, let's have a look at our F string. The way that it works is that you have the F here just before the quotes. And then you do my name is, and then you include what is this varying component within curly brackets. And you do and I am within curly brackets, age, years old. And then you'd get the following output. So my name is Alice and I am 30 years old. This is the most common, it is the most elegant way of doing it. And in terms of color coding, it also makes it easier for us to see. It's really the way that we will go. Now, what have we done throughout this lecture? And just before we start practicing in Python, we explored the print function and the way that it is relevant for user interaction, right? So the output comes because we use the print. And we need to understand these different ways of displaying information because when we build something, right, we want an output and we need to have these several ways of displaying information the right way. In a sense, mastering the print function is mastering a way to communicate with Python. And this is it. Let's start practicing. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome to the practice part. Please come to the Python folder if you're doing it with me on Google Colab, which I would recommend because it's easier to learn if you use the same platforms as me. And then go to Essentials. And then here, let's find the one that says Essentials starter file. Should be the last one here. So let me get it and then we can kick it off. The goal here is to give you a brief overview of the print function for this video and then to show off the exercises that you can do. Let's start here with an overview of what is happening. We have here a table of contents. This is for all of the exercises and topics that we learn. There's a tutorial, there's exercises, and there are challenges as well that you can do. In order to run a cell, so let's start it like that. Here in the tutorial, click on code here, and for a very simple print example, let's start with a print. So you do print, open parenthesis, and then hello world. Here we go with the exclamation mark. And if you do Control Enter, then it will run. It's currently connecting, but it will run in a bit. It's usually the first time that it takes a bit more time, but then after it's faster. And here we see the hello world. Now, you don't necessarily need to use the print to get an output here. So let me show you without the print function. It is better from a communication perspective as someone who could read your code to always have the print because they know what you want. But you can just, for instance, right here, world, and it would be here. At the same time, right, if you just do, let's say, hello here, now what happens is that you just get the world. So you just get the last one output. But if you do print on both, so print, and then let me close the parentheses, print and print, and here we go. If you do both, then you get both. So by using always print, you make sure that you always get the output out. Now, let's use print with inputs using commas. So name, I'm going to put Diogo, and then age, I'm going to put 31. And then what you can do here is that you can just go and you do print, and then my name is, and then comma, name, comma, and then and I am. Here we go. Go to the right, comma, age, comma, and then years old. Now, as you can see, this is actually very error prone, because if you don't have the commas, at least error, then making sure you have all the quotes. And this is why I've shared with you other ways. But before we get to it, let me show you the print with a string concatenation. So this includes using the plus, and the only thing that happens, let me actually just copy this. So Control C and then Control V, is that you replace here with the plus. Here we go. And plus as well. And plus here. So let me do Control Enter. Here you go. You can see that you kind of need to add a few spaces here and there. So my name is space, and here you go. So let me see now. Again, also the formatting takes a bit of time. Let me add a plus there. Okay, also did not work. Let me try. And here you go. So I'm just missing. Okay. And I am now, yes. Here we go. Now, put here 31. Let me put 31 instead. So this, you can also see the color change. It went to green. We know that it is a number. And if I do here, then it doesn't work, right? It can only concatenate a string. So can only concatenate characters. And there's a lecture for this on strings and numbers and so on, but later on. But I want to start sharing with you, all the right practices. And I really don't want to sugarcoat or spoon feed you. So I'm sharing everything that can kind of go wrong. So the error was saying that you can only concatenate strings, so you need to transform the number into a string. The last thing I want to show you is an F string. And here you go. And so F string, so you just go use print F, my name is, and then inside curly brackets, name, and I am, curly brackets once more, age, years old. And this works much better because first you can kind of see here the color coding, it works better. Also to make changes and formatting is just much easier like this. So might add that this is available in Python 3.6 onwards. So in case that in your company you work with younger, or not younger, but with an older version, right? So before 3.6, you might not have this way of doing prints, but still, this is the most common way currently because it's the most elegant. Now, we are kind of done. So there's some exercises that I have for you here. And these exercises are also in the Udemy platform. So if you go there, you have a few exercises now, and you also have tests. I recommend that you do the tests there and do the exercises there to give it a try. It's also very important that you try different platforms for coding Python so that you're not too fixed on one platform, like in this case, Google Colab, right? But you try different ways of doing it. And also, it's a bit different there. You also have tests. I think it's a nice experience to do exercises. And then when I return with the next video after the exercises, I'll solve them here. This way, you also see how the two platforms are different. But yeah, I'll stop here. I wish you the best of luck. And the next video, I'll return. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let me solve the exercises with you here. So the first one is to write a Python program that displays a sentence. Specifically, use the print function to output the following text exactly as it is. Learning Python is fun. Ensure that your output matches the expected text, including punctuation and capitalization. Now, the simplest way to do this is to do print and then with quotes. Let me just copy this part here, Control C, and then Control V. I added this second part to ensure that the output matches because of the test, because otherwise I don't think it would be positive, right? I think it would fail, basically. So Control Enter, and here we go. Let's go to the second one. Write a Python program that joins two strings, Python and programming. Now let's do it. So we can do, for instance, Python, or better yet, so A equals Python, and then B equals programming, and then we join both of them. And one simple way is to do print, and then A, and then plus B. So let's try it like this, see what happens. Now we have Python programming all together and on the first point. So ensure that the two words are separated by a space in the output. So we can add here the two quotes and the space. And okay, getting an error. So this plus, and here we go, Python programming. This is exactly as intended. Let's go with number 3. Create a variable quote and assign the string Python is amazing to it. Write a Python program to print the sentence, she said Python is amazing. And we need to use the f string and the quote variable. Ensure that the output includes the quotation marks around the word Python is amazing. So let's do it step by step. And let's go here, quote equals to, and then let me add. So Python is amazing. So Control C, Control V. So this is one, and we can start with print and an F quote, and let me just add here the quote. And here we go. So Python is amazing. And let's add she said, comma, like this. And then if you are to add single quotes here we go. She said Python is amazing, but we want with double quotes. So what we do is, here we go, and here we go. Now, if we just do this, let's see, here we go, we get an error. Now, what you can do is instead of the double quotes, you replace them by the single quotes. And let me do Control Enter, and here we go. She said Python is amazing. So whenever you need to include double quotes or single quotes, make sure that around is the other type of quote. Lastly, so write a Python program that prints the following 3 lines as separate lines in the output. Let's kick it off. So coding is exciting. Okay, let's just do print. And I'm going to show you 2 ways of doing this. So print. So this is one. And let me just select everything. And oops, deleting everything. No, Control V, Control V. And let me just add it here and again below. And then let me copy the let's keep learning part. And this is one way of doing it. Here we go, Control Enter. And this is exactly as it should be. And what you can do alternatively is that you can just do it inside the same print statement. And this is what I want to show you. If we go here, and then after we just put this as inverted slash, let me see if I can find it in my keyboard. And here you go. So for me, it was next to the 0, but I have a German keyboard, so not really fair. But it must be this type of slash. So from the left to the right. You do this, Control C, Control V, and then you repeat the slash, and then you just do Control C and then Control V. And this should work. Here we go. What happens is that this slash n makes that what comes next comes to the following line. And this is the exact same thing. Now I'm going to stop here and I'll see you in the next video. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to cover the side body of the print function, which is the input function. The way that it does is that it enables you to collect information from users to make our applications interactive and customizable. So the print is displaying and the input is taking information. And now let's look at how to actually use it effectively. The basic way of doing it is that you use this input function. And this is done by having input, open parentheses, and then you would include something inside. Now, you can just go here and just put input, but this is not the right way to go, right? So this is the program, and if you just display an output, you get nothing. But I'll show you this in the next video. If you really want to display something, right? If you really want to ask something, you need to specify a custom prompt. And the way to go is that you just go here and you display a prompt within the input function. For instance, please enter your name, colon, and then I like to leave a space because it looks nicer. But let me show you how this actually works in the next video as well. And if you do this, you get as an output, please enter your name, colon, and then there'll be an empty space. Now, by default, the input function returns a string, which is a set of characters. And then to work with different data types, we need to convert this input. The way that we do would be, for instance, for age, we would have the input function, please enter your age, and then we would immediately transform it to an integer using the int function. Still, the output here would always be, please enter your name, and then people would be allowed to enter your name or their name. But in the end, the way that this information is stored, this would be as a number. So if you go and you actually bring those two together, the print and the input functions, you can create something that's mildly interactive, like a personalized greeting. You go name, please enter your name, age, please enter your age. You'd say hello, blah, blah, and you are age years old. And this would always change depending on the inputs. Now, this should be easy, right? And this should also feel easy. But mastering these two functions, they're very important because it allows us to build customizable applications. If you have any questions, please let me know. Let me show you how this works in Python, and I'll see you in the next video. Let's keep going now with the input function. To call it, it's super simple, right? So if I just go here and I put input, then something happens, right? And we have here this outcome. And if I just do, let me put Diogo. So it's done, right? So I put input Diogo, Diogo is here, and that is it. If we want to store, so let's say name equals to this, then it would store under the name variable Diogo. But the thing is that have in mind that what the person sees as they are building or as the way that you're building, they see this empty thing. So it's very important that you always add something here. So for instance, you customize the input function. And how does this work? So customize the input function. The way that it works is that you have name and then input. Please enter your name. And you can just do this. But what happens is that I have here Diogo and there's really not a space here. Let me zoom in for a bit. And what I should add here is a space. And if I add a space, then I have an extra space. Doesn't change anything, it's just prettier. And prettier is in general always better. Another thing that I want to share with you, so let's build a personalized greeting. Personalized greeting. And here you go. So the name we know. Let me just do Control C and Control V. And what happens here, so let me actually do age. And you can do equals to input and then please enter your age. Here we go. So let me do both. So Diogo, and you can see that the first one is activated, and only when I finish, then the second one is activated. So I put 31 here, and this is done. So let me have a look here at age so that I can show you something. You can see that I have 31 within single quotes. This means that it is not really a number. Now, there won't be any specific issue, but still, it's not a number. So what we should do, because the output of an input function is always a string, you add the int for integer. And what happens is that if there is a number, it will be transformed into an integer. Now, it does need to be a number. So if I put here Diogo, put your age Diogo, it will yield an error. So invalid literal for int with base 10. This is, let's say, very complicated language to say this is not a number, or better yet, this is not a whole number. So you kind of need to always include what you want. So you cannot really fake it, right? You cannot just say, yeah, Diogo is a number. Doesn't really work out. So if I just do Diogo, 31, here we go. If I go now here to my age, you'll see that it disappears. So it's no longer 31 inside single quotes. It is just 31. Now, to wrap it up, what I need to do here is to print a function. And I'll just do print and then an F string, hello, and then name, and then you are, and then age years old. Age years old. And here you go. And now let me do it. So Diogo, 31. And here you go. So hello, Diogo, you are 31 years old. And this is it for the tutorial. Next up, exercises. Until next video, have fun. Alrighty, let me do this exercise. You don't have this one currently in Udemy as a coding exercise because the current framework from Udemy does not allow for this interactive applications. So anything that requires the input function, for instance, you cannot do it because it's just a very simple software for Python. So everything that is a bit more complex, we need to do it using Google Colab. I really do like that you do the exercise on Udemy because the main reason is that it is a different platform. So it's very important that you get accustomed to different ways of doing things, or better yet, of different ways of doing the same thing, so that it is likely that when you apply it in your own role, maybe you don't have Google Colab, you have something else. So it's important that you're not really stuck on one specific platform. And then because of the tests, right, it allows you to do this and see what is the error or if it's happening. I think it's a cool feature. And I think for learning is really, really great. So let me do this. It's a very simple exercise. Write a Python program that prompts the user for their name using the input function. Store the user's name in a variable. Use an F string to include the user's name in a greeting message and print it. So this is nothing but a replication of what we have done. So we go here, name, and then the input, and then we will do what is your name. And here we go. What is your name? And then you would print hello name. This is it. No, I know that this is not super complicated and it's not supposed to be for now on. I really just want that you manage to do stuff that, in case that you have any question, of course, let me know, but let me build you with some skills. Let me build you some practice. I really want for you to succeed at first because it does get more complicated. So for now, it should be fairly straightforward. So name, Diogo, and then it would go, hello, Diogo. And with this is just the one exercise that I wanted you to do. In the next video, there's more. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this challenge. You also have further information here in the folder. I call this the superhero name. And you also have here the instructions in case that you just want to have it and, give it to someone else. It's just here for you. And the goal here is to combine the print and input functions. And we need first an adjective found on the 13th page of the book closest to them. So we need an adjective, right? So first an adjective, like you may need to get up and find that book, but please go and do it. I think it's more fun like that. So I kind of already know the challenge, right? So I have one book next to me. It's called My Dalmatian Cookbook. By the way, for those who don't know, like Dalmatia is a zone in Croatia. And this was a gift that I got once. Very cool book. So adjective equals input, and then just write find first adjective. Adjective in the 13th page of the book. So this is step one. Let's do Control Enter. And let me zoom out for a bit. And this way we have a clearer view of everything. Let me add a space here. For me, it was finally, most likely, yeah, it was like finally chopping. So finally, and here you go. Let me add a space here. So colon here and then a space. And then you want something that scares you. Now I saw the F, right? So I went with something that also starts with the word F. So for those who don't know, I live in Berlin, Germany. So I went with the finance, whatever, IRS, which is called the Finanzamt, which is very, very scary. I think my heart skips a bit every time that I get a letter from them. Something that scares you, colon, and let me do Control Enter. So finally, and then Finanzamt. Here we go. And then lastly, so display the superhero name. Though I would say this would be more apt for like a supervillain name. So display the superhero name, print, and then so an F string, right? So inside you'd go your superhero name is, and then adjective, and then the noun. You can also add here just an hyphen to make it cute. So finally, Finanzamt, your superhero name is finally Finanzamt. And this was it. I hope that you found it fun, not super complicated, hopefully. And yeah, there's so much for us to learn still. Until the next video, have fun. In the previous videos, I have been introducing you to variable types, but this is really the official video. So in Python programming, variables play a very important role in storing and managing data. And we kind of need to understand what kind of variables are there, because not only are they different in characteristics, in order to work with them from a data perspective, we need to know our way around. In this video, I'll focus on the various types of variables available in Python, their characteristics, and how to work with them in real-world applications. Now, Python offers several built-in variable types to cater to different data needs. And the ones that we'll focus on in this video are the ones that we focus on in this section, like integers, floats, strings, and booleans. And we'll examine each type in detail. And the thing is that it doesn't stop here, right? So these are the ones that we focus in this section. And there's more. For instance, in the next section, we're going to focus on lists and dictionaries, but that is a problem for the future. For now, these are enough in order to get us around and build some very cool apps. Let me start with integers. So they are whole numbers, both positive and negative. In Python, you can create an integer variable by assigning a whole number to a variable without any decimal points. For example, 10, 6, 25. These would be examples of integers. Now, floats are floating point numbers, which include decimal points. They can be used to represent real numbers, such as measurements or fractions. And in this case, we would have 0.6, 10.5, 100.56. These would be examples of floats. Then we would have strings, which are sequences of characters, such as words or sentences. In Python, we create a string variable by enclosing a sequence of characters within single or double quotes. In this example, like hello world or Alice, these would be examples of strings. Please note the single and double quotes, which can be used to represent the start and finish, right? Both kind of work. Finally, we have the booleans. They represent true or false values and are often used in conditional statements and comparisons. Understanding these different types of variables is absolutely essential. Now we are able to understand. And the thing is that even though we can actually grasp them, so integers, right, we know them from school, also decimal point numbers, we also understand what are words. I think the bigger challenge here is how to work with Python in this, because more often than not, Python as a number, but takes it as a string, as a set of characters. And this is what I want to show you, how to manipulate to make sure that you get what you want. Now, let's do this in Python, and until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. In this video, we will play around with variable types. As I've shared, there's many variable types. The ones that we're going to focus on throughout this section are the ones that are the integer, float, boolean, and string. There's more types. For instance, next section, we're going to focus on lists and also on dictionaries. But for now, we are keeping it easy and focusing just on these four. And what I want to share with you is really how to check for the variable types. So checking variable types. And I'm adding here, I don't know if I've shared this, but I'm adding this as a comment here. So this hashtag here implies that everything that we're writing are kind of like notes that we're doing. And therefore, as we do it, this is for us to communicate with our future selves or with our colleagues, because this is a way to share information for the future, so that when someone reads, everything is crystal clear. Checking variable types, and we can keep it going. So let me go here. So name equals Diogo, and then age equals 31, and then my height is 1.83 centimeters. So, or better yet, 1.83 meters. Now, the way to check what is a variable type, so that, for instance, if we were to check, I don't know, at the end here, what was the variable type of name and so on, we can do type and then include the variable name. So type and then name, and it says str. And we can do it for all of them. So let me do print, and then let me add the parentheses at the end. And here we go. Let me kind of select everything and Here we go. And then print age, and then print height. And here you go. So you can see that we have a string, an integer, and a float. Now, it is possible to transform variable types, right? We also need to have in mind that it kind of needs to make sense. So I cannot really transform Diogo into an integer, right? Doesn't really work. But I can, and let me add here as a comment. So transform a float into an integer. Here we go. And I have my height, right? And I can have my height integer. And what I do is that I use the int function. I put here the height. Let me print my height. Let me print my height, but now integer. And what happens, right? It's not like it's rounding, really. It's just taking everything out right off the dot, right? So everything that's decimal goes away, and then we just stick with an actual integer. Similarly, you can also, just go here and put height float to turn it back, and you can see what happens, right? So we just go and do float, and we put here our height integer. Now I'm just going to print the height float so that you see what is happening. Here we go. I control enter, and you can see that we have 1.0, right? So it's just, okay, it's no longer an integer, but it's not like we have anything to add here because the float just says, yeah, you know what? Let's consider it that it could have decimal points from now on. Let's add there a dot and a zero so that we kind of change the data structure. Finally, again, we can also transform, transform a string into a float or integer. So this is definitely possible, but it kind of needs to make sense. So height, and if I just do input here, so let's say, please enter your height, and then I could do, so type height. Here we go. And let me see if I can do it without spelling mistakes. So if I put 1.83, then we have an str. So we have a string, even though this is the value. So kind of need to go back here and include a float. And now, so let me put 1.83, and now we have a float. And it's not like Python is telling us, yeah, you cannot do that. It does make sense. So Python does recognize that it could be a number, even though by definition, the output of an input is a string, and it just makes a transformation without any effort. The last one that I want to share with you is really the Boolean data type. Let's say, I don't know, alive equals to true. And then you can also see that the color immediately changes, right? So we have there the blue. I really like this color coding that's happening because it really helps me to visualize and to refocus. And for instance, for the parentheses here, if I start here and there's one missing, it immediately becomes a red. And as I add the parentheses, it becomes a blue, which indicates that everything is okay. I'm going to stop here now. Time to do some exercises. Until next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let me show you how to do this double conversion, which is this exercise. And we start by declaring a variable named original float and assign it a value of 9.99. So original float, and this one equals to 9.99. Step 2, convert original float to an integer and store this value in a new variable named converted integer. So converted integer. This one, we need to convert the original float. Here we go. So step 2 also done. And then now convert the converted integer back into a float and store this in a variable named converted back float. So converted back float equals, and then float, and then converted integer. Now, these are some sort of dummy exercises that you can do. The goal is really to, make you practice, make you use these integers, these floats. My goal is really to get you up to speed so that you just use it more and more and more, so that this does not really become a weird language, but rather something that you can read and you can get accustomed to. Finally, print the values. So let's go. So print, let me do an f print, or here we go with curly brackets, right? So original float, and then we will have the converted integer, and then we would have the converted back float. I think this is a bit different than what I have as a solution in the exercise that you had on Udemy. Again, it's also difficult to do tests for the exercise because in programming, right, there's many different ways of arriving at the same solution. And therefore, sometimes just the fact that you miss a dot, or there's a word that's lowercase and I had planned as an uppercase, this leads to a test. So if you're failing a bit the test, but you kind of feel it's the same, don't super worry about it. I know it's super satisfying when it works out well and it's green there. I'm with you, but this is a journey in the end, right? Focus on the learning. And yeah, I try to have the tests there in a way that is as broad as possible, but sometimes I don't have all the cases. I cannot think of every possible solution that you can do. And yeah, I'm going to stop here now. And now that I read it, so finally print the values of original float, converted integer, and converted back float in this order, each on a new line. So I definitely did not do that. So you know what? For the sake of doing the exercise, and this is a big problem for me, which is to follow directions. And in this case, it's even my own directions, but it's something that I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let me do it differently. This is often my case. So converted integer, print, and then converted back float. Converted back float. Here we go. Let me put this one here as a comment so that it does not run. And then we have exactly as per the exercise. I'm going to stop here and I'll see you in the next video. In this video, we'll cover arithmetic operators, which allow us to do math. So yay! Python arithmetic operators, they play a very important role for math because it enables us to create powerful and flexible applications. Like math is everywhere. And in this lecture, I'll show you all the operators that we have to perform arithmetic operations. And by the end of it, we should be able to do anything that a calculator can do, but now using Python. Let's start by exploring the list, right? So we have so many here. We have addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, right? These are the standard. And then we have modulus, exponentiation, and floor division. So these might be a bit off, especially floor division or modulus, but we'll get to them in a bit. And here we go. Here we have them, right? So these are the operations and the corresponding symbols. So plus, minus, multiplication, division, modulus, exponentiation, and floor division. Now let's start and dive deep into each of them with actual examples, starting with addition. It adds two values together. For example, let's say that we have x equals to 5, y equals to 3. If we have this result, which is x plus y, and then we print the result, it's 8, right? So 5 plus 3, that would be 8. And if we move on to subtraction, then we subtract the right-hand operand, so the element on the right side, by the one on the left side. So if we do x minus y, so 5 minus 3, we would get 2. Multiplication, we multiply the two of them. Now here the direction doesn't matter as per normal multiplication. So if we do 5 times 3, this would be 15. Next, division. So we divide the left by the right. So if we divide 5 divided by 3 and we print the outcome, we'll get 1.666 and so on. Now, more interesting, right? So modulus. So this returns the remainder of the division of the left hand by the right hand. So if we divide, or if we do the modulus of 5 by 3, right? When we did, it's 1 times 3 plus 2. So 2 is the remainder of this division. Exponentiation. So we raise the left hand to the power of the right hand. So 5 to the power of 3, this would be 125. And then finally, we would have floor division. And this divides the left hand by the right hand, but then rounds it to the nearest integer. So if we do 5 floor division 3, we get the output 1. Now, this doesn't stop here because there's compound assignment operators. And this is when you perform an operation and you assign it to a new one. Let's have a look here. So we can do 5 and then plus equals 3. And what is important for you to know is that this is kind of like this elegant way of doing x equals x plus 3, because this is the compounding part, right? So we're continuously adding. So this is the elegant way. It's the way that I'll use more often than not. It does exactly the same as x equals x plus 3, but it kind of looks cuter like this. Now, this should not be too complex, but it's important to know because arithmetic operators, they are very essential for any kind of data related task. And we need to master these operators because this is the way that as we go through and explore the world of data analysis, be whichever it is, we will need to have these operations in mind. Now, let's see how this works in Python. Let's start practicing. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's cover now the tutorial of arithmetic operators. Let's start by declaring the variables. I'm going to use the same as in the previous video. So x equals to 5 and then y equals to 3. And then we can kick it off. So let me do here, Control Enter. And I'm going to show you the first 4, which are the basic ones. So addition here. So this is where you sum values. So if you do x plus y, and you would get here 8. So something very, very simple. And if you are to do subtraction, so x minus y, and let me put it without spelling mistakes. And here you go. We would get here 2. Recall, because I'm not really storing again, I'm not redeclaring the variables. These are just temporary, so it doesn't matter. So it doesn't get stored again. I can just keep going. Let me now do multiplication here. And here I can do x times y, and it will go to 15. Now let me do division. So division, and this one would be x divided by y with a slash, and here we go. We get here 1.66. The other 3, which are a bit more specific, so we have modulus. This is x, and then the symbol is the percentage sign 2. And this is nothing but the remainder, right? So if you divide 5 by 3, you get 1 plus the remainder. The remainder in this case would be 2. Okay, so I should do x modulus y. And here you go. Now you get 2. And next up, by the way, applications of modulus, they're very, very specific, but you can find them. For instance, if whenever something has to do with years or time, it's actually quite common because it allows us to categorize better. For instance, leap year is something that we can often use in order to apply the modulus. Anything where we focus on the remainder, this would be something where you would apply it. Exponential. So this one is actually fairly common, right? So 5 to the power of y, and in this case is with double asterisks. So here you go. This would be 125, and then floor division. So floor with double O, division, and this would be x, and then double slash y, and here I would get 1. And this is very similar to doing the division and then applying an integer, right? So I just want the number. It's absolutely the same. And then lastly, what I want to show you here, these would be compound operations. So compound, very, very popular, especially in finance. Operators, compound operators. So if I do x plus equal 3, so this is the same as x equals x plus 3. It's absolutely the same. It's just a shorter way of doing it. And it's so common that it is the most elegant way of programming when it comes to compounding. So if I do this and then I do print x, what is happening here is that I'm going to have x, which is 5. I'm going to add 3, and now x will be 8. So let me do Control Enter. And just to show you, right, so if I then do x equals x plus 3, and I'm going to describe this as the less techy way of doing it. And here, okay, let me just print x. You get here 11. And lastly, you can do it basically for everything. So if you do floor division compound, you can do here, so x, and then you do double slash for the floor division, equal, so that you have the compound, and you do 5. And currently x is 11, right? So if we do floor division by 5, and you'd print x, can you guess what it would be? Here we go, it will get 2. Now, this is it. This should be enough for you to do some fun exercises. I have 2 here. Please do them in the Udemy platform so that it's easier. But otherwise, you also have them here, and I'll see you in the next video. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. I hope you managed to do the 2 exercises. At least for the first one, it should be easy. For the second one, if you don't know the compounding function, and this will be something that you kind of need to research. That said, it's always important to research, right? So this is really part of the game. I didn't put the formula because I really don't want to spoon feed you everything. Sometimes I will. Sometimes I hope that you research and you really take the challenge. So the first one is to perform arithmetic operations. I'm going to do addition, which is number 1 plus number 2. I'm just going to basically select this, Control C, and then I'm going to do it for everything. So subtraction, and then Control V, and I'll make the changes in a bit. Multiplication, Control V, and then division. So division, Control V. Now, if I make the change of the symbols, so minus the asterisks, and the slash. So let me just do Control Enter. Make sure that everything works. Okay, doesn't work. Name number 1 is not defined. So this usually means one of two things. The first one is that I have a spelling mistake. The second one is that I have not yet declared the variables, which is this case. So let me go back again. Let me do Control Enter, and here you go. So I know that this works, and then I print the results. So let me do print addition, and then here I just put addition, and I can just continue, right? So print f asterisk subtraction. So whenever you have quite a bit of print statements, it's very useful that you always add some context. So in this case, we're saying the addition is, the subtraction is, and so on. So subtraction, so that it's always very clear. And in the end, what we often do is that we usually copy the input somewhere else, right? If you're making a presentation, if you're making something for stakeholders, you won't really give them a Python code, right? So you take the output, you make a nice file out of it. And for that, you kind of need to have all the context all the time. I deleted by mistake the double quotes, but here we have them. And then finally, print f string division. And then we would go here and then division. So division. Let me do Control Enter. And here you go. So 10 and 5. The sum is 15. The subtraction is 5. Multiplication would be 50. Division would be 2. Alrighty. This leads us to exercise number 2. And imagine that you're starting your own small business in 5 years and are looking at various saving strategies. One of the options you're considering is a savings account that offers compound interest. You have an initial amount of 1K, and the bank offers an annual interest rate of 4% compounded quarterly. You want to calculate how much your initial investment will grow in 5 years under these conditions to help decide if this savings account is a good option for funding your business venture. Provide the output as an integer. So what I like to do is that whenever I have an exercise, I'm going to take and start by declaring variables. So this implies that I go here and I basically take everything so that I know what is the data and what are all the details that I have. And then as I move on, I see whether I'm missing something or not. So years equals to 5. So this is 1. And then savings account as a matter, initial amount. So amount equals to 5. And then interest rate. So rate equals to 4%, so 0.04. And then you want to calculate how much your initial investment will grow in 5 years under these conditions. So, sorry, I'm also missing this. So compounded quarterly, this is also important. So compounded equals, so quarterly 4 times. And then we have here the final amount. So this is where we calculate the compound value. So I'm going to call it accumulated amount. Here we go. Equals to. And the way that the function works is that we have the amount. We multiply it here by 1 plus the rate. So 4% divided by the compounded, which is the number of times compounded. Here you go. And then you elevate this to the power of the number of years times compounded. Because you're doing it quarterly, right? So each year you do it 4 times. For 5 years, this implies 20. Compounded. Now, just to make sure that everything is done in the way that I want it to, let me add here some parentheses so that I make sure that we are doing this here first. Let me add this as well here. There can never be too many parentheses, or at least this is how I view it. And okay, let me make sure that this works. Okay, we have something here, and then we would have finally to display the amount here. How would we display? We would use the print. And here, so the accumulated amount after years, right? So if we opt to change the number of years there, then this becomes dynamic. After years is, and then a colon, and then here, okay, let me get the curly brackets, and here you go. And then I just put accumulated amount. Accumulated amount, let me do Control Enter. And here you go. So we have 6.1, which I don't think should be the case. Because I have amount 5. So let me put 1,000 here. We try again, and we have 1220. And to wrap up, let me have a look here. So 4% compounded quarterly, 5 years. And please provide the output as an integer. So I would just go here and I'll just add the int, close parentheses. And here we go. So 1220. Okay, I know that this was a bit more of an effort, especially if you're not so much into this compounding theme. If you have any questions, let me know. Happy to share some thoughts into this. But this is the basis of all financial management, especially personal finances. You kind of need to understand this. So if you don't know, please let me know. I'm happy to find some resources for you on this because it is an important topic and it's really important for your personal finances. So yeah, just let me know. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Until then, have fun. After the arithmetic operators, we have the comparison operators. And in this video, we'll discuss how to use them and provide practical examples to help better structure them and apply them in your applications. The comparison operators allow us to compare two values, right? So this should be self-explanatory. And the output, this is most important, it's either true or false. Here's a list of the operators that we are going to use. Most of them should be fairly common. I would highlight here the equal and the not equal. So especially the equal, which has two equal signs, right? So for the equivalence, and then the not equal with an exclamation mark and an equal. So these two may confuse them. I confuse the equal from time to time. Sometimes I forget to put two equals. Sometimes I put two equals when I should put one. Sometimes I also make that mistake, which is fine, right? We all make mistakes and we're here to learn. Now, let's have a look at each comparison operator in detail and see how they actually work. Let's use still our example of x equals 5 and y equals 3. So if we do x equals y, so is 5 equal to 3, then the output will be false. So this is the Boolean output. If, on the other hand, we do the not equal to check, if it is true that they are not equal, like in this case, right? So is 5 not equal to 3? The output would be true, right? So because 5 is not 3. Then we would have the greater than. We check if the value on the left is greater than the value on the right. So is 5 bigger than 3? The output will be true. And then if we do less than, so is 5 less than 3, the output here would be false. Now, there are two that complement the greater than or less than, which are the greater than or equal to, which is a bigger than with an equal on the right. And we check if the one on the left, so is 5 bigger than or equal to the one on the right. So in this case, it will be true. And then inversely, we have less than or equal to. So checks if the one on the left is less than or equal to the one on the right. So is 5 less than or equal to 3, the output here would be false. So this is nothing but a different set of tools for us to do our Python programming. These are very common with the topic that we still need to learn, which are the if-else conditions. There we'll use and abuse of these operators, but when we get there, we get there. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's focus in this video in the comparison operators. And we start by declaring the variables. And we are going to see how the several ways that we can compare values actually work here. So declaring the variables, x equals to 5, y equals to 3. So we stick with the same. Now, what I want to do here is that I want to start with this equivalence. And the way that we do it is very, very simple. So we just go here, we do x equals to y, Control Enter. Let me zoom in for a bit so that we have a better view of what is happening. Let me also increase the size, so I toggled here on this arrow. So equivalence false, right? Because 5 is not equal to 3. And then the next one would be not equal. And this would be, and let me correct the spelling mistake, but this would be x and then exclamation mark equal to y. And this one would be then true, right? Because 5 is not 3. Few more to go, right? So we have greater than, and then or equal to, right? So we have x bigger than y, so this is 1, or we can have x bigger than or equal to y. Let me add a print for both, because otherwise we're not going to get all of them. So print, and then print. Here you go, both of them will be true. And then less than, and then or equal to, or equal to. And then we repeat, right? So print x less than y, print, and then x less than or equal to y. Both of them would then be false. And this is it, right? So this is the gist of it. And it kind of becomes important. So I have some exercises for you now. And then as we start to have these comparisons, the arithmetics, the printed input, we can actually start building something. And yeah, this will be it. Exercises now. Until next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do very briefly these exercises. The first one is checking if A is greater than B. Let me start by declaring the variables, and then I can kick it off. A greater than B would be A bigger than B. Shift Enter. And if I have not shared this already, when I do here Shift Enter, it runs the cell and goes to the one below. So that is a helpful command. Now checking if A is different than B, this would be A and then exclamation mark equal to B. Let me do Control Enter. And then here we would have true. Checking if A is equal to B, A equal to B. And let me do Control Enter. And of course we get a false. This is it for the exercises. We have a challenge now called Split Bill. If you go here, let me find it. So it's a tip calculator. And I want you to have a read here, look at the challenge, look at the steps, really plan it so that you have the split bill calculator. And that was it. I wish you the best of luck for the challenge, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to this challenge, so the tip calculator with split bill. You need to create a Python program that kind of acts like a calculator and not only calculates the tip amount and the total cost, but you also divide it by the number of people at the table. And you have the challenge here. I broke it down in steps. This is still where I'm still helping you a bit in these kind of exercises. But of course, as we progress through this Python part, and then of course everything becomes more challenging. Now, these are the main steps. Let me do Control-C and come here and do Control-V. And let me go with the first one, or better yet, let me put everything as a comment. Okay, I actually like the numbers there. Let me just do hashtag before everything. And here we go. And then we are going to do all the steps one by one, see how they work, see if they work, see how we can customize it. And here we go. So first and foremost, prompt the user for the total cost of the meal. So meal cost equals, and then remember that you cannot just do input, right? Because the input returns a string or character. You need to float and then input, enter the meal cost. Here we go. So this is the first one. Let's run it. Let's say it was 70. Here we go. So this is working. Number 2, prompt the user for the tip percentage that they would like to apply. So tip percentage equals to, again, also a float just in case, but input, enter the, and let me add the double quotes, enter the tip percentage. And here we kind of need to tell it the format, right? Because they may put 15 for 15% or 0.15 because that would be the correct way, but you need to specify it. And this way you guide the people to use the app correctly. So enter the tip percentage and then e.g. and you do 15 for 15%. Here we go. And then colon, and let's give it a try. So 70 and then 15 for 15%. Let's add 15. And lastly, we need to know how many people, right? So people equals 2. And then let's make sure that we have an integer here and input and enter the number of people. So here we go. Let's give it a try, see if it works. So meal cost 70, 15, number of people 3. Everything is working. Now for steps number 4 and 5, sure, I think if you have a look at it, you could put them together, but I like to have the tip amount and the total cost separate. So tip equals to, and what you do is that you take the meal cost, you multiply this by the tip percentage, and this you divide by 100. And this 100, right, is the correction for this percentage component. And then the total cost here, this is the meal cost plus tip. So you do Control Enter, see if everything is still working. So 70 15, 3 people. And okay, at least stuff is being computed here. So then we have cost per person. And here we just do total cost divided by people, because we have cost per person. Here we go, Control Enter. And okay, let me stop it here. I think we have made sure that it works. You can see that when I interrupt, I get an error and it says interrupted by user. So this one is kind of self-explanatory. And then we do print. So we start with the meal cost is, and then here we put meal cost. I forgot to put the F for the F as string. And here we go. And then we print, so the tip amount is then tip, and the total cost is total cost. So fairly straightforward. And then lastly, and then an F string as well. This results in cost per person. So this results in, for instance, 20 units or whatever, $20 per person. Let's see if this works. So meal cost 70, 15% tip, very generous, 3 people. And we have meal cost is 70. The tip amount is 10.5 and the total cost is 80.5. This is 26.83. Now, you may want to kind of reduce this. One very simple way is that you just go here and you do, I just want 2 floating numbers. And let me repeat again. So 15, so 70, 15, 3 people. And here you go. So this dot to F represents that we want 2 floating numbers. If you were to put 1, let me show it to you again. 73. Okay, I did it wrong, right? But we get just 1 decimal point. And this is it for our challenge. You saw that with a bit of code, we can actually now start building something that one could use in very simple ways. So you could imagine building a very simple app like this on your phone. This would definitely work. Or even having, I don't know, companies that build software, having something like this incorporated. I'm going to stop here and I'll see you in the next video. Time to introduce the if-else conditions, which help us build even more complex applications. Decision-making in general is very important for any programming language, and Python is really no exception here. The if-else conditions, they're very powerful at controlling the flow of what is happening. If A happens, then X is the outcome. If B happens, then we have Y. And in this lecture, I'll take a step-by-step approach to understanding if-else conditions, how to use them, and how to apply them effectively. If-else conditions, they consist of 3 main components. We would have the if statement, the optional elif statements, focus on the plural here, and the optional else statement. So the first one is mandatory, everything else is optional, because everything else is in general what brings the complexity to this. But let me start with the if statement, which is the foundation, and let me break it down for you. So what it does is that it checks if a condition is true or false. If the condition is true, the code block following the if statement will execute. So let me give you an example, right? So x equals to 10. If x is bigger than 5, we print x is greater than 5. The corresponding output would be x is greater than 5. But this print is only activated if that condition is true. Then we would have the elif statement. And this is short for else if. and it allows us to add multiple conditions sequentially. It is used after an if statement and before the else statement, which is also optional. Let me give you an example, right? So x equals to 10, and then we have if x bigger than 15, and then elif x bigger than 5. Now, as we look at the first one, we see that it is not really activated, the first one. So we move on to the second. And this is actually an important point to add here, right? The way that the criteria are checked are sequentially, right? So if we match the first one, we move on and we print the outcome, right? So we activate the criteria and the execution, and we actually move on. So it's very important, as you structure this if-else conditions, that if the first one is correct, then you must make sure that the second one does not matter, like in this one, right? So we first check if it's bigger than 15, then we continue to lower the bar, and so on. Finally, let me go through the else statements. They're executed when none of the preceding conditions are met, and it kind of serves as this catch-all. So if something, elif something, and elif, and then, okay, you know what, else, just do this. So this is how it would work. You just build and build and build until it is done, and then you have this catch-all. And this catch-all is very important because it is often very difficult to put everything that could happen and everything that you want as an execution, as an outcome. So just to make sure that it always works, you have an else. Okay, now that we covered the basics here, let's explore some examples. So after we see here, so let me just go through this example, right? So x equals to 3. We move on to x bigger than 15, not activated. Elif x bigger than 5, not activated. Then we move on to else. So now let's go through some other examples here, see how it works. Example number 1, we can use to make sure that something meets a specific criteria. Let's move on to the example, and let me build something to kind of assess if someone is eligible to vote. So we would ask, hey, what is your age? So enter your age, and then we would check, right? If age is bigger than 18, you are eligible to vote. Otherwise, you are not eligible to vote. When I'm hiring for data analysts, the following example is one where I always give them as a live Python test. It's fairly straightforward, but this is something that I like to provide them. It gives them enough that I know that they can use Python, but it's not so complicated that it takes ages to do. But this way, if people can do this in 5 minutes, you know what? I'm like, yeah, you kind of understand what is happening. So I asked them to build this grading system. So it's like based on the score, and then they need to assign a grade from A to F. And here, if people do this exercise, what they show is that first they understand if-else conditions. They understand logical and comparison operators. And moreover, they also understand the flow, right? So understand that they get activated. So bigger than 90, 80, 70, 60, and then we have the else. And by doing an exercise like this, I could clearly show that you understand basically everything that has been happening throughout this section. To conclude, if-else conditions, they're absolutely fundamental in Python. We should use and abuse them because they allow us to build a flow into our programs and functions. And you'll clearly see them as we build more complex, as you have the challenges that you'll do. All of this will enable you to really build very cool stuff. But let's apply. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's go over the if-else conditions. Let's start by declaring a variable. So let's say, I don't know, x equals to 2. And then what you do here. So let me do one if statement per cell. So if you do, so I want an if statement. If statement, the way that it works is that we start by making this comparison. So let's say if x bigger than 5, and then colon, enter. You see the indentation here. Here it's currently 2 spaces. Sometimes it does 4 spaces in some other softwares, but both of them usually work. And at least here in Google Colab, it's 2 by default. And you can even see that as you do enter, it immediately indents. And you just do x is greater than 5. Here we go. So this is 1, right? We do this, nothing happens. And that is because x is 2. So if we were to then make the comparison, and x is greater than, doesn't really work. X is greater than 0. So then this would work. And what we can do then, right? So the next one is this if statement. So statement. So if you go and you do x equals to 20, and then the if else. So I'm going to show you now. So if else, and the way that you do it is, so if x bigger than, and you can put here 15, then print here something like x is greater than 15. And then you'd go in, please note, so as I do enter, it still indents 2 spaces. But for the elif, I need to go back and do here elif. Elif, logical condition, x bigger than 5, colon, print, x is greater than 5, but not greater than 15. And why is that? So let's do it. And you see here, so x equals to 20. And then as it goes through the if else, as soon as it hits the first time where that condition is true, so in this case, it is in the first one, and then it prints and then it exits. And the reason why I put here not greater than 15 is that as it runs, right? So x equals 20, and it goes, if this one is true, which it is, then it prints and it exits out of the if-else component. It immediately goes out. Because even though both of these are true, right? Because the first one is true, then it goes out immediately. And if this one was not true, if x was not bigger than 15, let's put 10, then it goes to the second one and it prints the second one. If, on the other hand, we just add, okay, I'm getting an error now, but let me put a 0. So we have nothing, right? Because none of them were activated. The bottom line is that you need to think about the design of the if-else conditions. Because if you don't do it right, what is happening is that you're activating something that should not be activated, and you kind of ruin it. So you kind of need to structure it. Because as you see, we have 2 things that are true in terms of the condition, but this only works because we have this bigger than 15, and then we go to the lower level. And it's always working like this. Now, lastly, let me just copy everything and put it here. So Control V, and then if else statement, and now it's complete. So we add here if something, elif something. By the way, you can also add another. So elif x bigger than 0, you'd go and you'd print x is greater than 0, but less than 5. And here you go. So you can just do this. And then lastly, you have this else, again, all the way to the left. Here, there's not really a logical condition, but rather it is this everything else, right? So if you do the first one, the second one, the third one, and so on, and nothing hits, you have the else. And the proper way of doing it is that you should kind of always have an else, right? Unless there's not really a point, then you can, of course, omit it. But otherwise, always include and say here x is less than 0. And here we go. So in this case, we have 20. If you were to put, for instance, minus 10, then it would go all the way until the end. And with this, we are done. Time for some exercises. Until next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this exercise. Let me zoom in for a bit here. And the first one was to create a false condition that tells you whether they can vote or not. And I gave you already here a number. This was for you to do the exercise on the Udemy platform because you cannot have this input. So you kind of need to be deterministic there. So what we do is we compare this age and then we tell whether the person can vote or not. The way that you do it is, so if age is bigger than or equal to 18, you just go and you do print, you can vote, and then otherwise else print, you are too young to vote. Let me scroll, you are too young to vote. And this was it. Fairly straightforward, right? And therefore, this leads us to the second exercise. Take an input of a test score, 0 to 100, with 100 representing the maximum, and transform it into a grade, A to F, with A representing the maximum. Each passing grade should be in bins of 10 percentage points, whereas F should be for all that got less than 60. So F would be a failing grade. And I would ask you that you pause here, try to do the exercise on your own. And otherwise, I'll see you in a few seconds for me, a few minutes for you, hopefully, as you try to do the challenge or exercise on your own. Alrighty, so let's do it. What we do is that we take an input of a test score, and so 0 to 100, and transform it. And okay, let me put here the parentheses. Transform it into the A to F system. So this is a very, very standard way of using the if-else statements. And here we go. So let me do it. As I shared, this is actually one of the exercises that I usually give to the people that I usually interview, because it's simple, right? It's something that you can do easily, hopefully. It shows that you have a good understanding of basically all the essentials here in Python. And at least when I'm hiring, of course, I care that people understand stuff. I look a lot for other qualities. I do require most of the times basic Python, and this is the level of basic Python that I usually require. Then everything else I can either kind of show you or you can easily learn on the job. So first one would be, so grade equals to, and then so float, parenthesis, input. Here we go. Please enter the grade. So this would be it, and then we transform it, right? So if grade bigger than or equal to 90, if you look here, so each passing grade should be in bins of 10 percentage points. Therefore, if we're going from 0 to 100, right, with A being the largest, we can kind of make sure that A is from 90 to 100 or 91 to 100. Let me actually put 91. So if grade bigger than or equal to 91, then your, let's call it converted grade equals to here an A. And we continue, right? So L if grade bigger than or equal to 81, colon, converted grade equals to B, not a minus B, but rather a B. And let me select everything because now it's fairly repetitive. So as you figure out the first one in the order, then you can kind of go and do it. So I usually prefer going from top to bottom in terms of the sequence. You can also go from bottom up. That's also a possibility. So you'd start here with an F and then you progressively go. So A, B, C, D, and you don't really have an E in the system, I think. Everything else would be an F. And so bigger than 81, bigger than 71, bigger than 61, and then the last one. It's not really an elif, but rather an else. And then we would just go and we would print the grade was, grade, and the converted grade was, and then here converted grade. Here we go. Let me do Ctrl Enter. Please enter the grade 75, and we get a mistake or some kind of error. And because I put converter grade. Okay, let me correct the spelling mistake here. And here, once more, when you have that something is not defined as the error, it means that you either have not activated, but the most common is that you have a spelling mistake, like me. So 75 again, and here you go. So the grade was 75, and the converted grade was C. And this is it. I hope you enjoyed it. It's a fun exercise, or at least I think it is. Kind of geeky that way. And now it's time that we go one level deeper in terms of exercises. And I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to do the Berghain club bouncer. For those who don't know, and I'm sure that's most of you, but Berghain is a famous club from Berlin where I live. It is very popular in the news from time to time as they reject famous people more often than not. If you search for it, you can even see that Elon Musk got rejected a long time ago. Or actually not that long time ago. But yeah, have a look. They have a famous bouncer, and it is this kind of famous bouncer that we are trying to imitate. And if you go here to the main folder, and then we have a look here at the challenge, and we have here the rules and what you need to do. So guests must be at least 18 years old. Guests must not be older than 16, and the maximum number of guests allowed in the club is 200. Then we kind of need to work with the print and input functions here. And we need to welcome people, we need to make comparisons, we need to use the if else, and so on. And this is what we are going to do. Let me copy all of this, and because it's always easier to work when we have the text. And here we go. So what I'm going to do is that I'll take pieces of information here and there. So for instance, we need to kind of make sure what is the person's age. So this is one, right? Because guests must be at least 18. And we need to know how many people are inside the club currently. So this would be step one, age of the guest and number of guests at the club. So this is step one. So the way that we can do it, so first age, remember integer, and then we use input, guess, or, not guess, but rather estimate, because this is from the perspective of the bouncer, so to speak. So estimate the age of the guest, and then colon, and then we have current guests. So current, and then guests. And then we do also an integer here, and input how many people are currently inside the club. And this is it really for this type of information. Then we kind of need to set up rules, right? So club rules, and these are in a way the restrictions or the constraints and what we need to make the comparison to. Club entry rules. So minimum age equals to 18, max age equals to 60, and just to make sure, so at least 18, not be older than 16. So max age is 60, and then max guests, this will be equal to 200. And what we need to define here, we need to determine if the guest can enter. So how to do it? So let me do Control Enter to make sure. So let's say that someone is 25, and how many people are currently inside the club? Let's say 200. So this is working, and I'm going to create these rules. So first one, we kind of need to, okay, so is current guests less than max guests? So this is one way. And then, for instance, we need that age be bigger than or equal to the mean age. And then the age, so age must be less than or equal to the max age. And here you go. So let's do this. Print for all, because we're still trying to get these rules right. And then we'll make our determination. And what is happening is that we need all of these to be true. And okay, so estimate the age of the guest, let's say 25. And there are, 190 people at the club. So true, true, true. Forgot to add the print here. Doesn't really matter. The last one does not need to have, but for the sake of being complete. So estimate age of the guest, 70. And there's 190 people. So true, true, false, right? So because we need all of them to be true. Now, what we need to do is, okay, what if we can just make this as a one line? So how do we check that it is true 3 times? And one of the things that we can simplify here is the age. So we can have minimum age less than or equal to max age. So this is one way that we can start to simplify. Here we go. So this is just 2 conditions now, and then 190, true and true. Now, how to combine this? The way that we can try to go at it is that we take this, so we put it here, and we do and this part that's also in parentheses. Here we go. So let's see, I don't have the print in the last one, doesn't matter. So 25 and then 190, true and true and true. So this is working for us, right? So we can just have this as a one line. It's a easy way of doing it. It looks cute. So can enter. And what happens is that now this can enter will be defined as a Boolean. So either true or false. And then lastly, okay, so let me just do it here. So 25, 190, or 26, and here you go. So it has been saved. Now, what we need to do here, so, communicate to the guest if they can enter. So if can enter, right? So if true, print welcome to Berghain and have fun. So we have here, right? So if allowed to enter, welcome to Berghain. Not allowed to enter due to age restrictions. You can print a message saying, sorry, you cannot enter the club due to the age restriction. If the guest is not allowed to enter due to the club being at maximum capacity, print a message saying, sorry, the club is at maximum capacity. Please try again later. And in case there's nothing else, then we have else. So we kind of have this, and then we have elif. And what we do is, so if age is less than minimum age, or this is another way, by the way, let's have this in parentheses, or age bigger than max age. Here we go. Parentheses again. And then we print, sorry, we have age restrictions. Here we go. Let's give it a try. Restrictions. Let's see if this works. Age, let's say 11, 190. And then it would just go and be, sorry, we have age restrictions. So this works. And then we have elif. So if current guests bigger than max guests. We go back, max underscore guests, and then a colon, print, sorry, let me scroll down. We are at max capacity. Now, this should work for everything, but just in case, always a good policy to have an else. And the else would just go print, sorry, not tonight. And here you go. Let's give it a try again. So 25 or 26, 220. And yeah, sorry, we're at max. Okay, let me take out the underscore. And this would be actually it. Hope you enjoyed this. Next time, we have another challenge. I'm going to leave it for you here. So your monthly savings plan according to your age with interest rate. And we have the challenge here, right? Then we have a tip number 1, and then we have a tip number 2. But just scroll down very quickly and very swiftly up again so that you don't see it. But in case that you struggle, there are tips that you can use. So you're welcome to go there and try to see, because, yeah, this is using some financial formulas. So it can happen that you don't know. Try to Google it. Again, doing it on your own, with your own research, always better. But of course, there's the tips for you, because I want you to succeed. That said, it's a long one, the next video, but we'll do it. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this challenge on your monthly savings plan. This is a way for us to kind of take one step back, try to see how Python can be applied to a real world scenario. And seriously, you can use this for your own, right? So this actually works. This is a way that you can see how much you're saving and whether that will be enough. That said, let's have a look here at our challenge, and let me find it. We have here a bunch of stuff that you can use. In case that you have not given it a try, please have a look here at the challenge. You can even just take this initial one, this first paragraph, and go for it. Then I have it broken down in steps, and then I have the tips. And the way that I'm going to do, so I have here all the steps. I'm just going to follow them. And this is, in a sense, my way of planning it. Let me go here. I don't want a text. I want code. Control V. Then putting an hashtag on everything so that we comment everything out. And okay, now I'm doing it too much, but here we go. Let me put it here. And then we can kind of start to organize everything. It's very important when you have a problem to break it down into small parts, because otherwise it can be overwhelming. And as well, it's much easier to start a problem if you have tiny pieces and you really know, okay, despite that you want to go from A to Z, you can go from A to B, B to C, and you can really break it down. And that is because it is much easier to do any problem. So the way that it works, right? So it's a monthly savings plan. You need to know what is the current age, what is the retirement age, right? Because you're starting to save, or you're saving from now until you retire. And you need to know what is your target savings amount. So how much do you need to have when you retire? Then you need to know the annual interest rate on those savings, and you need to calculate the number of years until retirement, then a number of months. And basically, so first we retrieve information, then we kind of compute everything that we need for our formula. So let's kick it off. Current age. Let me just put age. This will simplify things when we are making the formula. So integer, and then input. Please enter your age. And here you go. And then prompt. So retirement age. Retirement age equals, same thing, an integer using the input function. And please enter your target retirement age. Retirement age. Here we go, colon, space. And then you kind of need to know how much you want to have. So let's say that we want to have a goal. And this will be an integer as well. Doesn't matter if you need, $1,050,000. And that doesn't really matter. Input. What is your savings goal? Colon here. And we can then start doing it. We also need the other prompt. So what is your expected annual interest rate? So rate equals, and here, do 8%. So in this case, 0.08 or 8%. And then we can actually change it. But 0.08 is fairly straightforward. Okay, let me change this because this should be some kind of float. And here input, so enter expected interest rate. This is so that depending on where you live, may also have a different interest rate. So I know that, for instance, in Brazil, interest rates are much higher than 8%. But if you use 8%, which is the average growth of the S&P 500 when you invest in stocks, this is a good proxy. So Then you kind of want to calculate number of years until retirement. So here we go. So I'm going to call it years left equals the retirement age minus age. So this is one print, right? So you have, then let me include here in curly brackets, years left, and then years to save. So this is one. Let me do Control Enter. So enter your age 31. Let's say I want to retire by the age of 60. I mean, I don't think I'll ever retire because I love working. But let's say that I want to retire at 60. And then I want to have by then, just in case, 1 million. So put there a 1 with 6 zeros. And expected interest rate. And let me put, actually, I'm going to put, so 0.08. This is what I'm going to do. So I have 29 years to save. Then what we can do is calculate the number of months left. So this can simplify our calculations. Months left. And this is years left times 12. And then we can start to have this ideal monthly savings. I'm going to add another step here because what I need to do is to calculate a monthly interest rate. And what we're basically doing is that since we have a monthly savings plan, we kind of need to bring everything down to a monthly level. And we would take here the interest rate that we have, and we kind of need to convert it to a monthly level. And if you go here, that is kind tip number 1. And that is because you use this function to compute just the interest rate. So if you get rid of the cash flow, then you kind of work with it. And then let me also walk you through here this tip number 2. And this is the monthly savings formula. And there's a clear explanation on how it works. Also, I have here the monthly interest rate. So it's 1 plus annual interest rate divided by 100. But because we have 0.08, you don't really need to change anything. And then what you do is that you do this to the power of 1 divided by 12. And this will convert. You subtract 1. And for that, let me actually show you how it works here. And so let me go here to another cell. And what I want to do is, so if I take 1 plus 0.08, so this is one component. And if I do this to the power of 1 divided by 12, because we have 12 months, so we have 1.006, and it is a rate, right? So you take or you subtract back the 1, and here you go. So if you do this to the power of 12, and then you go back to our 8%, but this is how it works. So let's go here, calculate a monthly interest rate. We actually use this and then apply here monthly rate equals to, and then we use this. So 1 plus the rate, so that we make this dynamic, everything to the power of 1 divided by 12 minus 1. And then here, let me put EG as 0.08 for 8%. And then I can actually start building the actual formula. So first, let me split these. So determine the ideal monthly savings based on the desired savings, number of months left, and the interest rate. Let me take this function here. Here we go, Control C. and then Control V, and kind of need to replace everything. So instead of desired savings, I have my goal. So it's the goal times the monthly rate. And then let me replace the rest. So 1 plus monthly rate. And then we have, it was months left. And here we go, months left. And this should work. I don't know why I have this, squiggly line here. But let me do Control Enter. So age 31, retirement target age 60, goal 1 million and 0.08. And okay, we're having an error. So name monthly rate is not defined. Okay, this is odd because we have the monthly rate here, right? Aha. Oh, I see. Okay. Let me correct. So monthly, and then monthly, months left. And got to one of those moments where I'm like, how do you even spell month? Anyway. So 31, 60, 1 million. And then 0.08. You have 29 years to save. Okay, so this is working. And then display the ideal monthly savings to the user. And then you would print, and then an F string, the ideal monthly savings is, and then monthly savings. Monthly savings. Let's also do .0f because we don't want any floats basically. And now it should definitely be the end of this. So 31 by the age of 60, savings goal 1 million, and then 0.08. And here you go. So based on this, I should save 774 units, or euros in this case, per month in order to reach this goal of 1 million. And I would leave this challenge with a couple of notes. The first one is to emphasize that personal finances are very important. And if you have any questions, I am actually here to help. Given my studies, I know here and there a bit, definitely not a pro, but I can help if you have any questions. And also ask, do you have a goal? How are you going towards your goal? And what are you making to make it happen? And I'm going to stop here. I hope you enjoyed it. I had fun. I also think this is work that is relevant, but I'm looking forward to keep on doing it with you. Until the next video, have fun. Oof, this has been quite a journey. Time for a section wrap up. I hope that you're doing great. I hope that you enjoy this section. And let's just take a moment to see and assess all the amazing progress that you have done in this Python part. We start by exploring the print function, which is essential for displaying information. Then we learned about the input function, which enables us to combine it with a print. So the print displays information, the input takes information, and this allows us to customize everything that you do. We had fun creating the superhero name, and then where we combine both the print and the input functions. A simple exercise, but hopefully a fun one. We focused on Python variable types, understanding the differences between strings, integers, floats, booleans. We learned about arithmetic operators, how to perform calculations with Python. And we didn't stop there really, right? So we went on and we conquered comparison operators, where we learn to compare values one with each other efficiently. And then we also had a challenge, right? So we built this tiny program that would allow us to split a bill, include a tip, and display that information to the users. And then we moved on to the if-else conditions, which are very important to control the flow for decision making. We add exercise like can you vote and grading papers. And then lastly, you add more challenges on the Berghain Club Bouncer and the monthly savings plan calculator. In conclusion, right? So I think you've made incredible progress. So please give yourselves a pat on the back, celebrate a bit, take a pause, and then we continue on the next section because our journey is just starting now. Until the next video, have fun. Hey everyone, time to start a new journey now into intermediate Python. And this section is designed to help you level up your skills in Python. And we'll introduce some essential programming constructs, data structures, and also coding techniques. Let's have a quick look at the topics that we'll cover together. Our first stop will be while loops, which allow us to execute the block of code repeatedly as long as a certain condition holds true. And this type of construct is very important to gain control over the flow of the programs. And for instance, we'll build a fun countdown timer. Moving forward, we'll go into the world of lists. This is a specific data type. It is very, very versatile, and they're great in order to have a look, store, collect, and manage items. From a practice perspective, we'll be focusing on building an expense report and also a fun one with Fibonacci numbers. Next up, we'll focus on randomization. We'll learn how to use the random module in Python, and we'll be able to generate random numbers, shuffle lists, sample populations. This one is very important to make sure that we have representative data. And in terms of practice, we'll focus on building a program to choose our next movie and another one that tries to read minds. We'll continue then the journey by exploring dictionaries. This is a very powerful data structure that uses key value pairs to store and manage information. And as we become familiar with dictionaries, we'll create a fun pet sound dictionary, and we'll also tackle budgeting challenges. Next up, for loops. They enable us to iterate through various sequences, such as lists, tuples, dictionaries. And using for loops, we'll calculate sums of numbers, counting characters, and we'll even do a treasure hunting adventure. Last but not least, we'll be working on functions. These are reusable blocks of code to help us streamline our programs. It will allow us to call them with specific inputs to produce outputs. We'll create functions for adding numbers, counting vowels, converting Celsius to Fahrenheit. And to top it all off, we'll also design a recipe converter using the functions that we have learned. So let's get started. We'll definitely need to level up in terms of Python programming. It will get more complex, it will get more challenging, and definitely much more fun. Until the next video, have fun. In this video, I'm going to cover while loops. So what exactly are they? In a general but okay definition, right? It's a repeating cycle that keeps running a block of code as long as a specific condition stays true. And in Python, the syntax for a while loop looks something like this. So we start with while, specific condition, colon, and everything goes below. have in mind here that we also have the indentation, very similar to the if-else. Moreover, and as long as the condition is true, the loop keeps going. But once the condition is false, the loop stops and the program moves on to the next line of code outside of the loop. Now, here's an example to help you picture it better. Imagine that you are an Uber driver and your car only carries 4 people or less. Here is how you would actually create a Python program for your car. You'd start here with a while loop. See that we start by declaring a specific variable, so people in car. And what happens is that you would allow people inside the car until you reach 5. And once you reach 5, you'd be like, no more people allowed. And this is how, in a very simple way, it would actually work. So let me have a look again. So we start by defining this people in car variable. We move on to the loop and we say, okay, until it's less than 5, come on in. And then we keep on adding 1 person at a time. We make the check. And once we are done, it'll be like, okay, no more people allowed. Now, let's also try a couple of more engaging practice exercises to make sure that you really got the hang of this. I'll see you in the next video. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. We're going to start the Python intermediate exercises. Please come to the intermediate folder. And now let's find here the starter file. It is this last one. And it is the one that you should go with because it already has some exercises there, some instructions. I think it's a bit easier if you use it. At the same time, while it is loading, we have 4 big challenges here that we're going to do throughout this section. I know maybe it's not that long in terms of videos, but in terms of practice, it will be. So I think it's very exciting and I think you'll learn a lot, but have in mind that it is going to be challenging. We have here our starter file or start file in this case, and then we start off with while loops. Then we have lists, randomization, we have challenges, dictionaries, more challenges, for loops, more challenges, functions, exercises, and more challenges. So you see that the theme here is really to practice, practice, practice. And okay, I think I'm doing something wrong. Let me undo. So edit, undo cell. And let me correct this. So tutorial, and let me start a new cell, and let me increase here the size. And our example was the Uber driver. And the Uber driver, you can also think of it as a bus driver, but it will allow people inside the vehicle until it reaches a certain limit. And the way that it goes, so it's always easy to declare stuff outside of the loop. So people in car equals 0. And then the way that a while loop works is while and then the condition. So while people in car less than 5 and then colon, and then we do it. And here we can do many things. For instance, print and then an F string, people in car, people inside the car, and then colon, and then curly brackets, people in car. Thing is that the way that it goes, if we just do this, right, this is a loop that is infinite because people in car 0, while people in car less than 5, print this, and as soon as it starts running, it's going to print this forever and ever. So I need to interrupt this because otherwise this is an eternal loop. And what I need to do is that I need inside of this while loop to have a condition so that eventually the initial condition for the while loop is met and then it stops. In this case, people in car and then plus equals 1. So we add 1 at a time. Let's do Control Enter. And here you go. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then at the end, we would print the car is full. The car is full. Let's do it again. And here we go. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The car is full. Now, let me share with you another example. So print all the even numbers until 20. And you can also just go here and stop. And I would actually ask that you do it. Try to do it on your own, and then I'll return. All right. Okay, are you done? Let's give it a try. So print the even numbers until 20. So n equals to 20. We also need to start somewhere. So I equals 0. So we're going to print all the even numbers from 0 to 20. So while I less than or equal to n, we do a colon. And then each time we would, so if the number divided by 2 is even, right, then we would print I. And the way to do it is I modulus 2, right? So if the remainder of this operation is 0, this means that we have an even number, because any number divided by 2 and that the remainder is 0 is even. So if this, we print I, and then else what we do is print the number, and then I is not even. Here we go. Now let me put this as an F string, and let's give it a go. And aha, I'm forgetting something. Here we go. So this was a loop that is infinite, right? Because inside a loop, I must do something. And that something is something that will change or in this case, increase the I each time. So in this case, I plus equal 1. Let's do Control Enter once more. And here you go. So 0, number 1 is not even. 2, number 3 is not even, and so on. And I'm going to stop here. There's more exercises now on the Udemy platform. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Now I'm going to solve the exercise, which was to create a countdown timer that prints liftoff at the end. And then I'm also going to show you how to add some, let's call it some pizzazz to the countdown timer. So countdown timer as a comment, and then let's say countdown equals to 10. And then what we do here is, so while countdown bigger than or equal to 0, this executes. So if the countdown equals to 0, and then what I wanted to do is to print liftoff. Liftoff. And here we go. And then else we would then print, but that is below, right? So print and then F string T minus, and then countdown seconds. Here you go. And okay, this should be outside of the curly brackets, countdown seconds. And what we do is countdown and then minus equal 1. And if we do this, this will absolutely work. T minus 10, 9, 8, so on. And then lift off. Let me add some exclamation mark. And now I want to show you how to make this an actual countdown timer. I will show you the random module, but there's also this one, which is called time. And this allows us to check time, to include time in our applications. And the way that we are going to do is, so each time here, what we do is that we are going to put the application to sleep for 1 second. This means that there is a break each time that our program hits time.sleep. So let me show you how this works. Control Enter, T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, and so on. So this is my pizzazz to our countdown timer until it finally says liftoff. Now, of course, to understand the while loops, this time module, not super important. I have to say that this is more just to show off, so to speak, rather than to have an immediate impact or to have some actual application. But you can do it, right? It's about being creative and showing off. We are going to build more while loops as we go through these sections, as we learn about lists, dictionaries, and so on. And this is just this warm introduction. Until the next video, have fun. Hey everyone, in this video, I'm going to talk about Python lists. We'll talk about the essentials of lists and how they can help you organize the data effectively. In Python, lists are a built-in data structure, and they're used to store multiple items in one variable. And for the characteristics, they are ordered, mutable, and can contain items of different data types and even other lists. To create a list, you just put the items within square brackets and separate them with commas. Something like this. My list, and then you have item 1, item 2, item 3, and so on. For example, here's a list of integers. So numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you can also have mixed data types. So 42, LO, 3.14, true. And these are just some simple examples. But the most important thing about this video is really to show you that they're there, but you can also do some operations with them. So for instance, let me show you first how to access items. You can get individual items using their index, starting from 0 for the first item. For instance, let me give you an example. So we have our numbers and we have our mixed list. If we go here to the numbers and we get the item 0, because in Python index starts at 0, we will get 1. If we go to the mixed list and get 2, be 0, 1, 2, 3.14, the output is then 3.14. Another thing that you can do is slicing. This means that we grab a portion of the list. And for instance, we can specify a start and an end. Have in mind that the end is not included as an index. For example, let me show you. So numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we would print numbers from 1. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, we would print from 1 to 4. But the end, in terms of an index perspective, it is not included. So this way of doing 1 to 4 is the same as doing 1 to 3. And the fourth one is excluded. Another thing that we can do is to modify items. Lists are mutable, and this means that you can change their contents. And if you want to modify an item, you assign a new value to the corresponding index. For example, we have our numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you want to change the first one from 1 to 100. You would call the list, you would call the index position 0, and you'd assign 100. And then as you print the numbers, you'd get 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then as well, you can also add items. And then there's two ways. The append method, this is one of the most common, and then the plus operator. For example, 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, so this is our list. And then we say numbers append 6, and then we append something to the end. And this is very important. It's not in order alphabetical or in terms of magnitude, it's to the end. And at the same time, you can also say numbers and you add numbers plus 789. And then as you print numbers, you get 100, and then this other list gets added also to the end. If you can add items, you can also remove them. You can use the remove method or the pop. They're slightly different. So let's have a look at each of them. So we start with the numbers. And if you delete index position 0, the 100 would be removed. Then we have the remove, and this is where you remove that one specific, right? So we're not talking about the index position, we're talking about that specific item from the list. And then lastly, we have the pop method. This one is interesting because in this case, we are removing the last one. But what happens is that we remove the last one and we assign it to a new variable. So this is very important when you want to create something and take it out from something else. It's more common than you think. And as you'll be able to see throughout this course, this is always an option that you can use. Now, there's a lot more to learn in terms of lists, but from a data analysis perspective, this is more than enough. It's a very solid foundation to build on. And with this, we are actually done. I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let me show you the basics of list by starting to create a simple list. So I'm going to call this one numbers. And the way that it works, we start the list by having square brackets and then having 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is a very simple example. And then if we get the numbers, we see that it is the exact same thing. One thing about lists is that you can include numbers, you can include strings, booleans. So let me show you a mixed list. So mixed list equals to, and then 42, and then hello, 3.14, and true. So this covers all the main 4 data types that we have seen. And by the way, the Python list will be a 5th variable type that we have, because now we have lists as well. And then mixed list, and it is the exact same thing, right? So we have the square brackets, and then we have the values. Now, I want to show you how to assess the list, and to do it, for instance, print numbers, and then the way to access it is through the index. So this means their relative position. So in this case, I go to numbers, I want index position 0, and in Python, index starts at 0, so you get 1 as the numbers. And you can also get, so print mixed list, and if I want a hello, I'm gonna go to my mixed list, index position, then 1, and here we go. We have the 1 and the hello. Aside from assessing, we can slice. And this means to grab a portion of the list. And then here, have in mind that the end of the list is not included. Not included. And access the list. Let me add here that you can get specific items using their index, and index starts at 0. So these are also notes that I add here, starts at 0. And to do it, it's fairly simple, right? So we have our numbers, and what we can do is go to our numbers, and then here get from 1 to 4. Let's put it like that. And we get index positions 1, 2, and 3. So the end is not included. So if we go, so 0, we don't want. So 1, 2, and 3, 2, 3, and 4. And here we have it. After we slice, right, we can also modify items. And have in mind, so lists are mutable. So this means that you can change, you can alter them. So you can change them. And you add a new value via their index. So if we go to numbers and we want to change the first index position to 100, and then we get our numbers, Control Enter. And here you go. So 100, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Next up, aside from modifying, you can add items to the list using the append method. So append method, you can go to numbers dot append, and let's say that we add 10. And what happens is that it gets added to the very end. And then on top, aside from the append, you can also have the concatenation method. This one is simpler if you want to put two lists together. So numbers, and then you can do equals, or better yet, plus equal, because we can do this right. And then you add a new list with 10, 23, and 42. And we get our numbers here once again. So after we now add items, we can also remove them. So we can remove items. We have the delete method. So we go to del, and then we go via the index position. So numbers, and then square brackets, 0. Let's get our numbers here. And you see that we removed the 0. We can also remove a specific item with the remove method. So it's also very simple, right? So we go to numbers, we do dot remove, and let's say that we don't want a 10. So let me do Control Enter. And what happens is that if we go and look at numbers again, the first 10 is gone. So this is also just removing one at a time. If I go and I do again, right? So numbers remove 10, then we remove the second one. Next up, using the pop method. So using the pop method, and let's say that this is very useful when you want to remove something and you want to store it somewhere else. So let's say that we want to get the last number. We go to numbers, we do dot pop. Now let me show you, right? So print numbers, and we print the last number. And so 42 should now be our last number, and numbers should be without the number 42. So here we go. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 23. You can also pop with a specific index. So some number. We go to numbers, and what we do is dot pop. Let's say that we want the second to last, -2. So print numbers, and then we print some number. Now, if I'm not mistaken, what happens is that if we pop -2, right, we should get them 5 as the sum number. So let's do it, and here you go. So we pop the 5, which is now stored as in some number, and then from the numbers it is removed. And with this, we're done. There's more, but this is more than enough to cover the basics and for us to do a lot of exercises. So let's do them. Wish you the best of luck. Till next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do the exercises. And of course, I'm aware that when it comes to this expense report, for instance, there's something that we have not covered yet, but that's really part of the challenge as well, right? Because it's impossible for anyone to show you 100% of things. I can show you most of it, but there's always something that is not out there. And the goal is that you also become independent when it comes to your Python programming. And this implies using Google, using Chat, GPT. All of those tools are out there to help you succeed. So the first thing, and this was the part that was in the exercise, is to compute the total expenses. And this one is very easy for us. So total. One of the things that you can do with lists is that you can sum them. Sum. So, and then monthly expenses. Here we go. And then we will do a print with an F string, the total expenses were, and then curly brackets, and then total. Let's do Control Enter. And here we have it. So 8320. The extra is now just for this exercise to compute the average spending for the month. And I would ask that you stop here and give it a try. All right, are you done? Let's do the average spending. So compute the average spending. Here we go. So average. So this one, and the way that average is the sum of everything divided by the number of instances. So total. And now what we need to find out is, okay, how do I count how many elements are inside the list? And that is using the length, which is under len function. And then here I just put monthly expenses. So if I just take this here, let me run it in a different cell. And here we go. So we have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a very, very handy function for you to use. Then we would print with an F string the average spending was, and then inside curly brackets, average. Here we go, Control Enter. And here we have it. You can also then round this, so colon, and then let's say 1 float or dot 1 float, Control Enter. And here we have it. So 1188.6. And this would be it. The important thing is that you understand that for most of the things that you'd like to do, hopefully there's a very simple command. And if you are to Google how to sum everything in a list, how to count how many elements in a list, this should pop very, very easily. Now let's do the next exercise. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's print the first 10 Fibonacci numbers. So for those who don't know, let's do a very quick Google search on Fibonacci. And let me go here to images. And it's also called the golden ratio, but we would have here the Fibonacci series. This is actually a good image here. And we have the first numbers are 0 and 1. And that the sum of the third one is equal to the sum of the first two. And you keep this going here as a loop. So this is what we aim to solve. This is called the golden ratio. I think a lot of patterns on nature have this kind of sequence or ratio. So you're welcome to give it a look. Let's start by defining, right? So as we saw, first two numbers are 0 and 1. So first equals to 0. And then the second equals to 1. And then we would have the third, which is equal to the first plus the second. Now, our goal is to print the first 10. Therefore, one thing that we can use is the while loop. So, while. Now, it's very easy when it comes to a list of items to use lists. So I'm going to create this Fibonacci list, which is an empty one. And what I'm going to do is, while the length of this Fibonacci is less than 10. And we kind of need to check here if we start at 0 or not. Again, this is part of the discovery here. And otherwise, we can keep on going. Now, the logic here is that we need this third here. So we need to make this computation. And then we need to make some transformations, because each time what happens is that the first becomes the second, and then the second becomes the third. And this is it. Now we are inside the while loop, so we need to have this concluded in a way. And what we can do is Fibonacci, and we can append the first number. Now let me print it for you. So print Fibonacci. Let me do Control Enter. And here you go. So 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1. And let me check. So let me put this outside of the while loop. So 0, 1, 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So indeed, as we do the list, because recall that list, the index position starts at 0. So we need to count up until 10. So because we're starting at 0, so it's basically from 0 to 9, and that will amount to 10. I hope you enjoyed this exercise. So we played around with lists, we played around with while loops, also some operations, and it's time to go to the next video. Hey everyone, in this video I'm going to talk to you about randomization, and we are going to explore the key concepts, how to use it with Python's built-in random module. This is something we still need to cover. We're going to generate random numbers, choose random elements from a list, and more. Starting with the general definition. So randomization is the process of selecting values or making decisions without any pattern or predetermined sequence. In programming, randomization is often used for tasks like generating test data, simulating random events, or adding variety to user experiences. In data analysis, so random sampling is a very powerful technique to make sure that our data is unbiased. And by selecting a random sample of data points, you can ensure that your analysis is representative of the entire population, which reduces the risk of biased conclusions. For example, when conducting surveys, businesses can use random sampling to avoid potential biases that could skew the results. And when it comes to the application, we're going to use Python's built-in random module that provides various functions to generate random numbers and make random choices. Let's dive into these functions. The first one would be to generate a random float. To generate a random float between 0 and 1, you can use the random function. You start by importing this module. This module is like a collection of stuff that you can use in Python to make your life easier. So instead of doing the code on your own, you're using, or better yet, you're borrowing these functions from something else that someone has created. And then to apply it, you usually get the module, and then you select the function here. So for instance, from random, we're using the random function. The function is usually represented by having the parentheses here. And for instance, if we were to get a random float, this is an example output. So each time that you do it, something would be different. And if you imagine that we can generate a random float, for sure, we can also generate a random integer. And to do it, there's the randint function. For instance, in this one, the randint, what we're doing is that we're generating a random integer between 1 and 10, 10 being inclusive, and an example output would be 4. Next up, we can also generate a random float within a specified range with a uniform function. Here you go, uniform 1 and 5. And then if you print a random float from a specific range, you get 2.91, for example. So aside from generating random numbers, we can pick randomly with the choice function. So if you want to pick something from a list, use the choice function from the random. You just put here, and then it will just get an example output. For instance, cherry. Aside from that, shuffling is also very important. And this implies that we have a representative, that stuff is not skewed, that everything, like, it's the same as playing cards, right? So if you don't shuffle the cards before, everyone gets from the same color or the same type of card. Doesn't really work. To do it, for instance, we have my list, we shuffle, and an example output would be 31542. Last but not least, probably the one I use the most, so sample. And this is for us to choose multiple elements from a list, to randomly choose a specified number of unique elements. We use this sample function, and it's the same, right? So we have the list, we apply the sample mechanism, and we would say how many we want in the sample, right? So we just say, hey, go to my list, pick 3, and this would be an example output 513. It's also important to notice that it is not only choosing, right? It's also shuffling. So have in mind that we're doing multiple things at once, right? So we're picking several, but also we're shuffling around to make sure that, again, it's representative, that the data is not skewed. And I'm going to stop here. I want to show you how to do all of this in Python. This is very important for data analysis, and we'll do this time and time again. Maybe we don't use specifically the random module, but we use techniques and we use functions that use the random modules, because randomization is an important element. Now, let's kick it off. Until next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's go through this randomization practice tutorial. I'm going to start by importing the random module. And what is happening is that, so import random. And what is happening is that us, instead of building the code from scratch, we borrow these functions that are out there for us to make it faster, to make it more efficient. Because you won't each time need to, in this case, build a while loop, or in the future build a function or a for loop, as we still need to learn. More often than not, everything is pre-built for us, and it's time that we start learning about it. The first thing I want to show you is to generate a random float between 0 and 1. So the way to use the module is that you start by calling it random. And then you specify the function that we want to use. So for this one specifically, it is random. And the key difference is that we have these parentheses here. And because we're calling it first and then specifying it with a parenthesis, and then Python knows what we are referring to. And each time that you run this, we will get a different float between 0 and 1. Now, you may want to generate a random integer here, and the same thing. So we use random, and the function is called randint, and then we specify from 0 or from 1 and up until 10, for instance. And each time we generate a new one. If we don't include anything, we will get an error. Sometimes functions require us to include the arguments, which is in this case. In the first one, it did not because it knew already it was between 0 and 1. That is the function. This one, what the function is doing is going to generate a random integer between a and b. Therefore, you kind of need to include this a and b. In this case, let's put 1 and 10 once more. You can also generate a random float, within a range. So random dot uniform between 1 and 5. And okay, I'm getting an error. Module random has no attribute uniform. There's a spelling mistake, uniform. And let me do it, right? So each time we're kind of generating something new. The next thing, so after generating, we can pick or select or shuffle. And in this case, I'm going to choose a random element from a list. So I'm going to call it my list. Why not? And then inside square brackets, apple, then banana, and then cherry and orange. And if we want to pick randomly from this list, we use random dot choice. And then inside, you kind of need to include something, right? So include my list. Each time, you can also select here this, and it kind of gives you an overview. So open in tab, choose a random element from a non-empty sequence. And unfortunately, not everything is well documented. So for instance, for this one, I would have really appreciated some examples, but there is some documentation for everything that we use. So let me do Control Enter here. And each time we will get a different fruit here. So after we choose, we can also shuffle a list. So shuffle a list, and to do it, so random dot shuffle and then my list. You can do it with strings. You can do it with numbers. Really, you can do about everything. So my list. So each time that you run it, it becomes slightly different. Last but not least, you can also choose multiple elements from a list. So choose multiple elements randomly. By the way, this is AKA sampling, right? So random dot sample, and here let me include my list. And okay, I'm getting an error. Let me close this. And missing one required positional argument, k. Let's have a look, because I know what is k, but not everyone knows, right? You're learning. So it chooses k unique random elements from a population sequence or set. And let me see if I can get a better overview. But basically, what is happening is that we input this population, and k is the number of elements that we want from it. So let me put 3. And each time, not only are we actually taking some, but we're also shuffling. So that, for instance, you see, so apple, banana, apple. So you see that apple here was first and now it's last. Again, it's both shuffling. It's both choosing several. So this is probably the one that you will use the most. When it comes to others, like the generating, they're useful when you're building applications that require some randomness here, some luck or unluck factor. But in general, when it comes to data analysis, definitely the sample. And yeah, of course, generating stuff from time to time, but not as common. I hope this is clear. Let's do some exercises. Until the next video, have fun. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to create a sequence of movies to watch, and it's gotta be randomized and we need to see them all. And each time that we pick, we also need to randomize what's coming next. The goal here is that, or better yet, the inspiration is for those moments where you don't really know what to watch. You kind of like have a list of stuff, but you don't know how to decide. We're going to let Python do exactly that. To do it, we are going to mix here our randomization. And let's start by kind of defining all the steps that we need to do. We have here the remaining movies list. And we need to pick a movie. So that is step number 1. Then we need to communicate. And let me scroll down. Communicate the movie to watch. That is step number 2. And then we need to remove the movie from the watch list. And we can also add here, we can also communicate the options. Communicate the options. So if we are to communicate options, right, it will be something like print and then an F string, and then the remaining movies are, and then curly brackets, and then remaining movies. So this is one thing. To pick a movie, we need, so chosen movie, and then what we do, we use the random dot choice, and then we take it from the remaining movies. And then we communicate, so print an F string, and then the movie to watch is, and then curly brackets, chosen movie. So we are here, and then we remove. So remaining underscore movies. We remove the chosen movie. So this is definitely part of it. So chosen movie. And okay, this should be with just one O, I think. Yeah, sorry about that. So chosen, and not chosen. And let's recap, right? So we have the list of movies. We print what they are. We pick one. We communicate what it is. And then we remove it. And now is really okay. This is just going once. And we need to do it for all of the movies until there's none left. Because that is actually the main goal here. So that is actually a very simple way of saying we need a while loop. And what we can do is, because we know that it is while and then condition. So we can do while remaining movies and then colon. You add it here and then you just indent everything. And this will run until this is absolutely empty. Let me do Control Enter so that you see. So the remaining movies are blah, blah. The movie to watch is Interstellar. And then we remove Interstellar. We watch Dark Knight. We remove Dark Knight. And each time that we do it, it should be random. So this is how you do it. I hope you enjoyed this. Let me briefly introduce you to the next challenge, Read My Mind. And these are the things that you need to do. So you need to generate a secret number, so between 1 and 100. You need to set the attempts, like 5. And then you need to ask the user, so the player, for their input. You need to provide hints, so more or less. You need to track the attempts, and you need to, at the end, to determine the outcome. So I hope that you find this a fun exercise, and in the next video, I'll solve it with you, but otherwise, I'll leave it here. Until then, have fun. Hey everyone, and welcome back. I'll be very keen on understanding how you manage to do this exercise. Was it easy? Was it difficult? Please let me know. You can reach out to me in the Q&A. Now, let's get started and solve it together. Let me get basically this, because this is the task, and I always like to basically put everything here as text and then break it down. If I look at it, it's way too many things. So let me take one by one and see what I do with it. And so these are all the steps. So this is me kind of having all the rules here and what needs to be achieved. It's fairly straightforward, and basically anything that you do in terms of work, right, kind of need to have it broken down. And if it's not you, it should also come broken down, because otherwise it's a pain. And okay, so generate a secret number and write a program that uses Python's built-in random module to create a random integer between 1 and 100. And okay, this mystical number, this part doesn't really matter, right? So you also need to learn what is information and what is fluff. And this is definitely fluffs. So generate a secret number. This we know how to do. So our number, and this one we'll use random. So random, and then rand int between 1 and 100. And we know that since we are using this rand int, that it includes both endpoints, right? So it's really between 1 and 100. So this is step 1. Let's see. So step 2, set your attempts. And okay, this one I think we can also do fairly easily. Set your attempts, and let me allow the user only 5 attempts, and then keep track of the remaining attempts as the game progresses. So this part, so I think we can split it into 2, right? So setting and keeping track. So these are 2 different things. And attempts, so set it equal to 5, right? So attempts equals to 5. Keeping track, we'll do it later on. I mean, we're still not building the game, so we kind of need to put it on the side. And then accept user input. Prompt the user to enter their guess for the secret number. Okay, we can do that. And let me come here. So accept user input. So prompt the user for their secret number. Make sure to convert their input into an integer. So these we can do. So user guess, and then I do int input. Please guess a number between 1 and 100. So this we are doing, and then let's see. So provide hints for each incorrect guess. Okay, let me bring it, but I don't think we can do it already. So provide hints. So for each incorrect guess, and give the user a hint to guide their next attempt. So this one we can not do yet, because first we need to compare it and track attempts. so keep track of the remaining attempts. So this part is here. So let me actually zoom in a bit more here. Track attempts with each guess, decrement the number of remaining attempts. This has been considered here, so we can ignore it. Determine the outcome if the user successfully guesses the secret number within the allowed attempts. Congratulate them on their victory. Okay, so this is very much at the end. So first, let's put it like this, right? So we have the number, we have the attempts, we have the guess, and we need to kind of compare it. And let's try to combine this with the provide hints. So we can do this. So if user guess, if this is less than the target number, and we do print, and we just say, higher. So this is 1. And then elif. And there's two things that we want to consider. If it's more than or less than. We don't want equal, right? So equal is winning. So elif user guess bigger than number. And I think I put number, not target number. Let me correct that so that we make sure that we are doing it well. Print. And then here, put lower. And then else. You can also just put here none. This is always a possibility. So we are here, right? We have written quite a bit of code, so let's test it out, see how it is working. Let me do Control Enter. So please guess a number between 1 and 100. I really want to have a space there. Let me put here 10. And then it just says higher. And okay, so let me put here a colon and a space and provide hints. And then let's track the attempt. So this part, we can put it here below on the provide hints. So we organize here our results and then keep track of the remaining attempts as the game progresses. And we also need to decrease by 1. And this was part of the guidelines. So with each guess, decrement the number of attempts left. And for that, what we do, so we kind of need to go through everything. And then we go here to attempts and then minus equal 1. And we kind of have the structure here. We still don't have the last one, so determine the outcome. But I would focus now here on our loop. So what I want here is a loop that goes through the inputs, compares, and decreases the attempts. So let me go here, add a tab. So this is my input. And the first two things, so these are our rules, so to speak. So these are our options. And what I want to do here, so I want to have two things. And let me add it as a comment first. So while we have attempts, and while the guess is not correct. Guess is not correct. And we kind of need to have these two, right? Because if we have the guess but we don't have attempts, it doesn't really work out. So we kind of need to go with two options. So while, and since we have two, having parentheses is always a good idea. So while attempts is bigger than 0, and what we have is while as well, the user guess is different than the number. So it's these two things that we need to do. Now, what we have here as well, and let me actually run it for you to see. So please guess a number between 1 and 100, higher, 60, lower, 30, lower 20, and okay, so lower again 15, and okay, it's done. Higher. One thing that I like to do here as well, that's good practice, is that you should declare all variables before. And what I mean is that we have this user guess here, but we only declare it here. So it's a good thing, or it's a good practice to declare it first. And I'm just going to put none here, but this would be a good practice. It still works, and probably it will actually always work, but it's important that these conditions come from above and not from the actual game. And yeah, so this is part of it. So for now, we have just lost the game, and we know that it kind of works. But now let me try to win a game. So higher, 75, lower, so 63, lower, 55, higher, 58. Okay, actually, let me give myself more attempts. Otherwise, we may be here forever. It's very difficult to read someone's mind. So 50, lower, 25, lower, 12. And okay, I got it right. So this works. And then we can actually move to the last point, which is to determine the outcome. So Control C and Control V. So determine the outcome. If the user successfully guesses the secret number within the allowed attempts, congratulate them on their victory. And let me have a hashtag here. If the user fails, reveal the secret number and let them know that they have been defeated. So how to do this, right? So if user and user guess, and then equals to number, colon, print, congrats, your guess, and then let me put here the user guess or user number, it doesn't really matter. User guess was correct. Let me add here an F string as well. So F, and then else we can print, and then an F string as well. And fortunately, the guess or the number was, number. Now let me do Control Enter, see if we manage. So higher 75, lower 62, 55, okay, 53. Congrats, your guess 53 was correct. Now let me reduce the number of attempts back to 5, and let me see if I can manage to fail this, but while still trying. And so higher 75, lower 62, higher, let me put 68, and then higher 72, and we're done. And yeah, unfortunately, the number was 73. And that is it, right? So definitely a bit more challenging. We need to have a while with several comparisons. We need to have inputs. We need to have if-else conditions. We need to determine the outcome also with if-else conditions. So a bit more challenging, a bit more structure that we need to go through. But I hope you had fun, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, let me introduce you to Dictionaries. They are a versatile data structure, and they will allow you to actually build much more complex programs. It's very important to get to know them specifically for data analysis. There are a lot of outputs from modules or functions that we often use that come as a dictionary. So being able to manipulate them is very important. In terms of the characteristics, they are mutable, unordered collections of key-value pairs. Each unique key is bound to a value, and it creates a powerful and efficient way to store and access data. Now, they are called dictionaries because, similarly to a dictionary, there is something and there is something corresponding to it. To create a dictionary in Python, we use the curly braces or curly brackets and separate keys and values with colons. For example, if you build your own spell book and you have 3 spells, Fireball, Teleport, Heal, you have Fireball with a value of 3, Teleport 5, Heal 2. This is one way of doing it. And in this dictionary, the spells are the keys and the power levels are the values. If you want to access a specific value associated with a particular key, you can use the brackets, something like this. You go to the spell book, you specify the key, in this case Fireball, and you get the output from it. At the same time, you can also add or update key value pairs. It's also fairly easy. For instance, if you want to add, you just go here and you add a new one. So lightning, number 4, adds a new spell. If you want to instead update, you include the key inside square brackets and then you update with a new value. If, on the other hand, you want to remove a spell from your spellbook or dictionary, you can use the delete keyword. So delete my spellbook, you specify that you no longer want the teleport there, and it goes away. To wrap it up, dictionaries are incredibly useful in countless applications. Storing configuration settings, managing inventories. They're very important for anyone who wants to learn Python, and mastering them will enhance your ability to tackle more complex challenges with simplicity. Let's see how this works in Python. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let me do this tutorial with you on dictionaries. We start by creating a dictionary. So dictionary. Okay, yeah, no spelling mistakes. Here we go. So a dictionary is really like a dictionary. We have something and something that corresponds to it. So if it were to be a dictionary, we would have a word and a meaning. And the Python dictionary, we have a key and we have a specific value. This is why we call it key-value pairs. So let me go and build this dictionary. So my spell book and then equals to. To do it, we start with curly brackets. And then, for instance, we have 3 spells. Fireball, power level 3. Then we have the teleport. And then this one as a power level 5. And then last but not least, healing or heal with power level 2. Let me do print my spell book. So this is 1. And yeah, here we go. You can also go and print just the values or the keys. So here we go, my spellbook dot keys parentheses, and here we go. Here we have it, right? So dict keys, we have it inside a list, the values. We zoom in for a bit so we can see it better. And you can also print the values. So my spellbook, and then you do dot values. Here we go. Okay, tiny error. Let me add the parentheses, and here you go. We also have this. Alternatively, you can also go here and build it differently. So another way to create a dictionary. So my spellbook and equals to, we use the dict function for dictionary, and then we just specify fireball equals to 3, teleport. Okay, let me get rid of all that information. So teleport equals to 5, and then heal equals to 2. And if you have here my spellbook, so my spellbook, this should be exactly the same. Now let me show you some things that you can do. So for instance, adding a key value pair. So this is one of them. And let me go here. Let's say that we learned a lightning spell. So my spellbook, and then you start with the square brackets, and then you add lightning. And then let's say that our power level equals to 4. Let's have a look at our spellbook. So my spellbook, Control Enter, and here we have it at the end. Alternatively, you may want to update a key value pair. Let's say that we improved our healing. So we just specify it here. So if we do this, right, we get 2, and then we do equals to 3. And then we have it updated. So my spellbook, Control Enter, and here we have it, right? So now the value is 3. Last but not least, we may want to delete a key value pair. And for instance, delete, we go to my spellbook, and then we specify that we no longer want to teleport. So teleport, and here we go. And let's have a look at our spellbook. And let me do Control Enter. And here we have it, right? So now it is gone from our dictionary. And this is it. Now it's time that you do some exercises. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this exercise, which is to create a program that translates your pet sound. And the way that we have it, right, we should kind of build this program that if there's a sound, so mew, woof, grr, then we have a corresponding output, right? So what does it mean? And this is another application of dictionaries, that you have an action and the result of that action. So let's kick it off here. So we have the dictionary sound, and what we need to have is, okay, let's see what is the sound. We kind of need to have an input. Then we need to have this interpretation of it. And otherwise, we need to communicate the findings. So we go here and we would create a Python code that gets the input. And we kind of need to be specific about the input here. So aside from getting the input, so let's do that one first. Sound equals to, and then input, enter the magical sound, and then colon. But if we just do this, right, we don't really give the user the possibilities that we currently have. So it's important to have this F string. The possibilities are, and then we can put here pet sounds dot keys. So this is one possibility. Let me do it. So the possibilities are dict keys, and then we can also make this nicer. We can also add here a list. and close the parentheses here. But let me do this first. So whatever, doesn't really matter what I include here. And this is a bit better, right? So the possibilities are mu, woof, and gr. And then we need to have an interpretation. So first, let me do it with mu here. And then we have this interpretation. So the meaning equals, and one way to do it, so pet sounds. And then we would put here the sound. So let me do it. Mu. So everything is working. And let me communicate the findings. And this would be something in the realm of print and an F string, the magical pet set, and then meaning. Here we go. So mu, the magical pet said, I am hungry. And let me add some single quotes here. Let me try again. Woof. And here you go. The magical pet said, I want to play. And there's another thing that I want to show you here. So this is one possibility, but I want to show you another one, which is even better. Meaning equals to, we go to our pet sounds and we use this get. And this get, what it does is that, so it gets something, right? So it gets the sound, but what it also does is that it provides an alternative if we're not doing it right. So nonsense. And here you go. And before we get to it, and I forgot to keep on doing my build up, let's say that we have nonsense, right? We have an error, right? And this is part of using this get method. So if I put my nonsense here, the magical pet said nonsense. But then if I do it right, so let me do gr, which I have not done yet, the magical pet said, I am hungry. So this is a better way of doing it. I also think it looks a bit nicer because I like when the functions also have a verb or something that's telling us what to do. And I like when we have this alternative if it doesn't work out. And this is a more elegant, it's also a nicer way, and something that I wanted to show you. And with this, I'm going to stop, but let me introduce you to the challenge here. Let me zoom out briefly. So what is the challenge? So budget mastermind. Here we go. It's a bit more challenging, this one here. And so we have data structures, input loop, transactions, and so on. And we have for the budget mastermind, we have here some information as well. So in the exercises and information, let me actually add it here to your starter file as well, so that you'll have it. But you have these options here. So you kind of start there. Okay, this was definitely not what I wanted. And okay, so Control A, Control C. And let me try again. Here we go. We have here the expenses and the income. The expenses can be groceries, entertainment, shopping, and other. Income can be salary, investments, or other. And based on this, and let me go here to your challenge, you kind of need to build this program that's going to take the user inputs, right? And user inputs can be for all the expenses, all the money that they have earned, and it needs to categorize them and at the end provide a balance. But have a look, read it, see how it works, explore. It's going to be a bit challenging, but hopefully you'll find it fun. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this budget mastermind challenge. And if we see it here, we have quite a few requirements that we need to do. For instance, we need to build some data structures. These are kind of pre-built, or at least some of them are here, which are the expenses and the income. Then we need to implement a loop that asks the user for their interactions. And they need to specify if it's an income or an expense. And we need to request a source for income or category for expenses. So we are going to split this here as well. Then we need to have the transactions. We need to go out of the loop. We need to calculate the balance, display the results. So we need to print the user's transactions, income, expenses, and overall balance. And it needs to be clear. And let's not be super strict on the user friendly, but it needs to be clear. So let's get it going and let's see until this actually works. So let's build it step by step, right? So we need to ask if it is income or expense. Then we need to focus. So if income, categorize accordingly. And then if expense, categorize, and then otherwise stop. So let's keep it going. So we go here to transaction type, type, and then equals, we have here the question for the input. So is it an income or an expense? So this is the initial one. Now, if transaction type and transaction type equals to income, we need to do something, right? And let me actually put it below. So Control X to cut, Control V to put it down and paste it again. So we now here, so if it's an income, we need to specify the source. So source equals input, enter the source. And this can be, salary, investments, or other. So this is part 1. And here you go. Let me zoom out for a bit so that we have a better overview for everything. Then we need to ask as well for the amount. So amount equals, let's give it a float, input, and then enter the amount. And then we kind of need to store it here. And for instance, one very simple way to do it is go to income. So we go to our dictionary. We specify the source. And then we do plus equals the amount. So fairly straightforward, right? So we ask, is it an income or an expense? If it's income, we specify the source, then the amount, and then we add it to our dictionary. And now let me actually copy all of this because it should be the same thing, but for the expense. And let's change here what needs to be changed. So enter instead of source, it was a request to call it a category. And this is going to be useful if we store then, the type of category. It makes it easier to navigate. So enter the category, and this could be groceries and entertainment, shopping, or other. Then let me also change here to category. So the amount remains the same, but here instead of income should be expenses. Expenses. and then I get it from the category, and then plus equals the amount. So this is part one, right? We're still only doing it once. And now we can kind of think, okay, until when do we actually run it? And we can do here, so else, and this is called break. So we just stop. If it's not an income, if it's not an expense, we break. Now, let me come here. And what I will do, because this needs to be inside a while loop. And one very simple way to do it is while true. So while this is working, do it. And then at the very end, we break. So let's give it a try. So income, salary, and then 10. So this works. And okay, then it kind of stopped. And I was looking at it. I was like, okay, why did it stop? Okay, the thing is that we have this if, and we should also have elif, right? Because it's not if. It should be if, elif, and then else. Let's try again. We start with income, salary, 10. Here we go. Now expense, entertainment, and then enter the value 10 as well. This works. If I just do whatever, it stops. So this part is definitely working. Then we kind of need to get all the incomes and all the expenses. So if we go here, let's do our calculations. And so that we can start to have a first preview of the final product. So total income, we basically sum the income dot values. And for the total expenses, here we do sum of expenses dot values. And here we go, dot values. And then our balance, this is equal to the total income minus the total expenses. And then what we kind of need to do is print this out, right? So display the info. So we would print your income was, and then total income inside curly brackets, total income. We would print with an F string your expenses were, and then curly brackets, total expenses. I'm seeing that I have a spelling mistake there. Let me correct it. So total income. And then you do print your balance is, and then balance. So in general, we kind of have something that should hopefully work. Salary 100, expense, entertainment, and then let me put 30, and then stop. Your income was 100, your expenses were 30, and your balance is 70. Now, to make it this very, very clear, right? One thing that we're missing is the transactions, right? We kind of need to store everything that was done, because otherwise we just have a final output. And one thing that we can do is that we can have this transactions list here. So transactions and an empty list. And then we would actually always get them. So we would go each time to transactions. We would do append. And this kind of needs to be a dictionary. So here we're playing around with dictionaries inside of lists. So it's a dictionary. we specify the transaction type equals the transaction type. Here we go, comma. We specify that the source equals to source and the amount equals to amount. And then we repeat this, but now for the expenses side. And over here, this is where the key difference and why there should be something or there should be a name that is different for income and expenses, because one will be source, the other one will be categories. So as you navigate this, if you were to do it, then this makes it a bit easier. And here we go. So category equals to category. And then at the very end, as requested, right? So print the user's transactions, income, expenses, and overall balance. So this is the last one. We would go print, and let me fix the mistake. Print, and then transactions. And then we would print the transactions. Transactions. Let's give it a go. And so we have transactions here. We print the transactions there. Okay, I don't really know why there's the mistake, but you know what? Once we get there, and we will get there. So income, salary, 100, expense, shopping, 20, and break. Okay, transactions is not defined. What did I have here? Transactions. Okay, so this is odd. Let me... Aha, I see. I was missing a C. There you go. Let's try again. So income, salary, amount 200, expense, shopping. And you see that it's still working, right? So what happens is that because I made a spelling mistake here, what we will do is that we'll create a new category here, which is still fine, right? For the sake of having this balance, it works. And then it would actually be a matter of fixing this, or, merging stuff that kind of looks like it should be together, but because there was a spelling mistake, then it's not. But for our sake, doesn't really matter, but yeah, it does matter. We're getting a spelling mistake. So shopping, yeah, okay, doesn't really work out. Yeah, because I'm not setting it up right, because when I do here this compounding, it needs to exist already. This is actually a better interpretation here. Sorry about that, but I hope it's clear. We cannot really have spelling mistakes here, because even though we can create new key value pairs, we cannot really do it if the operation that we're doing is a compound. That said, we could have included a new if-else that if it doesn't exist, create it, and so on. But for simplicity here currently, let's make sure that we stop with what we're doing. Okay, I already see that I also made a new mistake there. Let me try again. So we have an income, we have a salary, 200, expense, shopping, and then 20. Let me break it. And okay, why do I have equals to list? Anyway. And let me try again here. So we keep on doing our debugging, which is more than fine, right? Okay, because I'm putting salary. I'm not actually reading the commands. This was stupid. So salary, 200, expense, shopping, 20. We break. And here we go. Now, the next step would be to really display this in a nicer way, I guess. But I'm going to stop here. I think for the sake of doing the exercise, playing around with dictionaries, playing around with lists, I think it does the work. But feel free to continue and please share with me the outcome. And yeah, I hope you enjoy this. I hope you found it challenging, but hopefully you have learned a bit more of Python. Until the next video, have fun. In this video, I am going to cover for loops in Python. They are a very powerful programming construct. They allow us to complete repetitive tasks and they allow us to do it with efficiency. In Python, the for loops allow you to iterate over a sequence, such as a list or a string, executing a block of code for each element in a sequence. This makes for loops essential for tackling repetitive tasks and processing data with ease. And if we go and we have a look at the data structure, it's something very simple. We go for variable in sequence and then the code. Please note here that we have our indentation and then we have the code to be executed for each element. A very simple example would be we go for each color and we want to present each color one at a time. We will go for color in colors. And basically this color each time is replaced by red, blue, and green. And therefore, as we look at it, we'll go the color is red, the color is blue, the color is green. And just to reiterate, right, so here we are iterating through the list one at a time, printing each one. And then for loops can also be used, and this one is very common, in combination with a range function. And this is to repeat the code a specific number of times. Let me give you a very simple example. We go for I in range 5, we would print iteration I, and then it will be iteration 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here the range function generates the sequence of numbers from 0 to 4, and the for loop iterates through this sequence, printing the current iteration number. And the thing is that for loops are extremely powerful and they allow us to do repetitive tasks much quicker. But being very honest about this, I find it to be very complex. It was one of the programming constructs that took me the most to actually learn and to apply easily. I'm going to give you several exercises on this, and in case that you have any questions, please let me know, because I'm here to help. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let me show you around the for loops. And the way that they work is that you need to do some kind of for something in a list or a sequence. So let me put it here, for something in sequence. Therefore, we kind of need to have a sequence. So colors, for instance, and let me put here, so red, blue, and green as well. Here we go, so green. And then what you do is for something in something, do something. So for, and this can be color, can be X, can be whatever. Let me show you around for color. And the sequence must indeed exist. So the first one is a dummy, but the second one must mean something. And then the color is, and then here I do color. Here we go. Let me do it. So this works if I were to put X here and X here as well. This would also work. At the same time, you can also play around. This one is very common using the range function. So this is when you want to iterate something quite a few times. So here we go. So if I am to do range 5, so range and then 1 to 5, here we go. And then if I put a list here, here you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So the last one would be excluded. And if I put, oops, not that character, but rather 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the last one being excluded. So let's go here. And let's say that we have that whatever n equals to 5. And I do 4 and then I in range n. And here you go. And here I can do, okay, print iteration and then I inside curly brackets. You can also do print. So print and then I, plus equals, or yeah, plus equals. This is, I just want to show you that you can do some operations here as well. Plus equals I or 1. And let's do it. Okay, so invalid syntax. So whatever value I times 2. Cannot really do operations inside the print, I think. Value. And here you go, iteration 0, iteration 1, and then you get the several things that you have here. Now, I'm going to stop here. There's a few exercises that I want you to do. Let's do them one by one. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this exercise, sum of numbers. The goal is that for a given number, you kind of need to add all of them. So let's try to do it. So we need to kind of have something here, right? So we need to have some kind of variable declared where we add everything. So let's call it total sum. Total sum. And let's put that it equals to 0. And then what we do is, okay, for each of the numbers, we add them all. So if we're taking for I in range, let me give it, for instance, 1 to 4. This would be here. So from 1 to 5, because the last one is excluded. And we would go that the total sum would be plus equals I. So we go here, total sum starts at 1, and then we go with 2, then it's 1 plus 2, that's 3, and so on. So let me print the I. Let me print the total sum, and let's do it. So 1, and let me add some stuff here, and the total sum is, and then curly brackets, here we go, so that we have a better overview of what is happening inside our for loop. So we go with 1, the total sum is 1. Then we go with 2, total sum is 3. Then 3, total sum is 6. And then 4, total sum is 10. And after we have this, then let's make this kind of dynamic. So aside from the total sum, let's ask for an input. So we go with an integer. That's usually easier. And then input, please enter a number, colon, and then it starts. Have in mind, so let's say that the person puts 4, right? We want until 5 because the last one is excluded. So we put here input plus 1. And let me do this, print the total sum is outside of it. Let me do Control Enter to see if it works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Total sum is 21. This one I can also put here as a comment. And here we go. So something is happening. Int object is not callable. Okay, let me try again. Not sure why I'm getting an error. Let's start debugging from the changes that we made. So this was not the issue. Maybe this was the issue. Okay, int object is not callable. So this means that something is happening here that is making it, kind of not work. So let me take out the int part. Just have the input. This is still not working. Int object is not callable. Anyway, okay, I think I'm going to learn something new now, and hopefully you will too. So I use input here, and I enter, blah, blah, blah. And this is still not working. This is odd. Let me put this and go back. So let's say I put here 4 plus 1. So this works. Let me bring it here. Total sum is 10. So this still works. Let me change this from input to n because you never know. And here from 4 to n. And this is still not working. But what is now surprising here is that we have int object is not callable. But we don't have an int, right? So we have an input. So this is the part that's weird, right? Because it's saying that there's an error in something that it is not there. Even if I were to just use the input function, right, it also does not work. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's give it the old, have you tried to turn it off and on? So go to runtime, and what I'm going to do is going restart session and run all. So let me click on yes. And what is happening is that the Google Colab will delete everything that's inside the memory. And then when we get here, then we run. But of course, maybe we have some input functions that we have done in the past. And here we go. Okay, let me play all the games. I know, doesn't matter. Can also, just not really restart and run everything, but you can just, restart everything and just run what you want. I guess this was not really something that one should do. And okay, so now it is working. And okay, then can only concatenate string. So this makes sense, right? Because it should be an integer here. And we put an 8. Total sum is 36. So I don't know what went wrong, but as you saw, we're able to solve it by turning it off and on. So please enter a number, colon, space, let me try again. And here we go. Total sum is 10. So I hope that it is clear to do a recap, right? So we get a specific number and then we loop through this range and then we add it all the time. In the next video, we are going to count a number of times a character appears in a string. You can also already get started. So this implies having a string and then counting the number of times a character appears. So for instance, for Diogo, the character O appears twice, the character I appears once, and so on. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's do this exercise. Count the number of times a character appears in a string. And the way to do it, we need some kind of input, right? So we need an input, let's say, and before I use the input function, so string equals to Diogo. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of the characters in the string, and I'm going to count how many times they appear. So this screams, or this tells us, we need something like a dictionary. I'm going to call it character count, and I'm going to do and open it with a curly bracket. And now I kind of need to count it. And if you recall, when we have a dictionary, we can add or we can update, but first we need to make sure that it is there, right? We cannot just adding 1, 2, and 3 without the character itself being there. So we kind of need to figure out if a specific character is there. And if it is, we just add another occurrence, right? So for instance, when we get to the second O here, we're going to add, okay, so 1 plus 1. But the first time it appears, let's initiate that specific key item. So what we do is for character in string, colon. Now, if the character in, this is how we use it. So in the character count. So if it is, what we do is that we go to our dictionary, and for that specific character, we do the compounding. So plus equals to 1. And else, what we do is character count of the specific character equals to 1. This is how we initiate it. And let me print here our character count. Here we go. So D1, I1, O2, and so on. Now, what we can do is actually make this a bit nicer, and we are going to use another for loop. So for, and the way that this works, right, we're going to play around with the key value pairs. For the character and for the values, count in character count dot items. So we go here, and what we do is that we print, and let me start this from scratch. We print with an F string. We print first the character. So this is 1. And then with a colon, then we print the count. Let's try again. Here we go. D1, I1, O2. Because let's have a look, right? So if we have a look here at our items, we have that they are like this, right? And what is happening inside this list and is that we have the first one and the second one. And basically what we do is that we go through each of them, we get the D, and then we get the 1, and then we print all of them. Now, how to make this a bit better? One way, so imagine that I would have here an O, right? Let's do it like this. So we have 1, 1, 1, 1, right? Even though we have the O in upper and lower case, it should count as 1 character, right? So because we're counting the words, currently it is counted at 2. So what we can do, and I'm going to change this already. So input, and then please enter a word or a sequence, colon here. Now, we will still have our Diogo here. Here we go. But what we do here is that we're going to use this dot lower. Let me do Control Enter. And what is happening is that it is lowering the case of the string that is here. And this makes it so that the O will always be an O, and it doesn't matter if it's a lower or uppercase, because we're bringing everything to a lowercase. So this is one handy technique that you can definitely use. And with this, we're done. Let me introduce to you the next challenge, Treasure Hunter. Here we go. So we have here the instructions, Treasure Hunter's quest, and you need to design a game with a set of interconnected locations. It's here already, right? So we have the locations and they are connected, and people have a description and they also have options of what they can do. And create a dictionary to store the game data. So this is kind of done. And then you need to implement a game that handles the user input, displays location, descriptions, updates the current location. And then we need to validate the user input, ensure that the game actually, moves on and finishes. And you need to handle invalid choices. We need to also implement a win condition. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one, hopefully. And I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's do this challenge together. We need to design this treasure hunter's quest here in Python. And what we are going to do is that we're going to break it down into tiny tasks. And it's always easy to get all these requirements here and put them here in our Python file so that we then break down the code into tiny pieces. So I usually just stick with everything that's numbered. That usually makes it easier. So the first one is to design a game world with a set of interconnected locations. I mean, this is the overall goal, not the requirement. We can just get rid of it. Create a dictionary to store the game data, including location descriptions and available options for each location. So this is done, right? So this is the game data. Also, we don't really need to implement a game or implement a game loop that handles user input, displays location descriptions, and updates the current location based on players' choices. So this seems something that we need to do, right? So let's start adding here some requirements. So we need to have here our game. Let's add here a location, so a current location. And this will make it easier for us to really see everything. Let's take the start here. So this is one location. So current location equals start. And then we can also explore, play around with our dictionary. So first, we kind of need, what is the current location? So let's explore. So print locations, because this is how it is called. Let me run it as well. Otherwise, we won't really explore it. So it's called locations, the dictionary. And then we go to our current location. Current location. Here we go. Okay. For all of this, I need to comment. This should be control hashtag. Here we go. And then if I do control hashtag again, then it reverts. So here we go. Let me do control enter. See what we get out of it. So we get a description. You are at the starting point. There are two paths, left and right. Then we have options, left and right. Now here, so let me also, so we print the location, but this is not really enough, right? So we need to focus on the description because the start is a bit meaningless. What we really want is the description. So I just put here description. And I have in mind that aside from the description, I have the options. So let me do it. So this would be the next step, right? So if I print this, you are at the starting point. There are two paths, left and right. But let's know a bit more. So give the user the options. And what we do, so let me get this. Give the user options and replace description by options. And here you go. So here we have left, forest, right, cave. But let's do this differently as well, right? So let's do this in a bit of a nicer way. So we print the options. And then over here, we'll do a loop. So what we are going to do is that we are going to store these options under options, and we are going to print it. So options equals this, and then we do for option in options, colon, we do an F string print, and then we do here the option. Here we go. So option, let me do Control Enter, and here you go. You can either go left or right. And we have in mind, right? So if they go left, they go to the forest. If they go right, they go to the cave. And we kind of need to get this output here. So the forest and the cave, this is what we need to go next. So over here, so someone is presented the options, and then they need to provide an input, right? So this is the user input. So I'm going to call it user choice equals to input, and then choose an option, colon, and we can already add here the lower. And let's give it a go. So people can either pick left or right. So let's say left. This is done. The next thing is that, okay, we have presented the options, and then the user has chosen what they would like to do. We need to validate their option, right? And after they validate, we need to update. So let's actually go through here. So implement a game loop that handles user input. So this is done. Displays location descriptions, also done. And we need to update the current location, right? So after they move, we need to update the current location. The current location. And then as they update, right, we need to get to an end, right, which is to finish the game. And then lastly, we print a final message. Print a final message. Let me see. So updates the current location. So this is done based on player choices. Done. This is rubbish. Validate user input. We have this here, so we need to include it there still. Ensure that the game gracefully handles invalid choices. We need to do it as well. This is how we validate. So this is part. And implement a win condition. So this is finish the game. And when the player discovers the hidden treasure. So we can also do that. Now let's do all of this. So we need to validate the options. And what we can do is, okay, if the user choice is not in the actual options, we can keep it going. And this way of describing is a while loop. And then if the user choice not in options, colon. We go to the user choice. We kind of need to get it again, right? So we go through this loop, equals, and then an input, invalid choice, and then choose again, add the dot lower. Let me do Control Enter. Let me do left. So this works. And then let me do whatever up, invalid choice, down. And if I do left with a capital L, here you go. It also works. Then we need to update here. So let's say that I do left. And what happens is, so I go here and I do left and then print options and then the user choice. And this makes it so, right? So choose an option, left, we go to the forest. So we store this forest here under the new current location equals to this. And as we start the new current location, right, we need to finish or keep going the game, because this will also be under a loop, right? We kind of need to do it. So finish the game. So if current location, and the current location implies that we get to the treasure. So if current location, and I'm missing an N here, if this equals to the treasure, what happens is that we need to break from this loop. And now we need to print the final message. Print, you won the game. Now, this goes under the assumption that we always find the treasure, and I think I'm fine with that. If you start something, you should definitely finish. And per the game, there's not really an option where you don't, right? So the game is designed that somehow you need to actually finish it. Now, let's build here the loop. And here, so it should be while true. So while this is actually working, and then what happens is that if we hit break, then we go out of the loop. So here we go. Let me do Control Enter and let's start playing. So left and choose an option. Left, you are in a dense forest. There are two paths, forward and backward. Okay, let me go backward. And okay, you are at the starting point. There are two paths, left and right. Let me go right now. And there are two, you are inside the dark cave. There are two paths, forward and backward. Okay, let me go forward. And okay, you won the game. Okay, let me try something different, right? So let me go left again. Just make sure that everything is working. Now let me go forward. You are at the edge of a roaring river. There is no way forward. Okay, backward. And you are in a dense forest. Okay, I need to go backward again, right? And then I'm at the starting point. So this means I need to go right. And before I did forward, so let me do backward now. I'm at the starting point. Okay, then I do right. And then I do forward. And this is how we win. And that's it. So the game works. I think it's a good option for you to play around. You have a bit of a for loop. We have a big while loop. We're also validating options. We're playing around with dictionaries. And yeah, I think it's a good practice. Let me know what you think. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to this lecture on Python functions. So what are functions? They are building blocks of any programming language, and this includes Python. We're going to explore how they work, their purpose, their syntax, and really the amazing benefits that they offer. And along the way, what happens is that we'll look at some entertaining examples to help you better understand and how to build Python functions like a pro. Now, let's cover them one by one. So functions, they are like ninjas. So they allow us to perform a specific task in a very efficient fashion. They allow you to break your code into smaller, more organized chunks, making your whole life a whole lot easier. Now, there are three main advantages when it comes to using functions. The first one would be reusability. So functions are like your favorite outfit. You can use them again and again without having to buy something new. The second would be organization. So functions help you declutter your code, and they allow you to basically have everything very organized. Lastly, debugging. With functions, fixing errors, it's much simpler. So therefore, think of functions as a much better way to program. It is more complex at first, but in the end, as you'll see, it will make our lives much easier. To whip up a function in Python, we use the def keyword, followed by the function name, parenthesis, and a colon. The function body is indented, and let me give you one example. So we have define, function name, parenthesis, and then colon, and then the function body. If we do something very simple, if we make a simple function that greets people, here we go. So define greet, it prints howdy partner. And then if we execute it, this is called calling the function. We use greet, parenthesis, and the output would be howdy partner. We can also pass values to the function using parameters. Think of parameters as containers that hold the values you pass the function when it is called. And it works like this. Define function name and then parameter 1. And this is the most simple example. So you create a function that takes one type of food and prints a delightful message about them. You go define food, food1, print f string, food1 is delicious. And as you call the function food pizza, the output is pizza is delicious. Now, if you can take one parameter, you can take more than one as well. So let's take this example where you take in parameter 1 and parameter 2, then you'd have the function body. And if you create a function that takes two types of foods and prints a message about it, so defining mixed foods, food 1 and food 2, and then you print mixing food 1 and 2 is delicious, and then you call the function mixed foods, pizza and tacos, and then it will be mixing pizza and tacos is delicious. Moreover, functions can send a value back to the caller using the return statement. And this allows you to store the result of a function in a variable or use it in an expression. For example, you go define function name, function body, and then you return the result. So if you modify the previous mix foods to return a message instead of printing it, you do define, and then instead of having the print, you have return and then an f string. Mixing food 1 and food 2, for instance, creates a mouth-watering feast. And then you can store this party dish, and then you apply the function mix foods, and what happens is that the f string is then stored within the party dish variable. And then only when you apply the party dish, only when you print the party dish, then you actually get an output. I know that this is a lot, but at the same time, I also created a lot of exercises for you to practice. Let's go through them one by one. Let's see how to make them work. And until the next video, have fun. Welcome back and welcome to functions. This is a very important step because this is where you go from programming to scalable programming, because these are blocks of code that are very reusable. They are much better for you to use around. You can just copy them. You can declutter your code. It makes it easier to read. They are really a step up as you start to use them. Let's kick it off. We start with a function that greets people. The goal is really to show you here the general syntax of functions. The way that we would do it would be define, then the name of the function, so greet, parenthesis, colon, and then the code. In this case, you can do print and then howdy partner. So this is 1. Here we go. Let's do Control Enter. Like nothing really happens here. But then if you then activate, and let me actually do it in the incoming cell to call the function. Now, this is a very simple one, so it's just greet. And here we go. We get as an output a howdy partner. You can have functions with inputs. So function with 1 input. Here we go. And here what we do, so define food and then include food 1. And then here you do print and then an F string. You just go and you put, okay, yeah, food 1 is delicious. Here we go, Control Enter, and then as you call, for instance, food, and then, tacos, you'd get tacos is delicious. If you can have 1 input, you can have 2 inputs. You can have a function with 2 or more inputs. Here we go. And then here you define, let's call it mix foods. You'd have food 1, comma, food 2, and then a colon. And then you just go and say print mixing, and then let me put in curly brackets food 1 and more curly brackets. Food 2 is delicious. So here we go. Let me close the quotes. So this works. And then if you are to call the function here, so mix foods, and then here you could do pizza and tacos. So let me put here tacos. Then you'd get mixing pizza and tacos is delicious. And delicious. Last but not least, you can have the function. The function can return something, can return an output. And this is so let me get here this define. And then instead of print, I would put here return. And let me put mix foods 2 here so that I show you the difference. Here we go. So this would be outcome. And let me do mix foods here. So mix foods, the initial function, pizza and tacos. And then let me get my outcome here. You'd get mixing pizza and tacos is delicious. And then if I go here and I put my mix foods 2, then what happens is that you get this, but you get inside single quotes. And these are different things, right? Because here what we're storing is the whole string. And here what we're storing is this print. And these are different because in the end, you'd usually use return because this is what you want to store in the end. And not really store what is inside of the function. What is inside of the function is what is being processed. And what you really want is the output. And it is the return that allows you to do it. Because once you have this, then you can actually, play around. Currently, we're just doing prints, but this is how it will work. Now, we are going to use this function that adds numbers, count the number of vowels in a word. You can see that they're very similar to the for loop. I hope I'm not spoiling, but they're very similar to the for loops exercises that we have done, right? So sum of numbers. I mean, it's not the exact same, but it is in the same realm of summing stuff, counting characters, because I want you to inspire yourself in this and kind of build a function around it. They're slightly different, but it's somewhere in the same realm. And I would also add that I think I've shared one Python interview question that I have, which was about the grading system, right? This is another one, a function that adds numbers. It's pretty simple, but again, if you know how to do a simple function, this is the first exercise, then I know that you kind of have studied it, right? You kind of understand. And then, of course, maybe you don't know how to do something more complex like the recipe converter, but I know that you'll get there because, again, you can learn on the job. Now, let's keep it going. Let's do here the exercises, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's solve this first exercise, which is a function that adds numbers. And the way that it works, let's kick it off with a general structure, right? So we define something, and then that something makes the something happen. Okay, makes no sense. But basically, we are going to put here the name of the function, the parameters, and then we're going to do what the function needs to do. In this case, it is to add numbers. I'm going to call it add here, and then we have two parameters, right? So if we add numbers, we need at least two, A and B, and then colon. And what happens is that we could just do this A plus B, but this won't really work. So let me show it to you. So we have this, so the function is defined, Control Enter, it is there. Let's say that I do add, and then 4, and then 6. Here we go. And nothing really happens, right? So it is there. Let's see. So let me store it. So result equals, and then let me print the result. Also, nothing actually happens, right? So we have none. And the key difference here, when we had the print, so the print is an action here. So even though the outcome, if we have the return versus not a return, it is slightly different, the print in itself is already an action. And here it is not, it is an action that we're adding, but it is adding and not really providing anything. So what we need to do is that we add here the return. So return A plus B. Here we go. And here we have it. So we have 10 here. And in this case, we actually wouldn't really need even the print here. So if I just do add 4 plus 6, so add here, and here we have it. So we also have 10. Again, the return makes it so that we have something. At the same time, the return is important to allow us to store stuff so that we can use it later on. So let me put this. So this is the final output. And I'm going to stop here. There's 2 more exercises that I want to go through. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Now let's do this count of the number of vowels in a word. Let's see how this could actually work. I'm going to start by defining the function. So count vowels. And then the input would be a specific word, and then we do. And what we want is, okay, we check the word, we see if it has a vowel, and we count the number of vowels. This is basically it. And as we know, we need to do some kind of transformation. So for instance, if we have our word, it's very good that the word is in a lowercase. So that's important. Next, we need to define what is a vowel. So we know what is a vowel, but it's not super clear from a computer perspective what is a vowel. So vowels equals to, and then we include here A, E, I, O, U. Here we go. And then we say, okay, how many vowels initially? So that's always 0, right? We don't know. And then we do it. And the way that it kind of works, let's say that the word is hero. What we do is, so we put everything in a lowercase, and then we are going to check each of the characters if it is inside this A, E, I, O, U. So to see if it has a vowel, what we do is for character in word, right? What happens is, so if the character is a vowel, and this we can do so in vowels, what we do is count plus equal, because we have defined it here above, so we can do this compounding, 1. And then lastly, right, so we go here and we return count. And so this part would then technically be here, right? So we see if it has a vowel, so for character in a word, or better yet, so this part goes here, right? So this is the part where we actually count. Here we go. And the count would go, okay, let me actually indent this again. So for character in word, if character is in vowels, this we check. We count the number of vowels, so count, and it is indented correctly, and then we return the count. And then we apply, right? So count vowels, and then let me put hero here, and let me remove it from the part above. So here we don't really need, because it's going to be an input. And we give it a go. And here we have it, right? So 2. And this is actually it. Of course, now we can make it nicer. We can add a print. The number of vowels in the word, blah, blah, is X. But for the purpose of building a function, this is it. Next up, we're going to create a function that transforms Fahrenheit to Celsius. For those that live in Europe, and I think most of the world, where we don't really use Fahrenheit, when, it's just crazy how sometimes we hear, it's 100 degrees. What? Anyway, let's build this function. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this function that transforms Fahrenheit to Celsius. The first thing that we need to do is that we need to kind of go here and figure out, okay, Fahrenheit to Celsius formula. So this is the first thing that we need to do. And we have it here. So temperature in degrees Celsius times, okay, but I want the other way around, right? So Celsius equals temperature in degrees Fahrenheit minus 32 times 5 divided by 9. Now, I actually don't know, but if anyone understands why this conversion is like this, would you let me know? I mean, I understand that it works, but I don't really get the logic. Anyway, let's do it, and let's put this here. So let me do Control C, and then here Control V. And so let me remove this. So Celsius equals this. And then we start. So define and then convert to Celsius, Celsius, and then the input is Fahrenheit. Here we go. We go here to the side, colon, and then we kick it off. So the Celsius, and personally, I always like to basically include everything in the body and then the return to be as simple as possible. So return Celsius. So we do everything here. And if we apply the formula, it will be the Fahrenheit. Here we go. Minus 32. And then we multiply this by 5 divided by 9. Now let's give it a go. Oops, I'm already going to the next challenge, but we need to wait a bit. So convert to Celsius. Let's put 100, see what comes out of it. So we have 37.777. Let's round it, right? So round here, and this is one possibility, right? I have shown you with a thing with 2 dots, dot F, right? I think it's something like this. So dot 1 F. So if I want one float, this is another possibility, the round. For those who use Excel quite heavily, this will feel very, very familiar. Now let's give it a go. And here we have it, 37.8. And this was actually it. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you see that it can be simple, but this is where I trick you, right? Because now it is challenging. And we have this recipe converter. Let me introduce to you the challenge recipe conversion. And you need to basically convert or make this into a conversion. So create this advanced recipe converter that not only scales the recipe according to a conversion factor, but also handles different units of measurement. The converter should be able to convert between units like grams, ounces, cups, tablespoons, and teaspoons. And the inspiration here is, so I love cooking, and one thing that kills me is that we often have ounces or cups or tablespoons, right? And all of this, especially the cups and the tablespoons, this is very, how to put it? This is very subjective. And I don't like it, right? So for me, what is clear is grams or units. Grams and units are very good. Ounces, I can live with it, but it's not my system. So also, I don't like it. But especially cups, tablespoons, and the other one. So actually, I need to check which one is this one. And yeah, just goes to show. So let me actually check it. So TBSP, meaning, and here you go. So tablespoon, and the other one would be, let me check, TSP. And here you go. Teaspoon. Here we go. So all of this is also very subjective because each one of us has different, teaspoons, tablespoons in their house. So, and also how to fill it, right? Is it completely full? Is it just, just a little bit? Everything is not super clear. So this is where we build this conversion system. We have this conversion table, and basically for a list of stuff, we need to convert it to our desired unit. So I like grams, but maybe you're like, this cup or tablespoon thing is really good for me. I like to live dangerously. So this is what you need to do. So the first step, you need to have a conversion table that stores conversion factors. This is done for you. You need to define a function that converts an ingredients quantity based on the desired unit and the conversion factor. You need to extend the recipe converter to handle different units of measurement and implement the conversion function. And you need to allow the user to specify a desired unit for each ingredient in the converted recipe. Now, this is complex. You should definitely plan it, right? You won't just go, let me just code this. It will work. It won't. It's a bit more complex than that. Kind of need to play around, see, like really try to have a product view and a user view at this, and then break it down into tiny pieces and go from there. I wish you the best of luck, and I'll solve it with you in the next video. Welcome back. I would love to know how you managed to do this. Was it easy? I mean, for sure it wasn't easy, but was it a nice challenge? This is what I'll be very keen on knowing. Our challenge is to take the ingredients here. So this is the list. We need to convert them using this table for the specified measures that we would like to have. And at the same time, and this is specified, for instance, where do I see it? We have a conversion factor, right? So this means that we may also want to have that, you know what, let me not do a full recipe, let me do half a recipe, or let me do 3 times the recipe. So we also need to incorporate this. And therefore, we kind of need, or we kind of have here everything that we have to build a function. It's build a function that takes ingredients, a recipe factor, and desired units. So the inputs is always what we want or what we have. So desired units. And at the same time, it's this plus everything that can change. And for instance, the conversion table is something that is provided. It's something that's always there and won't change. So this is something that is static. Therefore, it's not really, it's an input, but it's not something that varies. Therefore, we start to build our recipe converter. And we kind of already have here the ingredients, right? So the ingredients is there. Ingredients. It's going to take a recipe factor and the desired unit. So what would we like to have in the end? Also have in mind that, like for instance, we have here X, quantity, but you won't really replace this into grams or ounces or, tablespoons. It doesn't really work. And then here we would kick it off, right? So at the end, what we want is a converted recipe. And therefore, converted recipe. And this is, and let's put it here as a list. Now, what we do is that we kind of need to get the data first. So this is the first step. And then if we think right, so build a function that takes ingredients. So we get the data and then recipe factor and desired units. So get the data. Then here we scale the quantities. We convert the units. And we store, let me increase the size of this so that we have more space. Store the converted ingredients. So this is the step, right? So we take, how many grams and how many times the recipe do we want to make? And then what does it correspond in cups or tablespoons? So let's get started. So getting the data here should be the easiest one. So ingredient. And then here, what we do is that we go to our ingredients here. So ingredients I, because each of them kind of corresponds to one ingredient. And then what we do, we kind of need to get the quantity it requires, and we need to get the units. So original quantity equals, we go to our ingredient, and have in mind, so ingredients I, right? So we go to each row. And then, so it means that we are here already, for instance, or we are here. And now here we get the quantity. So ingredient, and then quantity. And then we have the original unit, which equals, we go to our ingredient, and we get the unit. And here we go. And then what we need to have is the desired unit. And this, we need to go to this input that will provide, and desired unit, and then I. So this actually leads us to, okay, you know what? Let's start by defining these desired units so that we also have a bit of an overview. So this is where we'll apply the function. Apply the function. So desired units equals, and this should be a list. And then if we go here, let's see what we have. So we have grams, pieces, and ml. Have in mind that pieces and milliliters, they don't really have anything here. So let's transform the grams into, for instance, cups, into ounces. And where is ounces? Here we go. Cups, ounces, and tablespoons. This is what we will do. So we go here, and then we put cups, ounces, teaspoons or tablespoons. It's the same. Or it's not the same, but for our sake, it is the same. And then the last two are pieces and ml, which currently don't have a conversion. So pieces and then ml. And we might as well already specify, so the recipe factor. Factor. Let's start with 3 because we're going big. The next step, right? So we need to scale the quantities. So this implies, so scaled quantity equals to our original quantity, and this is times the recipe factor, which we have defined below for our testing purposes. And then we need to convert each unit one at a time. We're going to call it converted unit. And this is where we go one step deeper, right? So what happens when we convert a unit? We need to take the specific quantity, we need to take the original unit, and we need to convert it into the desired unit. At the same time, right, have in mind that this is going to be a repetitive effort, that we're going to take each input at a time and we're going to do it. So what we'll do is that we'll build a second function, and we'll put this function inside the function. And this is the key point of this exercise, to show you that you can include functions inside functions, but it kind of needs to make sense because we're definitely making it more complex, but at the same time, we are breaking it down into tiny little pieces, because we know that this is going to be another step that we need to do. And if we can put this other step somewhere else and we can just look at it and break it down, this is usually better. Therefore, this is what we are going to do. And here we are going to include, define a function that converts units. I'm going to call it, so define convert units, convert So convert units, and it takes. So it takes a quantity, and in this case it will be our scaled quantity, but it takes a quantity, and then from unit, and then to unit. Here we go, colon, and what it does, right? So if from unit is equals to the unit, right? If we don't really want to make a change, for instance, when we look here at our, and where is it? If we take a look at our pieces and our ML, which doesn't really have a conversion. So if from unit equivalent to the to unit, colon, the conversion factor doesn't really exist, right? So it is 1. But else, what we do, and colon here, is that the conversion factor, and what needs to happen here is that we need to go to the table and we need to specify the unit here. So from unit, and we would get here the corresponding value from it. So if we go here, so from unit, and then here we would get the to unit. So for instance, we would go here to our grams and we want to transform it into ounces. So we'll go here to the 2 ounces, and then here we would get the corresponding conversion factor. So conversion factor, let me correct this. So we go to our conversion table and we get from unit and to unit. And then here what we need to return. So we have here our quantity, which can be either our scale quantity or it needs to be our scale quantity, our quantity times the conversion factor. And here we go. So this is what actually happens. So we include here the quantity that we have, which we have scaled before. And then we would go from grams to ounces and how much does it actually represent. So let's go here to convert unit. I'm going to use my convert units. I'm going to include my scaled quantity. So this is 1. And then from unit to unit. So original unit, comma, and then I want the desired unit. Desired unit. And okay, let's take a quick overview here. So we define the recipe converter, right? So this will be the converted recipe where we'll store. And then we have the ingredients. We need to build a loop here, but I'm just showing you the logic. So we get the specific ingredient. Then we get its quantity and original unit. And we need to get the desired unit, which will be an input. Then the scale quantity, this is the original quantity that we have here, times the recipe factor that we have also specified. Then we convert the units, and then we need to store them. So this is the next step. So converted ingredients, here we go, equals to, and so the name equals, we go to our ingredient and we get the name. So this is the last thing, because in the ingredients we have the name, quantity, and unit, and we have not really gotten the name yet, just the quantity and the unit. Then we would have the quantity, and this corresponds to the converted quantity. And then we would have the unit, and this is the desired unit. And here we go. We're getting here an error. So converted unit, converted quantity. And but for now, okay, converted units. Here it should be converted quantity. And then we store everything, and each time, and this is where we should actually build the loop, we kind of need to append each time. So we would then go here, right? We would start our loop. So for I in range, and this is basically the length of our ingredients. We would go here, colon, and we would kick it off. Now, let me select everything, add a tab so that we indent it. And then, oops, let me go here. We would have our converted recipe, Control C. And okay, let me go to this part. And then we append the converted ingredients. Let me correct here. And for now, this is almost over, right? So we kind of need now to return something. So at the very end, right? So we start with the converted recipe. So we should return the converted recipe. And from a function perspective, this is kind of done. And now let's actually build something. So we apply the function. This is our next step. So apply the function, me call it, so recipe converted. We use our recipe converter. And then we include, so our ingredients, our recipe factor, comma, and our desired units. And let me check. So converted recipe. And okay, let me basically execute everything and see if this works. Okay, it works. Now let's get our recipe converted, then see what comes out of it. And then let's make it a bit nicer here. So we know that this is kind of working. So get the outcome. We print the original recipe, and this is done. So we do for I in ingredients, we print I, and this is basically everything. And then we would print converted recipe. Then we kind of do the same here. So for I in recipe converted, we would print I once more. Print I. Again, tons of ways of making it nicer, but this is where we actually come to an end. I would potentially leave it as a further challenge to make it a bit cuter. For instance, we have units that have way too many decimal cases. And for instance, we have this butter, which is 21.29 teaspoons. And this is, of course, not really reasonable. But this is something that you can actually work around it, make it better, make it prettier. But for the sake of learning a function, seeing how it works, and then building a function inside another function, this is the challenge. And I hope that you see how powerful it is. I hope that you see that if you put a function outside and then you try to really break it down into tiny pieces, this is a more elegant and a more organized way of coding. Because, of course, we could have put this part here, right? But it would have just made the code even more convoluted, even more full, more complex. But with this, I'm going to stop. It's been a long, long section, but I think it was worth it. Until next video, have fun. Hey everyone, welcome to this wrap up on Python Intermediate. It's been a long journey and we explored a variety of programming constructs, data structures, coding techniques, and I really feel that your Python skills are on a whole new level. Let's take some time to recap what we have built together. We started with while loops, which are a type of loops that are very useful to keep a block of code running while a certain condition holds true. Remember when we built that countdown timer using a while loop? That was a way, and I think a fun way, to get some hands-on experience while controlling a program's flow. We also learned about lists. They're flexible and essential data structures in Python. They're like these powerful containers that allow us to store and manage all sorts of items. We practice using lists to create expense reports and even crunched those Fibonacci numbers. We then spice things up using randomization. We discovered how to use the random module from Python, and we generated random numbers, shuffled lists, sampled, and when it comes to application, we used our new skills to create a program that picked our next movie or even tried to read minds with our randomization. And we didn't stop there. We went into dictionaries, another essential data structure in Python. With dictionaries, we can store and access data using key-value pairs, which makes our lives much easier. We built a magical pet sound dictionary, tackled the challenge of becoming a budgeting mastermind using dictionaries. We then explored for loops. They're very powerful to help us iterate through sequences like lists or dictionaries, and we use loops to calculate sums of numbers, count characters, and even to do an exciting treasure hunter's quest. Finally, we learned about functions. They are usable blocks of code that can be called with specific inputs to produce outputs. We built functions to add numbers, count vowels, and even convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. And let's not forget the time that we tackled the challenge of creating a recipe converter using functions. That was an accomplishment. So there you have it. We've come a long way to discover the power of Python, to learn and to really improve our programming skills. Please remember that practice makes perfect. So don't stop here. Let's continue, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to this capstone project. Please go to the virtual escape room. And here you have a PDF. You also have a solutions and you have a starter file, which I have already opened here. You have a set of puzzles with a type, a question, a solution, and a story. Because this is connected to our virtual escape room, let me go over there with you. You need to design a story-driven virtual escape room where players solve a series of puzzles, including riddles, code-breaking challenges, and pattern recognition tasks. And this is in order to progress through the narrative. We need to use functions, loops, dictionaries, lists, if-else conditions to create the puzzles, randomize them, and display them. And you also need to randomize to make it more difficult for replayability. The objective of the game is for the player to complete all the puzzles within a certain time limit or number of attempts while uncovering the story. And here you have the story concept. You are a detective trying to solve a mysterious disappearance. A wealthy businessman, Mr. White, has vanished from his mansion. You must explore the mansion, discovering hidden clues. and solve puzzles to unravel the mystery and find Mr. White. Given that you have a date later, you need to solve the mystery in 5 minutes. So this is a constraint. You need, as steps, implement a timer for the game. This is related to the 5 minutes. The player should have a limited amount of time to complete all the puzzles. Write a Python script that displays the welcome message and introduces the story to the player. Shuffle the list of puzzles, iterate through each puzzle in the list. For each puzzle, display the puzzle question and ask the player to input their solution. If the solution is correct, display the story snippet and move on to the next puzzle. If the solution is incorrect, deduct some time from the timer and give the player either another chance or to move on. So you can also give them another chance. And then the game should be finished after either the puzzles ran out or the time limit is up. Add more functionalities to the game if desired, such as limiting the number of attempts, adding hints, or allowing the player to save and resume the game later. This is absolutely optional. I won't do this at 0.6, but this is a possibility and it's really part of any game. So I'm going to stop here. You have here the starter file with puzzles and the welcome message. And now you kind of need to do it. So I would recommend that you break it down into tiny pieces, but I'll leave that for you. I wish you the best of luck. This should be a fun project, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. I hope that you managed to do this challenge. I know that it can be a bit difficult, but I think with time and effort, you can definitely do it. I'm going to take each of these requirements one by one in order to do them. First and foremost, we have implement a timer for this game. So this means that we need to start working with time. And if we go here and let me actually run here the part about the puzzles. So this will be the first step. And then let me go here to our code. I'm going to import time. So import libraries and then import time. So this would be the first one. And then I also see that on the third, it is to shuffle the puzzles, right? So we also need random. Import random. And then if I go back here, then I have shuffled the list of puzzles. So this makes it an easy one here. Let me go to this part. So just before the welcome message, so I shuffle the puzzles. And then this also means that requirement number 3 is done. So random dot shuffle and then the puzzles. Here we go. And then let me do Control Enter. Okay, so name random is not defined. Let me import the libraries. Let me shuffle the puzzles. And here we go. We also have here the storyline already working. Let's start to initiate the time limit. And if you recall, we have something like 5 minutes here. So we need to work around that. So time limit, our time. So let me go here. So time dot time. If I do Control Enter here, wait, I'm getting an error. So if I do time dot time and nothing happens, let me print time dot time, and here you go. So you don't know this, but let me see if we have it in the documentation, but this is in seconds. Okay, also not really a lot of documentation. But believe me, this is in seconds. And what we need to do here, so if you want 5 minutes, is 5 times 60 seconds. And then the start time, so start time equals to time dot time. And here we go. So this is one step. Let me go back to our project. So write a Python script that displays the welcome message and introduces the story to the player. So this is done as well. Shuffle the list of puzzles and iterate through each puzzle in the list. And then we go to number 4, right? So number 3 and number 4 are connected, right? Iterate through each puzzle for each puzzle. So let's say that 1, 2, 3 are kind of done. We still need to work it out with the time, but let's focus here on number 4. Let me put it here as text so that we can always see what is happening. So for each puzzle, display the puzzle question. Let me put this in bullet points. And this would be the second one. Ask the player to input their solution. And then 3, if the solution is correct, display the story snippet and move on to the next puzzle. And then if the solution is incorrect, deduct some time from the timer and give the player another chance to solve the puzzle. So let's give it a go and see how we can actually make this happen. So let's give it a go. Let me try to go back. And here we go. So let me come here and we kick it off. So we need to go through each puzzle. So this is a for loop. So for puzzle in puzzles. And we would go here. Now I'm going to focus on the time later on, but basically for now, I'm going to focus on the game aspect. So playing the game and then finishing the game. I'm going to focus on that in number 5, right? So game should be finished after either of the puzzles ran out or the time limit is up. So focusing on the game for now. So for puzzle in puzzles, first we need to show the puzzle question. So we would print here and with an F string puzzle type. And then what we do is that we go to the puzzle and then we get the type. Because if you recall, when we have here the puzzles, we have type, question, solution, and story. So we are going to go and get it. So puzzle type. So this would be 1. And here you go. So we start by getting the puzzle type. And then we would print with an F string. So F and then the quotes, question. And then here we actually ask the question. So puzzle and then question. So aside from type, we have question. And then we need to get some kind of input. But let me do Control Enter. So this is working. And then we need to get a solution, right? So show the puzzle question, get the solution. And so player solution equals, and then I do here the input, and then your solution, and then with a colon, and we can keep it going. After we get the solution, then we need to check if the solution is correct. And let me do it here. So if player solution, and then let me add here, right? So input this dot lower, because just in case. And then if this equals to our puzzle, and then we also have the solution. And let's do dot lower here just in case. And parenthesis, colon. We would print with an F string. The answer is correct. So, and then we would add then the story. So correct. So the answer is correct. Then let's add just here the story. So puzzle. And then the story. Here we go. So we have done quite a bit. And, okay. So what comes next in the sequence? 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. The answer is correct. And, okay, entering the correct number. This becomes quite big, right? So let me add here the weird slash with an N. So the inverted slash with N, so that we start to customize it a bit. And then my solution. Okay, so this is the next one. Decrypt this message using the reversed alphabet. Okay, I just don't know. Let me see what happens. And okay, decrypt this message. Okay, it just keeps on going, right? Okay, let me stop here so that I can go and continue. And then let's go and we continue. So else, and then we would print incorrect. And then we need to try again. So try again. And try again. And let's add here a slash and N. And here at the same time, we kind of need to deduct 30 seconds from the timer. So this is in general the game for now. And let's have a look. So display the puzzle question. So this is done. Ask the player to input their solution. This is also done. If the solution is correct, display the story snippet and move on to the next puzzle. This is done. If the solution is incorrect, deduct some time from the timer and give the player another chance to solve the puzzle. So this is still not done because currently, if we fail, it moves on to the next question. So what we need to do is that we need to work around here. And I'm going to stop this video for now because it's going on for a while and because the challenge is also big. But we'll continue in the next video. And until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's try to see if we can finish this puzzle. We have here, if the solution is incorrect, deduct some time from the timer and give the player another chance. So let me put this as 0.5 and give the player another chance to solve the puzzle. Let's start with the latter part. Again, always breaking it down into tiny pieces. So we have give another chance. So this means that this is a while loop. So until it is done, we kind of need to make sure that the player has another time and time again. Therefore, we go here and what we do is that we do a while loop and we do while true. And here you go. Now let's indent everything. Oops, I think I clicked the wrong button. Select everything, a tab, and here you go. Now what happens is that if the solution is correct, we need to stop. So this implies that we go here and we do break. And then, so this is one part, right? And until this goes on, we go on and on and on again, right? We keep on going until the solution is correct. Now we have this part here, and if the solution is incorrect, deduct some time from the timer. And this is actually fairly straightforward. So we go to our time limit and we do minus equal to 30. Here we go. Control Enter. And let's give it a try. Let's try to see if we fail, what happens. I think nothing will still happen, right? Because we're still deducting. And we kind of need to find the way. Oops, I'm actually doing a lot of stuff here. And at least this part is done. But still, right, we need to go to the point that if the time limit is done, we need to finish the game. And for that part, what we need to do is we need to go to this while true. And what we need to do is we need to check if time is up. So let's do it. If we check if the time is up, this is quite straightforward, right? So we go to our elapsed time and okay, so elapsed time. So this is our time.time. So the current time minus the start time. And okay, let me put this on the right. So start time. Here we go. This is how long it has been. And then what we do is that we stop the game if time is up. And here, this is something like if elapsed time bigger than or equal to the time limit. So if this happens, we need to solve it, right? So print, and then here the time is up, and then you did not solve the game. Here we go. You did not solve the game in time for your date. So this part is here, and we do a break. But what is happening here is that we are just going out of the while loop. We still need to figure out how to get out of the puzzle in puzzles here. And this is what we need to still do. But first, right, let's play around still here with the time and make sure that we are communicating actively to the player what is happening. So let's focus here now on communicating the remaining time and the way that we do it. So remaining time. Now have in mind that all of this is in seconds. So we should do an integer here. Time limit minus elapsed time. So let me go here and correct elapsed time. Here we go. So this is done, and then we communicate with an F string, remaining time, and then we would do here inside curly brackets, remaining time. And then what we need to do, or what is good is, okay, let's say how many minutes and how many seconds. To get how many minutes, we do a floor division by 60. So minutes. And then we do a modulus, so remaining time. And this will give us the remainder. Remaining time modulus 60. And then seconds. Here we go. Now, let's give it a go. We are almost done here. And let me do Control Enter. And let me fail it first. And okay, so this is done. And then it says the time is up. You did not solve the game in time for your date. And this part is always repeating. So we kind of need to fix this. So let's do that. And let's go here. And let's do time up. And we put it here. We set it here to false. And what we do here is in our for puzzle in puzzles, is if time up, and then here we do break. So we go out of our for puzzle in puzzles. Now this is false, and here it is false. So what needs to happen here is that before breaking, we do time up equals to true. Now let's give it a go. And let's fail, see, and here we go. The time is up. You did not solve the game in time for your date. And then last but not least, right? So what we're missing, let me actually go here to the requirements. The game should be finished after either the puzzles ran out. This is done initially with our for loop, because if our for loop is completed, then it is done. And the players can only complete the for loop if they answer all of them. So that question is answered there. And what is missing here is to add a congratulations message. So if not time up, we would then print congratulations, you won the game and solved the mystery. Now let's do it one last time to make sure that the winning part is done. And I think in the interval I had changed this to 1 minute. So let me put it back to 5 as I was doing some trial errors. And okay, decrypt this message using the reverse alphabet. And here we go. Let's see if I can solve it under 1 minute here. And here you go. What is always in front of you? Future. Let's go to the Morse code. And where is it? Morse code. Here we go. A ghost. Oh, I should remember this by now. Ghost. What does have a coin? 48. Okay, I was not in time, right? The time is up. You did not solve the game. Okay. But now that we have 5 minutes, this should be straightforward. What is in front of you but can't be seen? This is the future. And Morse code, this is a ghost. Had a tail but does not have a body. This is a coin. Decrypt this message in the reverse alphabet. And here you go. The secret lies at the mysterious door. And Control V. What has keys but can't open locks? This is a piano. What can you hold in your left hand but not in your right? Your right elbow. And 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Decrypt this message. This was something to do with the Caesar cipher. Here we go. Almost there. And okay, why isn't it going more to the bottom? And yeah, that's it. So let me check here. The congratulations, you won the game and solved the mystery. And that is it. Now, I hope that you enjoy this. Let me remove here the requirements. This is done. This is a long challenge, a big challenge. There's a lot of techniques that you need to apply, but hopefully you found it fun. In the next video, I'm going to show you how to do it using Chat GPT. And until then, have fun. Hey everyone, and welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how to do this capstone project, but now using Chat GPT. And the goal is to show you really that it is a very, very powerful tool that you can use for Python Either if you're starting out or you already have some experience, I'm sure that you can find some use case, be it in Python or somewhere else, because it is very, very good at taking inputs and providing an output, as we'll be able to see. And what we need to do is we need to give it some instructions. And in general, I like to add the least possible, just so that I can focus it on the key instructions. And therefore, let me start here. Capstone project, design a story-driven virtual escape room where players solve a series of puzzles. And here we go. Let me do Control C here. I'm not going to take use functions, loops, dictionaries. I'm like, okay, use whatever you want. And objective of the game is for the player, or better yet, let me take everything and add it in the prompt part here. And here we go. So let me take the use functions, loops, blah, blah, blah. Design a story-driven virtual escape room. Okay, let me take solve a series of puzzles. So this is enough. And then, so dot here, objective of the game. Let me align everything. And this is one part, right? And then I go to the next story concept. I think I'm fine with that. But basically have in mind that this 5 minutes is kind of important. So let me take this part, steps to complete up until number 5, because 6 is like add more functionalities. That basically means that it is just noise. Now let me kind of align everything here to make sure that everything is correct. And okay, so number 3, and what is number 4? For each puzzle, that is number 4. Here we go. So not 5, but 4. Here we go. And let me take out this part. And number 5 is here as well, so that's good. And now what I would like to do, so let me go to the puzzles. Let me give it just a couple. And here we go. So Control V. And let me close here the list, right? Because we have a list of dictionaries. And so it knows. And then for the welcome part here, and let me just do welcome message and story, Control C, and then we can complete the rest. Because the thing is that if we provide everything, then what ChatGPT will try to do is that it will each time just put it there again and again, which takes time. But at the same time, what kind of annoys me a bit is that it's getting a lot of errors currently. Now, I know that this is kind of like a first world problem, but it is quite slow and then it stops. So you kind of need to work your way around it. So let's see what comes out. Alrighty, we seem to be done. So there's this introduction, the welcome message and the basic structure for the virtual escape room are set up. So implement a timer, gameplay script, ending conditions, and then proceed. And here, okay, it's continuing to explain. Let me get this. And okay. So implementing the timer and game logic. And okay, play the game. I guess this is what we want. And let me see what is above. So import time from random import shuffle. We have the puzzles. Okay, let's kick it off. So let's put this part here about the libraries. And I wouldn't really repeat, but since it is from random import shuffle, which is another way of importing stuff, I'm going to include it here. And let me go. So we have our puzzles. We have defined the welcome message. Let's give it a go. And let me replace this welcome message here by ours. And here we go. Control V. Now let me give it a couple of taps. One thing that you may notice is that there's 4 spaces here, and we have just been using 2. So I think the most common is 4, as ChatGPT is providing. When it comes to Google Colab, they use 2. But 2 or 4, they're the same, right? It's just a matter of convention. And okay, now let me return. So shuffle the puzzles. Here we go. And here I can start to put everything here. So shuffle the puzzles, implement the timer endgame logic here. Okay. And then welcome message. Here we go. And currently we don't really have everything, but now let's go to the other part and see if that is enough. So define gameplay. And here we go. Let me get everything. Control C and then Control V. Here we go. Okay, displaying this to avoid executing the gameplay in this environment. Okay, doesn't matter, right? And then play game. So this is the placeholder for the function in itself. And okay, so what is happening currently is that what I think happened is that ChatGPT took my 2 puzzles and then made it so that it is also solving it. And, I appreciate initiative, but then it's not really a game, right? So let me come here. So let me take my list of puzzles. Let's see if this works. And I'm going to say rework. Or better yet, before I put all the puzzles, I'm going to say rework the game function so that a player solves the puzzle. And yeah, let's start there because that part was not done at all. So what we have versus what we wanted, it's very, very different. So let me go back. So it's analyzing. I'm going to wait until it's done. Alrighty, we are done. So the game function has been simplified for a more straightforward player experience. In this revised version, we have simplified interaction. The player is presented with each puzzle in turn and provides their answer, immediate feedback. After each answer, the game immediately informs the player whether they're correct or not. If incorrect, the correct solution is provided. This is not what we want. And time management, the time is checked at the beginning of each puzzle. If the player runs out of time, the game ends. So this we want. For incorrect answers, a time penalty is applied. So this is good, but I don't like the number 2. So if incorrect, the correct solution is provided. We kind of need to work on that. And then the game concludes either when all puzzles are solved or when the time limit is reached. So let's get this code. Let's give it a try. And then we can kind of make our minds of what to do next. It's not that it is a bad thing. What is there? It's rather that it's not what we requested. Oops. Okay, I think I'm pasting it in the wrong one. So here, Control V, and let's analyze. So play game simplified. Set a 5-minute timer. Here we go. 300. Start time. Time. And then we have 4 puzzle in puzzles. and then if current time minus start time bigger than time limit, time's up. Better luck next time. And here return false. Okay, this must mean that it goes out of the loop. And then we have the puzzle question, the solution, your answer, and then we have this strip. This strip is basically, or better yet, let me actually find that Python strip. Here we go. So the strip removes any leading or trailing white spaces. So this is what it does. It can also specify characters to remove. So for instance, I use strip a lot if I want to get rid of commas or stuff like that. Now let's go back, and then we still have this decrypted message here, which is odd. So check the solution. We do want to check the solution, but this Caesar cipher decrypt, I think it's to hang on what has done before, and that's an issue. Respond to player solution. If is correct, correct, puzzle story. Else incorrect. The correct answer was, okay, this is what we need to do. Time deducted 10 seconds. I think we have specified. Deduct some time. Okay, so it doesn't matter. We can change that to 30 and then check if all puzzles are solved within the time limit. So this is good as well. But we need to fix this Caesar cipher decrypt. And as well, let me get, and here we go. So let me get this. Adapt the game so that, and then colon, Control V. Additionally, let me get this. Don't use this function and make the game so that it takes several puzzles. Here is the complete list. And then I'm just going to say just provide the adapted game function. Here we go. Let's do it like that. Now let me actually get everything so that it sees that we have more and that Caesar cipher function must go away. So let me do Control Enter, or just Enter in that case. And yeah, now let me wait a bit more. Alrighty, we are back. So let's have a look here at the code. So we have a time limit. We start the time. So for puzzle in puzzles, while true, we have current time equals time.time. And we check if the time is up. Then we have time's up, better luck next time, return false. This means that it goes out of the loop. Then we display the puzzle question. And then we have the player solution. We apply the strip and we validate the answer. And if the answer is correct, break, go to the next question. So this one is actually fairly similar to ours. So, and then if current time, congratulations, else time's up. So it's a bit different, but it's really, really similar. So let me go here to our game function. Let me get everything, Control V, and let me actually get the function now, right? So play game updated puzzles. So I delete this part. And what I want to test now is whether the game basically works. So Control Enter. And okay, puzzles is notified. Okay, let me get here our puzzles. And let me go back. So let me also define the welcome message because I have not done so. Let me try again. So Control Enter. What has keys but can't open locks? Piano. Piano. And okay, so I know that this is working. Let me see. Okay, incorrect. Try again. Time deducted 10 seconds. And remaining time 280 seconds. Okay, that's okay. But I'm missing here the welcome message, which I can include. Where can I include? I can include it here, right? As we start the game. So let me break it. Let me do Control Enter. What has keys but can't open locks? That will be the piano. And then decrypt this message. Now let me see if this works. Okay. Decrypt this message. Okay, let me get the answer. And decrypt. And here we go. This message is encrypted using the Caesar cipher. So let me get it. Control V. Or better yet, just enter. And then it goes, right? So, okay, let me stop it now. So I know that this part is working. What I don't have yet here is the shuffle of the puzzles. So this part is important as well. So let me do Control C. And let me put it here. Or actually, I don't need to put it here. I can put it here below just before we play the game. Here we go. So this part is also there now. Now let me see if the game stops when the time is deducted. Okay, random is not. Okay, let me just put here import random. Because now we are doing it more on our own way. Okay, Control Enter. And let me see. Okay, so it stops. There's a message, time's up, better luck next time. And just to make sure, let's see if when we solve the problem, and so decrypt this message, when we solve it, if it works, so that we have the complete debugging, at least for now, so that at least we are like, okay, oof, it's done. So enter, and okay, I did something wrong. So decrypt this message. Okay, let me do, so Control C and Control V. Or, okay, this is interesting. And what could it be? And okay, let me stop you here. Let me get rid of the strip because this was something that we did not have. And let me do enter again. So what is always in front of you but can't be seen? This is the future. Decrypt this message. Let me do Control V. So again, so this message is encrypted using the Caesar cipher. Incorrect. Try again. Alrighty. So if player solution, okay, so because if we do dot lower above, we kind of need to do dot lower here. So let me stop it now. Let me do Control Enter again and try again. Okay, so decrypt this message. And here we go. So now it works. We fixed it. And now using the reversed alphabet. Let me find it. Reversed alphabet, the secret lies at a mysterious door. And let's continue. Control V. Head, a tail, but does not have a body. That will be a coin. What is always in front of you but can't be seen? That would be the future. What can you hold in your left hand? So this is your right elbow. Slowly but surely, I'm memorizing it. Decode this Morse code. Ghost. And then 3, 6, 12, 24, 48. This is now 32. And we're done. So let me see here. Congratulations, you solved all the puzzles with time to spare. And then we have true. Okay, why is it true? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it here. Yeah, so it works. You saw how we can now use Chat GPT. And so this video, of course, as it is edited, it is less, but I think, yeah, I was just checking, it took me 26 minutes in total because I'm also timing the time I take in order to wait for the inputs. So definitely takes some time, but it's so much quicker, right? Because we started out with just instructions. And when I'm doing this above, I kind of have a script, right? That I'm explaining how it works. So everything is prepared. But here I just have instructions. I start just like you with the tool, and let's see how it works. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any feedback, please let me know. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to our journey into the world of pandas. And starting off with a corny joke, no, I'm not talking about wildlife, but just almost as thrilling. It is a library in Python. And this section is really a gateway to mastering a tool that's pivotal in the world of data analysis. First things first, let me give you a brief overview of what we're going to cover in this section. I have designed it for anyone who deals with data. So whether you are a data analyst, a marketeer trying to make sense of customer data, or really a student who just wants to handle research data, if you've ever felt overwhelmed by spreadsheets or struggled to gain insights from data, I think you're in the right place. So who should take this section? If you have a basic understanding of Python, so if you have taken, for instance, the previous sections of this course, and you want to know more about data, then this is for you. However, if you have experience with pandas, you are welcome to skip this section and keep going on to the next one. My goal is simple, really, to equip you with the skills to transform raw data into insightful information. And by the end of this section, you'll be able to navigate the world of pandas, and you'll be able to do so many data transformations, manipulations, analysis, visualization. So let's get started. In this video, I'm going to give you an overview of Pandas. It is this Swiss Army knife for data analysis. I'm very excited to show you what it can do and also a bit of what it cannot do. And there's a lot that it can do. And let me start with what Pandas is really good at. Imagine that you have a ton of data, like Excel spreadsheet nightmares. You would use Pandas as your go-to to making sense of it all. It's really fantastic for any kind of data manipulation and analysis. You can clean, transform, analyze your data in ways that aren't just possible or even are too difficult with Excel. With Pandas, you can read data from various sources, like CSV files, Excel spreadsheets, and even databases. Once you've loaded your data into Pandas, it's like stepping into a data playground. You can sort, filter, summarize data with just a few lines of code. It's really like having this awesome power in terms of data wrangling. And it's not all really. So Pandas allows you to handle missing data, which, let's be honest, can be a real headache. You can fill in missing values with new data, drop them, or even interpolate values based on various methods. And when it comes to merging or joining different data sets, it's really easy, as we'll be able to see. Moreover, let's talk data visualization. Now, while Pandas is not really a data visualization library, it works really well with libraries that are, like Seaborn and Matplotlib. You can create graphs and plots right from your data to see trends and insights visually. It's really like painting a picture with data. And finally, a but, because, there's always a but. Pandas isn't the answer to everything. It has limitations. For one, while Pandas is great for data analysis, it's not built for complex statistical modeling. You would typically use libraries like SciPy or stats models for that kind of more heavy lifting. Also, if you're dealing with massive data sets like big data, Pandas might struggle a bit. Like when I talk about, let's say, millions or hundreds of millions of rows, this may be too difficult to fit into your computer's memory. For these truly huge data sets, you might need to look at more robust solutions like big data technologies or databases optimized for large-scale data. In summary, Pandas is incredibly powerful and versatile and can turn your data problems into a very easy walk in the park. It's perfect for data manipulation, cleaning, analysis, and some preliminary data visualization. Just remember that it has limitations, and you would pair Pandas, as we'll do throughout this course, with some other libraries. Let's get started. Hey everyone, let's start the practical activities with Pandas. This is mostly really a practical section. There's not a lot of technical stuff to cover. It's really about understanding what we can do with Pandas and all this data analysis manipulation that is very easy and that we kind of need to learn the commands. So go to Pandas, then click on New, and then More, and then Google a Collaboratory. And here we go. And kind of need to wait. The focus of this video is on data importing and exporting. And for that, we need to connect this file here to our Google Drive where we have the data, which is something that we have not done so far. So let me change here first the file name to Pandas. And then I go here to the files part. And then I'm going to click here on Mount the Drive, which is this folder symbol with the Google Drive icon. Connect to Google Drive. And here we go. Now, from time to time, it may happen that you get here a block of code to mount the drive. It would pop up immediately and you need to run it. For now, we didn't get it and it mounted the drive automatically, so that is fine. And what we need to do, let me put the focus here on data importing and exporting. And exporting. Here we go. Now I need to get this directory because currently this is the directory that we have. And we don't see a CSV file. And as a result, we need to go and get it. We need to go here to our Pandas folder. And the way to do it is that you go to Drive, My Drive, and then you go to Python, and then we have here the Pandas. You click on the three dots, copy the path, and then you do Control V, and let me do Shift Enter. Here we go. We have here the directory. To use Pandas, you import Pandas. Import Pandas. And we usually simplify stuff in Python when it comes to the library so that they are not as big. you do import pandas as PD. This is the most standard. Everyone does it. Let me do Shift Enter and run it. It should come as a default installation in most of the Python softwares. So everything for you should be easy to go. If you use Google Colab like me, which I would always encourage, then it always comes already loaded. Now, I want to show you how to import a CSV file. The way to do it is that you use Pandas, and the function is read_CSV. And here you go. And after you do it, you go here and you get the file name, which for us is burgerjoint.csv. So we go here and we put burgerjoint.csv. Here we go. Let me do Control Enter, and here we have it. This data set is about a burger restaurant, and we have for the several customers their orders over the past 1 year. And we have their age group, their gender, and the revenue per burger type. And if they did not consume a burger type, then that would be 0. But we have cheeseburger, bacon burger, chili burger, and all the way to vegan burger. And then the last one is revenue. And revenue is the sum of all the revenues from the several burger types. So in this case, 62, because we have 62. And most of the people, just consume one type. But for instance, we have this one, which has 80 and 66, and the sum would be 146. Now, let's go here. The way that we usually do is that we would store it somewhere. So the acronym is data frame, or DF, and you would store it like this. And then what you would usually like to do is to have a preview. So data frame.head, and this gives you a preview of the first 5 rows. You can also specify that you want 10 rows, and then you put a 10. You can also say, hey, you know what? I just want 1, and that is okay. You just get 1. The default is always 5 here. So here we go. If you put 5, you would also get 5. Next up, so we have loaded the data. Now let me show you how to export file as a CSV. And the way to do it is, so data frame, use the function toCSV. And have in mind that this data frame is what is called the Pandas data frame. Because we're using the Pandas, we read it, and this is a data frame in a Pandas format. And therefore, as we go here to our data frame, we start using these functions that come from Pandas. For instance, the toCSV, which allows us to export to our directory the file as a CSV. Let's put burger joint CSV exported .csv. And let's have a look. Let me do Control Enter. It will soon pop up here, and there's a few things that I want to show you. Here we go. Okay. Still not here. Sometimes it takes a few seconds. And here you go. So we have our burger joint CSV exported here. We try to open to get a preview of what is happening. Let me try to do double click again. And here you go. So it's currently loading. And what we will see here, all the way to the left, is that, and let me show you here, we have this index, which for Python is the index, and it's kind of there. But the thing is that it's also exported here. And currently we have this one extra column here, which I don't care so much for it. So the option here is, let me go back. Let me go here to our toCSV function. We do comma, and we put index equals to false. Let me do Control Enter. And what is happening is that this file will get replaced. Now, before it does, and because it takes a few seconds, let me go here, because you can also export file in Excel format. So you go to data frame and then to Excel, and then let me call it burger joint Excel exported, and then dot, and the standard Excel format is XLSX. And here you go. So you have here, let's put as well index equals to false. So this is one. And then the extra thing that you can do is sheet name. And here you just write whatever, custom name. So you can also specify the name of the sheet. Now let me do Ctrl Enter. Let me go back here to our Pandas. Let me update. And I'm going to show you now the CSV that we exported first. And in the meantime, while we don't have the Excel, and then we have a look at our CSV. And here you go. It's already here. But first, I want to show you the CSV exported, which no longer has that element on the left. So that column representing the index, once it is loaded, it will show that, boom, not there. Now, let me go back. Now, let me focus here on our Excel file. And because we are in the drive, it will load as a Google Sheet, which is still okay, right? This is roughly what we can do here as well. And you would see that first, we don't have the index. And then second, we would have here the custom name on the bottom. Last thing I want to show you here for this video would be that you can also import Excel files, and you can also do it as SQL queries. There's really a lot of options, like a simple Google search on how to do it. And as always, any questions, happy to share with you more ways of loading data into Python and Google Colaboratory. But for now, the Excel files, let me just show you. So Pandas, read Excel. And then here we would, let's say, import this one. So our burger join Excel exported. And let me do Control Enter. And it would take a few seconds apparently, but it would get imported and we would see it here. And of course, this is the exact same thing as the CSV file because we just made a loop, right? From CSV to Excel, load it back. And this is really what I wanted to show you. I don't have any specific exercise here to load data with Pandas. We will do it so much throughout this course that you actually don't need any exercise. That's at least my perspective. If you have any questions, let me know. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In the last video, I forgot to share with you something. It's that we have the look at the preview, right, at the first 5 rows, but oftentimes this is incomplete. And there is one very simple command to look at the data frame information. And this is nothing but data frame. And then we do this dot info. And let me do Control Enter here. And we have here. So we can see how many entries, for instance, 20,000. And then we have per each of the variables. So we see how many of them are non-null. We also see the variable type. So object, this is related if it is a string or not. We have the float, we have the integer. And this is a very quick snapshot. It's also very much worthwhile looking at, especially when you're loading the data, because sometimes numbers are set as objects. So those would be string characters, and sometimes the other way around, which makes it so that we need to do some transformations. For this video specifically, we are going to focus on selecting and filtering. Now, there are many things that we'll do throughout this section. Some things you could say, yeah, those are more related to data manipulation or data analysis. And that's okay, right? Just want to show you so many things that you wanted to do. I made this way of organization, but there are more ways of organizing what I'm going to show you. The most important thing is that you have a look here and see really how to do it. That's the most important thing. So let's kick it off. And the first thing is to select columns. So we have this huge data set with so many columns. And you're like, yeah, you know what? Let me just have a look at a few of them. So the way to do it is that you go to your data frame and then you do, or again, this is one way, there's more ways that I'll show you, is that you go and do double square brackets. Double is important. And then you specify what you want. And let's say that I want the age group, comma, I want the gender, and I want the revenue. So let me do Control Enter. And then we would just have this new data frame with just these three columns. Now, let me call it selected columns. Selected columns. And we would store it under this new data frame called selected columns. And then we would do selected columns dot head to have a preview of what is happening. And here you go. We would get the first 5 rows. After selecting, one thing that you can do, right, is to filter based on one condition. And I'm going to show you one. So data frame, and let's say that we want to have a look at the people that are between 50 and 59 years old. So this is when our age group is between 50 and 59. What we do, and having this here in mind, we go to our data frame, we select, and then we put here again our data frame, and then age group, so this one here, with single quotes. We go to the right, we make the equivalence sign, and then we specify the value, which is 50 to 59, and then years. And if I did not make any spelling mistake, this will work. And here we go. We will just see that we have just the age group 50 to 59. You also see that the index here is slightly different because we have kind of gotten rid of everything else. Now, if we wanted to store it, let's say that we want to store it as age group filter. Now, from now on, I won't store any further because I think you get the gist, right? You can do something and that's temporary. And if you want to store something, you declare it in a different variable. And let me preview. So age group filter dot head. And here we go. Now, I've shown you how to do with one condition. Now, let me show you with multiple conditions. So filter based on multiple conditions. And what I will do is I want everyone that is a female and that the revenue is more than 50. So those will be my conditions. And you'd kind of imagine that it has a similar structure here, right? So we go here, data frame, and then we look here at the gender. We go to the right, equals to female. So this is one. And when you have multiple conditions, I would always recommend that you include parentheses. So what is happening here happens first, and then you'd have the second condition. In this case, I want female and above 50 euros in revenue. So and then parentheses, data frame, and then revenue, and you go here to the right, bigger than 50. And this is it really. So you see here, you just get females. And let me actually do here dot head so that we have kind of like this shorter output. And if you go to revenue, it would always be above 50. And if you were to change to 100, then we would always get above 100. I still have 3 other things to show you. So the first one is to filter out null values. And the way that we do it is, let's say we want to have a look at the people who order cheeseburger. Now, we know that there are a lot of people who don't order cheeseburger, and we kind of need to get rid of them. So we would then create a new data frame with people that order a cheeseburger. So we need to go to our cheeseburger and get some kind of condition. And so data frame, and then data frame cheeseburger. So if we do this, we actually get an error. And okay, here you go. Because now I need the condition. And the condition would then be not null. So it's the same thing, right? So before we were, equivalent to something, bigger than something. And now it is when it is not null. So here we go. We would always have some revenue for the cheeseburger. Let me do .head so that we have a not so lengthy output, but this is how we would do it. Now, let me show you some more complex filtering. So let's say I want to filter based on the strings, right? So let's say I want to filter and I don't really have a good example here, but let's say that I want to filter a gender that, starts with F, right? It's not really a good example. You could do it, let's say, I want people that whose name starts with an A. So this is a possibility. So let me show you. The important thing is that I show you the structure. So we would go to gender, and this always kind of like takes a similar structure, right? So we have this gender, we access the column, and then we include the condition. And we do str, and then starts with. So this is what we do. And then inside, we would include basically what we want. In this case, an F for female. So let me do Control Enter. This is one way of just getting the female gender. But what I wanted to show you is this starts with. Lastly, and actually before that, let me put .head. Lastly, what I want to show you is when you filter data and you sort them. So sort and filter data. And let's say that we want to sort customers by their vegan burger revenue. So the first step is that we filter people that have purchased vegan burgers. So vegan burger filter. And this we go to our data frame and we would go to our vegan burger. So vegan burger. And this is when it is not null. And we would then go and we'll go to our vegan burger filter, which is, currently everything that has a non-null value for vegan burger. And the way to do it, to sort values, it's called sort values. And here we go. And then you need to specify. So by, and then equals. And you can specify here, for instance, vegan burger. So this is one possibility. So vegan burger. And here you go. Let me do Control Enter. Let me have a look. You see here that it is done in ascending, but you could also go here and specify ascending equals to false. Let me do Control Enter. And we would see here that we have people that have purchased 100 euros worth of vegan burger. And that is the maximum. You could also go here and say, you know what? Let's have a look at the people who have purchased vegan burger. and sort them by overall revenue. So you don't need to just use a vegan burger here. You can just specify revenue. And here we go. It would then be sorted. And let me see if I can get it. And let me go here to the right. We would then sort them by revenue. So this is another possibility. And this is it for this video. Now there are some exercises for you to do. And that is before we start the next one on data cleaning and preparation. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's solve the exercises now together. You have a file there called Pandas exercises starter file. Let's kick it off. And for this video, we're going to focus on the filtering and sorting type of exercises. If you have any questions by the end of this video based on the previous exercises, please let me know. I am here to help. Let me start here by importing Pandas. And then let me go. So sorting and filtering data. The first exercise is to rearrange the data frame so that the numbers are sorted in descending order. So let's start. I always start step by step, right? So rearrange the data frame. This is step 1, so that the numbers are sorted. This is step 2, so sort values. And here you go, sort values. Now, I always hit Control Enter here just to see what is happening. I know that is going to yield an error, but sometimes it gives me some information because I don't know everything in my mind, right? So I kind of need sometimes to break it down piece by piece. So it's important for me to work with it. And in this case, we have that there is one positional requirement. And in this case, we have that I'm missing one required positional argument, by. So this by, right, this is what we need to sort by in this case, so numbers. Let me do Control Enter. Here we have it. This is ascending, right? And we want descending. So what we do, comma, ascending equals to false, and Shift Enter. And here we have it. So 3 to 1. This is one solution. Again, you could find different ways of doing it. You can also add different parameters. This is basically the bare minimum. Now, next one, filter the data frame to include only rows where age is greater than 25. Let's start by going to data. Let's visualize what is happening. We have 2 columns, name and age, and we want where age is greater than 25. So we specify the criteria, data, and then we go to age, and then we specify the criteria bigger than 25. And here we have it, 28, 32, and 26. We can move on to the next one. Sort the data frame first by age in ascending order, then by name in alphabetical order. This is tricky. Let's have a go. Data. And again, let's break it down, right? We need to sort the data frame first by age in ascending order, and then by name. And here you go. So let's start by age, sort values, and then by equals to age. Here we go. And this is the first step. The question is really, how do we do now by name? One possibility, dot sort values by, and then name. Here we go. So this is one possibility that is happening here, but not really ideal because now it has shifted. Now we are doing by age, so, or better yet, we're doing it by name. So if we actually wanted to do first by age, then we do Control X and we put it here. And the thing is that we kind of want to do both, and this is not an elegant way of coding. So I'm going to show you how this works. And as well, right, there's not really a point of sorting by age and by name if you don't have entries with common values. So I'm going to create just this tiny new data frame here so that you see it step by step. I'm going to put 22, 22, 32, 32. And let me put this as a comment. Now, let me get rid of this. Let me start here with age. The elegant way, and what I think is also a better way of doing, because you are putting less, is that you include here as a list. And oops, I'm deleting everything. Okay, let me go back. So Control Z. I put here as a list. And we start first with age. And then I go here and I put name. And here we have it, right? So we have first by age and then by name also alphabetically. And this is how it works. And here you go. So actually, I'm going to leave it like this so that you can see the difference. And this leads us to our last one. Filter the data frame. Select only the rows where the price is greater than 100. Sort the data frame. Sort the filtered data frame in descending order based on the price column. This is step 2. So let's do step by step. The first one is filtering. We go to our data. Let's have a look how it looks. We have product and we have price. Let's filter first. So when this is bigger than 100. Let's have a look. And here we have it. And then sort the filtered data frame in descending order based on the price column. Sort values by equals to price. Here you go. And we have ascending order. What we want ascending. Let's add the next step. Ascending equals to false. Control Enter. And here you go. We have it in descending order. So this is it. Again, if you have any questions, I'm here to help. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to focus on data cleaning and preparation. So this is what we need to do. We're going to do stuff like filling missing values. We're going to rename columns. We're going to build or create new columns. We're going to get rid of columns. And that's just part of it, right? So let me show you a few things. What I like to do. So I like to check the columns first. And one super easy way to do it is dataframe.columns. And here you go. And what I want to do now here is I want to go and have a look at my data frame. So dataframe.head. And my first step is to go to each of these columns that currently have a nan, but they need to be related to the burger types. So from cheeseburger to vegan burger. And we are going to replace the nan with a 0. So here we go. So filling missing values in burger types with 0. And I want to isolate first the burger columns. Here we go, equals. And inside the list, and a very simple way to isolate them, I'm going to go here above from cheeseburger to vegan burger, Control C. And then inside my list here, Control V. So these are my burger types. And let me try here to organize everything. And here we go. Now to do it. So data frame And here I specify, but not here, all the way to the left, data frame. And then inside, I include my burger columns. And what we are going to do to these burger columns is that we're going to go to the burger columns, and the way to fill missing values, it's called fill, and then NA. And then inside, you include what you want. So I'm going to put 0, and I'm going to do now Control Enter, and here you go. Now everything here is 0. Next thing I want to show you is to rename variables. And let me go to my data frame. And here I just do rename. And for instance, instead of having, let's say, customer ID, so rename, and then I start with a dictionary, so curly brackets, columns equals to, and not actually, right? So it's not here that I start, but rather here after columns. And let me say, so instead of customer ID, I just want to have, let's say, I put ID. And you can include more than one here. So instead of revenue at the end, let me go there. So instead of revenue, I add here, let me call it total rev. Now, just to show you how to do it, and let me do now data frame dot head. And if I put 0, I just get here the columns. And here we go. Did not get saved. Okay, so I need to store them. So data frame equals. And now let me do Control Enter. And here we go. Now it is stored ID and total revenue. So we have renamed variables. And now what I want to do is, let's say here in my age group, what I'm going to say is not specified, a bit unclear. Let me put as unknown. So I'm going to go to each of the rows. And if it's not specified, it will now be unknown. And let me add as a comment, replacing, and then not specified. And then with, and I'm going to put unknown. Here we go. Also super straightforward. So our age group equals to, we're going to go to our age group. And then we use the replace method here. And we specify first what we need to look out for, not specified, and what we want, which is unknown. Here we go. Let's have a look. Data frame dot head. And let me do Shift Enter. Here we go. Let me try to zoom in. No, 150. That may be a bit too much. 125. This is our special zoom. And here you go. You see here that we have unknown. Now, I want to show you how to create a new variable. That is the sum of all beef burgers. So first, let me get here our burger columns. Let me do Control C. Now let me go here, Control V. Let me put beef columns. So cheeseburger, definitely beef. Let me try. So vegan burger, no, and also not crispy chicken. And let me assume as well that blue cheese mushroom as well is not. And yeah, the other 5, they are beef burgers. Again, just a general assumption. Now, I want to create this sum of total revenue. So I'm going to go to our data frame. I'm going to create beef revenue equals to, I go to our data frame. I include our beef columns. And what I do is that I sum, but I need to specify that the axis equals to 1. And what is happening when I specify that the axis equals to 1 is that I'm going to do here from left to right. And otherwise, if the axis equals to 0, it goes from top to bottom. So it's a different type of sum. Kind of need to specify it. And this is how you do it. And all the way at the end, you would have the beef revenue. Now, for this, it's always the same. Let me try instead of head. And by the way, if you want to look at the last 5, you do data frame dot tail. And let me see if we find something here. Here we go. So this individual here, so they had 80 of cheeseburger and 66 of the blue cheese mushroom, and their total revenue is 146. Their beef revenue is 80. Now, let me show you a different thing, which is to drop the variable. I'm like, okay, this beef burger thing, in the end, I don't really care. So drop the variable, and I called it beef revenue. And it's also super, super easy. So data frame dot drop, and we would go here to our beef revenue. Here we go. Axis equals to 1. And not sure that the axis here is really specified. This is one way of doing it. Could also do columns equals to beef revenue. So data frame dot drop columns equals to, and then beef revenue. So this is a different way of doing it. So when I executed it, it was removed. Let me try here with the other method. And here we go. So it's also not here. Now let me store here. So, or better yet, let me leave my beef, because here I'm not currently storing anything. I'm just showing you how to do it. Now, a couple more things that I want to show you. So, big part of our data processing is getting rid of outliers, and you kind of need to remove outliers from time to time. So outliers. If I go to my data frame and I do dot revenue, so this is one way of looking at it. It's not dot revenue, right? It's total rev. Total rev. Here we go. So if I have a look, this is another way. So dot and then the variable, and cannot happen when you have like a variable name that has an empty space. This doesn't work. But like this, it works. And let me just show you a very quick data visualization. So if I do a histogram here, and I would go and you see that, you kind of have some outliers here on the right. And we could be, you know what? Let's get rid of the top 1% because these are usually outliers anyway. And to do it, so I have my data frame, and then I go to my data frame total rev, and let's say that missing here some square brackets. Here we go. And I would just set this condition that I want it to be less, or a way to get rid of the top 1% is just to keep the bottom 99. So less than data frame and then total rev. And then I will do quantile. And then here 0.99. And this would, in fact, really get rid of some of them, right? So we have now 19,799. So we got rid of the top 1%. Not going to store this, just going to leave it be, but this is one way to remove outliers. There's other ways. For now, I'm not going to go into that theoretical part of removing outliers, but this is one important component, and you can see how easy it is to do it with Pandas. Now, let me show you the last thing that I want to show you with this video, which is grouping by age group. This is almost data analysis or data manipulation, but still, I really want to have a look at it in this component, because for me, it's kind of like this preparation as well. And calculate average revenue. So data frame and grouping with a G at the end. So grouping is with a group by. And so group by. And here we specify what do we group it by. And for us, it is the age group. And then here we specify the KPI. So let me actually do it step by step so we see what's happening. Currently, if we do this, we have this generic data frame group by. If we put revenue, we get an error. This is still not enough, or better yet, column not found. It's total rev, right? And here you go. And because we still don't have everything, and here we would specify, for instance, dot mean. And let me do Control Enter. And here we would have the average revenue per age group. Now, not super straightforward, but there is a logic here, right? So we do the average of the total revenue and we group it by the age group. Kind of as a logic on its own. I'm not saying it's easy, right? But it does serve a logic. And after you have this here, you can really apply it to anything. And this was really our last one. And we focused on data cleaning, data preparation, and we had a bit now of this group by, which is more towards data analysis. But still, we had some exercises. And now some exercises to you. And in the next video, I'll solve them with you as well. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. Let's solve these exercises. We have 1, 2, and 3. So 3 in total. The first one, you are given a data frame df with missing values in the age column. Your task is to replace these missing values with the mean age from the existing data. Now, how to do it? Let's give it a go. We have here our data frame. Let's do it step by step. And what we want is that we want to focus here on the age, because this is the one that we want to fill with the missing values. And okay, I don't know what happened, but I went to a different tab. Let me try again. And let me put here my square brackets and age. So this is 1. And I'm here. And what I want to do now is to fill the missing values. This is the fill and A. And inside here, I want to include, and the instructions are, replace the missing values with a mean. And therefore, what we do is that we go to our data frame dot age, or data frame with square brackets age, and we have the mean. And this is how you compute the mean here in Python. Here we go. Control Enter. And here we have it. Now, number 1, or index row 1 is 43.75. Now, for some reason, right, there's someone with age -5. This would be something like, it's a data error, right? Someone with 120, as well. But this is also part of the data cleaning and preparation. Currently, the exercise is to fill the missing values, but this -5 and 120, this is also an issue. That's it, right? In terms of the exercise, we are done. We can go to the next one and group data by department, group the data frame based on the department column, and calculate the average salary, compute the average salary for each department. So data frame, and what we do, so this is a group by, and then we include here the department. This is what we want to, in the end, group by. And we want the salary. And it is the average salary. So we do dot mean. And I have an error there, but let me fix it. So it should be salary with a capital S. And here you go. Control Enter. And here we have it. So very, very easy. Once you kind of learn how this actually works and you have these frameworks and all these templates, then going through any data set is a breeze. Then this leads us to our last exercise, calculate total sales. So for each order, compute the total sales by multiplying quantity by price per unit. Store these values in a new column, total sales. So we have two things, right? So first we need to multiply quantity by price unit, and we need to store the variable. And these are two things. Let's start with the first. So if I do, and I go to my sales data, and here I get my quantity, and I multiply this. So sales data, and I multiply this by my price per unit. Here we go. Let me do Control Enter. And this works, right? So 4 times 25.5, that's, 102. Here you go. And so this seems to be working. And now we kind of need to store this variable. So equals to, and it should be total sales. So I go to my sales data, and I create this new variable called total sales. Control Enter. And boom, it's done. It's definitely there. Let me actually have a look at our sales data just to confirm. And here we have it all the way at the end. And this was it for our exercises. I hope that you managed to do them. Again, if any questions, let me know. And otherwise, let's go to data manipulation. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Now we are going to focus on data manipulation. And one thing I want to show you, so manipulation, one thing I want to show you is that you can also do pivot tables with Python. It is that very cool feature from Excel, and it's also possible here with Python. And if anything, it is as easy. The way that it works is that we go to our data frame and we use pivot table. And here we can specify stuff. So let's start by specifying the index. So index equals, and then it is age group. And okay, yeah, I actually don't want the single quotes because index is a parameter. So age group, and then values equals, and let's put our total rev. Now, if I do like this, I'll get an error maybe. No, here you go. We have something. And let me actually get here the help here so that we can go through it. So this is nothing but the group by, right? But then we compute the mean. There are two things here that I want to show you. The first one is the aggregated function. And okay, let me do Control F, AGG. So aggregation function. And here you go. So function and default to mean, numpy.mean. Numpy is another type of library, very common in machine learning. I don't use it so often in data analysis, but it's very common in machine learning. And they also have this way of computing the mean. So defaults to numpy.mean. And because it has a default, we don't need to include it, but we can, right? So we can just go here. We will go to our aggregation function equals to, and so what we had, and this is where you kind of want to give it a try, right? Because if you put average, you would get an error. So average is not a valid function. But if, on the other hand, you put mean, then it works. And then it's really a matter of giving it a try, because median will work. And you can also say that you want to look at the sum. This also works. And this is relevant when you kind of want to see the segment that provides the most income or the most of that specific KPI. Now, again, we could achieve this with a group by. The exciting thing about the pivot tables is when you play around with the KPIs, but you also play around with the index, and then you pivot table it, or I actually don't know what is the best word for it, but basically you are combining the index with something, and that something is the columns. And for us, for instance, we could include gender here and comma, and let me give it a go. And here you go. I think it looks quite cute. And again, it's really a matter of playing around with it and see what you get out of it. So this is one thing that I want to show you, but the main focus of this video is on the loc and iloc, which are functions. So loc, and actually I want to put this as text here. So loc and iloc are functions. They are, I mean, in essence, they are really for subsetting, for filtering, but I mean, I would call it a bit more towards data manipulation in a way, because like you're really playing around with it. They're very, very good. Are functions for setting the data frame. So iloc is index or index and integer based, and loc is label based. What does it mean, right? So it means that with iloc, mostly the focus is on including numbers. So row from 2 to 5, column from 1 to 2. And when it comes to loc, the focus is more on labels, right? So I want the age group from 50 to 59 years old. I want the columns, ID and age group. So these are the main differences. So loc and iloc. So let's say I want to display the first 10 rows. So let's give it a go. I would do, because again, I'm talking about numbers, the focus would be more towards iloc. And I would go, yeah, let me go up until 10. And we'll get from 0 up until 9. The last one is excluded. So this is one. And let's say now I want to select rows at 10 to 20 and columns gender and total rev. And I want this using iloc. So I go to my data frame, dot iloc. I want from 10, and I'm going to specify here. It's like rows index position 10 to 20. So this means I want from 10, but because the last one is excluded, it is from 10 to 21. And now here, I want the gender and the revenue. So let's give it a go. So 0, 1, 2. So this is gender. And now I want basically them isolated, right? So I need to include here now as a list. So 2 And now let me find. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, again. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, let me get here 11. And because we are including it here as a list, right? It's not from something to something. Then the last one is not excluded because this is a list. And here you go. We would get here the gender and the total revenue from rows index position 10 to 20. Now, you can also use loc for filtering. So, for instance, let's say that I want to use loc to display rows with age group, and I want the 50 to 59. 50 to 59. So data frame and dot loc, and here I would then specify when the age group, this is equivalent to 50 hyphen space 59 years, and let me do Control Enter, and this works. So this is another way that you can use it. We have done something similar without a loc that also works as well. But again, this is really about when you want to combine different things. And now for the last example, use loc to select rows index 5 to 10 and columns customer ID and age group. So here we go. Again, you can mix with loc. So data frame dot loc, and here we enter, right? So 5 to 10, so 5 to 11, comma. And now here we specify the column names, which are ID, and then comma, age group. Here we go. And Control Enter. And here you have it. So from 5 and okay, this is new. I made a mistake. So when you are using loc here, then the last one is not excluded. So in this case, you should put 10. Here we go. So now it's per the instructions. The iloc and the loc are really some of the most common functions in Python. It's very important that you get to know it. Fortunately, because they are some of the most used, it's very easy. If you have issues, just put it on Google. Someone will have had the same question as you, or with ChatGPT, also extremely easy to make it work for you. With this, I'm going to stop and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's solve the exercises. We have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And let's give them a go. The first one, data frames for merging. You have 2 data frames, and data frame customers containing customer information, and data frame orders containing order details. Your task is to merge these data frames based on the customer ID column. The outcome should be a new data frame that includes customer names alongside their order details. Now, let's give them a go. We are going to use a function that is a bit new to us, but that's really also part of the challenge when it comes to data manipulation. The way that we do it, we use Pandas to merge. And what we include, and let me show you here. Let me try to open in tab. So our pandas.merge. So merge data frame or named series objects with a database style join. So for those that understand SQL, you can kind of like merge 2 different things. And I'm not going to go through this type of joins, but if you have any questions on this, let me know. I'm happy to share some info. but this is really part or would be part of a SQL or a database type of course. And for that, I'm actually not even going to, touch on what kind of join it works. I'm just going to merge two different data frames. And you have here left data frame and then right data frame. This means that, and let me go here, you merge the left with the right. So let me put here data frame and then underscore customers, comma, data frame underscore and then orders. And then what you do is on what. And this is the KPI that you have in common on both data frames, right? It kind of needs to be the same. So here it is, column or index level names to join on. These must be found in both data frames. If on is none and not merging on indexes, then this defaults to the intersection. Okay, too complex. Basically, you have two data frames. One column must have the same name or should have the same name so that it merges there. And here I would just specify customer ID. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. Right, so we have our customer ID. We would have the name, then the order ID and the order value. And if we wanted, then, merged. And let me store it. Okay, I think my laptop froze for a bit. So merge data frame equals to this. And this is how you would then store your new data frame. Now let's go to our second exercise. We have a pivot table. We are kind of masters of this already, but let's give it a go. Given a data frame sales rep, which records sales data, your task is to create a pivot table. The pivot table should display the number of sales made by each representative in each region. Okay, let's break this down and let's start step by step. Data frame underscore sales underscore rep. And here you go. And display the total sales made by each representative. So dot pivot table. Let's start pivot table and let's do it step by step. We know that, and let me actually bring here the help. And where does it start? Okay, actually values. This is a good one. Let's start with and documentation. So values equals, and what we want here is the sales. So here I'll just specify sales and then comma index. So this is one of them. So index, and what it says here is that we want display the total sales made by each representative, so made by each sales rep, right? So index equals, and then here sales rep. Let's give it a go. And let me organize everything. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it, right? So sales rep, and then we would have here okay, I think I went somewhere else. Here we go. We have the sales made by each sales rep. But if you recall, the function default is mean, and what we want is the total. This way, we go aggregating function, and I think I give it one enter too many. Here we go. Aggregating function. Actually, how is it called? Here we go. Without the underscore equals to sum. Let me do Control Enter. We have a tiny error. Got an unexpected keyword argument. Because I'm missing a C. Here we go. Because we have a C here. We do Control Enter once more. And here you go. We no longer have the mean. We have the total. But what we want, and the last one is columns that I want to include. I want each sales representative in each region. So let me go here, columns, or column equals to, and it is region. So I would include here region. Let me not forget to include a comma here. And let me do Control Enter. Tiny error. So data frame pivot table got an unexpected keyword argument column. Let me try columns. And here we go. Here we have it. A bunch of none, but this is part of it. But we definitely have a pivot table with each sales rep, their total sales, and then per region. Which leads us to actually go and try to do the next exercise. Given a data frame underscore students, which contains data on students' grades in various subjects, use log to select all students who scored more than 80 in math and display their names and scores in science and history. Okay, let's give it a go and see how it works. So let's do it step by step. So one way. So let's start with data frame underscore students. Let me put it here. And I want to display their names and scores in science and history. So, but first, I kind of want to select all students who scored more than 80 in math. So this is the first one, dot lock. And here we go, dot lock, and then I would include data frame underscore students that had a math score, and this one is above 80. Let me do Control Enter, and this is something. And now I display their names and scores in science and history, comma, and then square brackets. And now I want to include here their names. So name, and then science, and then history. Here we go. Control Enter. And here we have it, right? So this is how you filter first and you select after. Last but not least, in a data frame underscore sales, which contains daily sales data for a month, use iloc to select sales for the first and last week of the month, assuming 7 days per week, and only display columns for product A and product B sales. Now, let's see how this works, right? To kind of have to just get the first column, or better yet, we need to get the first week, not the first column. We need to get the first and last week, and we need to get the columns for product A and product B. So, but first, let me visualize our data frame underscore sales. Tiny error, name numpy is not defined. Here we are using the numpy library because I'm just generating a bunch of random numbers. Now, let me come here and start. Okay, let me select the first week. How to do it? One way is to use .iloc. So if I use .iloc, and if I want to get the first 7. So here we go. So this is 1. We get the first 7. Then I want products A and product B. So I can do comma and start working now on the columns up until 2 because the last one is excluded. Here we go. We have the first week and we have for products A and product B. But okay, now how do we actually do the last week? So one simple way is that we can kind of now focus on the last week by not merging necessarily, but let me show you. So we have this. So this is 1. And then let me select this one. If I want the last week, this is nothing but instead of looking up until the first 7, I look up until -7. So I put here minus because it's counting backwards. So this is the last 7 one. Here we go. And, okay, this is, here we go. Sorry. So this was basically me looking at up until the last 7, and I actually don't want that. I want from the last 7 up until the end because I want the last week. And here we go. Okay, where is it? And here we have it. So from 23 to 29, this is the last week. And kind of like I want the two together. And there's a very cool function here, which is Pandas, concat. And I would then include here, not PF, but Pandas. And then I kind of include both here. Let me do the first one, Control X, and then Control V, comma. And let me get the other one, Control X, Control V. And here we go. And let me do Control Enter. One tiny error. First argument must be an iterable of Pandas object. You pass an object of type data frame. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me actually have a look here at the documentation. Opening tab. Because a sequence or mapping of series or data frame objects, and if a mapping is passed, the sorted keys. Okay, this is way too complex. It's really not self-explanatory. But basically, I was looking here at my cheat sheet, and you kind of need to include everything as a list. Let me do Control Enter. And here we go. We have here the first 7. We have the last 7. And just in case that you want to have another look at it, so you can do comma here and you can play around with access. So I think this one is access equals to 1. Let me do Control Enter. And actually no. So this one was access equals to 0, but I was spoiling because this is access equals to 1. And what we need to have in mind, right, is that this concatenation is also done from an index perspective. So this would imply that we would have product A and product B, and then here would be none. And then we would have this corresponding none for the others. Now, of course, this doesn't really make sense. But in case that you don't want to do it like this, which is basically stacking each data frame one on top of the other, right? You want to do it more from a columns perspective, you would set access equals to 1. Now, I think in the exercise, you kind of need to call this expected output. Now, if you don't really get the exercise, or there's something off, and it's something not super interesting, like, the name of the data frame, don't worry too much about it, right? The most important thing is that you practice. Of course, I understand that it is very nice when it's all green there, but don't really worry about it. So expected output, Control Enter. And yeah, I think this is it. Hope you enjoyed the exercises. I hope it's the right level of challenge, and I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's now focus on data analysis. Now, Pandas is very, very strong here. We can do so many things related to statistics, or really trying to explore the data with just a few lines of code, or in most cases, just one. The first thing I want to show you is how to display basic statistics. We go to our data frame and we do .describe, and with parentheses, and we get to see the basic statistics that are part of any, first stage data exploration, like knowing how many, knowing the mean, the standard deviation, the quartiles, the minimum, and the maximum. And this leads us to, first start to explore how it works. For instance, if we go and we have a look currently at the mean and the standard deviation, right, we can draw some conclusions. Of course, have in mind that before, when we're filling the missing values, where was it? Okay, I don't know if I'm going to find it. We've done quite a bit. Here we go. We filled it with zeros, right? And this means that now that we're doing the summary statistics, this is now affected by it. So always have this in mind when filling missing values, that if you put zeros, then you actually have a lot of zeros now as data, which may not really represent what is happening. Aside from this, so for instance, you can count the number of unique values in a column. Let me go. So if I go to our age group, and if I do n unique, n unique, here we go. And here we would get 7. If we want to have a look at which are those, and here you go. Let me go here. We have unique, and here we have the list of what they represent. But for the case of counting and unique, this is the command. But let me leave both here, actually, just in case, so that you have a look. So the first one is count the number of unique values and check the unique values in a column. Now we know how many, we know which are, but the question is, okay, but how many are those? So how many counts per unique value? And this is very, very easy as well. So if we use our age group still, so age group, and then it is value counts. Value counts, here we go, with some parentheses. This is how we check. And we see that, for instance, most of them, right, so almost 10,000 are with a known age. And we also know that around 220 are less than 20 years old. That's it. Let me continue to show you what you can do. So with the describe, you can look at the mean and the median, which is the 50th percentile. But you can also say, yeah, you know what? Find the mode, which is the most common element in a variable or in a column. And here, for instance, we would go to our age group, and we would do dot mode. Here we go. Now, when it comes to the mode, this is, of course, mostly used for categorical variables or discrete variables, because it's not super interesting to find out, what is the most common revenue, right? It's not something that answers a lot of business questions. And when it comes to categorical variables or discrete variables, it is relevant, right? So here it was like, okay, which one is the most common? It's the one that has an unknown age. This is a question that pops up. Now we have the mode, it is an known. Now when it comes to other descriptive statistics, another thing that we may want to do is calculate the correlations among variables. This is also super, super easy. It's dataframe.core. Here we go. And here we have it. Future warning, the default value. And so this is something that has been popping up. So numeric only equals to true. And let me do Control Enter. And here you go. And here we can start to see how it works. So we can try to have a look at the most, or better yet, we can have a look at the highest or lowest correlations, and we can see what actually strikes in terms of the relationships. I will recall that a correlation measures the strength of the relationship between two variables. And if we go and have a look at total rev and beef revenue, right, we see a correlation of 85. This implies a very strong relationship between the revenue for beef burgers and the total revenue, which makes total sense. We can also have a look, for instance, at the relationship between cheeseburger and, double cheese. Where is double cheese? And here you go, minus 0.23. So if people eat cheeseburger, they don't eat double cheese. And in general, you'd see it's almost a negative relationship between a burger and different types of burger, because if someone eats a burger, they won't eat something else. So it implies a negative relationship. But still, it's not a very strong relationship here. After the correlation, what I want to show you here is how to find the most popular burger for each customer. And this is actually fairly straightforward. So we go to our data frame and then burger columns. Here you go. So we start here. So we just look at the burger columns, and then we do IDX max. Now, if you just do this, you'll get something different, but we'll get there in a bit, because this is axis equals to 0. And if I do axis equals to 1, then for each of the customers, I'm going to get their favorite, and their favorite in a sense of the KPI, right? Which is where they have spent the most. And this is, for instance, for customer index position 0, they have spent the most in double cheese, and the second one in double bacon, and so on. If I do equals to 0, this is the max, right? So the customer who has spent the most on cheeseburger is customer with row 232. The one for bacon burger is 349. And have in mind that we can have more than one maximum, and this represents the first maximum. Because if we have a maximum, it's the first one, it's set, move on. Now, if I want to find out, and for instance, identify the age group with the highest average revenue. Let's have a look. Now, we kind of need to first figure out how to compute the average revenue per age group. And this is a group by. So data frame dot group by, and group by what? It is age group. And this part we kind of already know. So age group, we get the revenue, and we do dot mean. And then parenthesis, and we have a tiny error. Revenue. We have renamed it as total rev. Here you go, Control Enter. Now, to find it, we would actually then combine, and we try to see which one is the most common, and this is the IDX max. Let me put here a dot as well. Dot. And here we go. We would get 50 to 59 years. With this, we are done. This was quite a bit of data analysis, and now we have some more exercises to do. Until the next video, have fun. Let's go now through the exercises. We have 1, 2, and 3. Here we go. Let's start with the first one. In this exercise, you are provided with a Pandas data frame, sales data, containing sales records. The data frame has 2 columns, product and quantity. Your task is to write a Python script using Pandas to determine and print the name of the top selling product, which is the product with the highest total quantity sold. For the test to work, you must call the top selling product top product. Right? This is for the test code that you have with Udemy. Now, we go here and let's give it a go. So first thing is that we have here quantity, we have products, and we need to find the total quantity per product. So calculate the total quantity sold for each product. So total quantity and then per product, but let's leave it like that. We go to our sales data and then we do group by. We group by the product. And here you go. Let me put here lowercase r, group by product, and we want the quantity, and then we do dot sum. Now let's have a look. So if you look at our total quantity, here you go, Control Enter, and here we have it. So we have apples, bananas, grapes, and oranges. And what we need to do is determine and print the name of the top selling product, and we need to call it top product. So the way to go is that we'll do our IDX max. Here you go. And spelling mistake. Let me fix it. Let me try again. And here you have it, apples. So I'm going to call it top product and then equals to, and then I would print, so for instance, with an F string, top selling product, and then with curly brackets, top product. Here you go. Let me do Control Enter, and here we have it. Can move on to the next exercise. You are provided with a Pandas data frame named product data. This data frame contains sales records with the following columns: product and price. Your task is to write a Python script using Pandas to calculate and print the average price of the products. Call the average price of the products average price. So how do we actually do this, right? This seems like a group by. So we go to our product data. We do group by. Group by what? Product. And then, so product. And then we go and have a look at the price, and we do dot mean. And here you go, parentheses. So this is part of it. We have do dot gadget and widget. Call the average price of the products average price. This means that we need to store everything. So average price equals, and here you go. Let me do Control Enter. Let me also print it as well. I always like to have an output here. And here you go. There we have it. The same, but this part where you need to store, this is because of the test and the way that it is structured. At the same time, you have an extra instruction that you need to follow. Now going to the last exercise, and being honest, this one is of course the most complex because you need to play around with something that I have not really shown you, which is dates. You are provided with a Pandas data frame named sales data. We have sales data with columns date, product, price, quantity. Your task is to calculate and print the total sales amount, price times quantity for each month. This is the tricky part. Group the data by month and year to achieve this. Specifically, you need to. And because I know that this is a bit more complex, I kind of broke it down into 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 for you to try to make sure that you have the possibility of doing it. It's not easy, but let's give it a go. The first step, convert the date column to a date time object. So this is point 1, right? So let's focus there. Let's have a look. So our sales data, data, and let's have a look at the date. Okay, sales data, and then look at the date with a capital D. Here we go. We have dates. It says object here. This is the issue. You need to work here out because with Python, you can tell it that you have dates or, time variables. So to do it, equals to, and there is this very nice function, which is toDate time. And then you just include here our sales data, date. And let's have a look at our sales data and then date so that we see what is happening and we see the difference. Spelling mistake, sales data, actually 2 spelling mistakes. Here we go. Control Enter, and now it's a date time. Now Python knows, okay, this column here, it's related to dates. And this means that we can have a whole new world related to dates and time that we can play around. And for instance, we can go here and do dot date time and then to period, and then we specify M. So let me do Control Enter, and we would have this just the year and the month. And this is where we create the other variable. Create a new column, year, month, representing. Let me actually do Control C here so that I make no spelling mistake. Representing the year and the month of each sale. I would go to our sales underscore data, and then I would open here the square brackets. Here we go. Control V, close the square brackets, equals to, and here you go. So we know the output, so I'm going to skip it, but we can definitely now move on to step number 2. And I know this was just the first one, but honestly, it's also the most complex. Calculate the total sales amount for each row and store it in a new column, total sale. So let's give it a go. So this one, let me also include here some comments. Here we go. Control V here. And I want here and create. So let me select this part, Control X. And so that we are kind of always organizing everything. It's very important that you document everything because otherwise it can seem cluttered, complex. And here you go. So calculate total sales. And so calculate total sales. So sales data, and I'm just going to go and do it. So total, and it should be called total sale. Total sale. Let me add single quotes equals to, and this is the sales underscore data, and then dot price times. I have a spelling mistake. I know. I'm going to fix it. Sales data dot quantity. Sales data. Here we go. And let's have a look. So at our sales data. Control Enter. And here we have it. We have here our total sale. And then what we need to do, calculate total sales. And there was a second step, and store it in a new column, total sale. Group the data by year, month, and calculate the sum of total sale for each month. So Control C. And let me put it here. If we go to our sales data and we use group by, and then we include here our year, month, and then we look at our total total sale. And then we just sum it up. Sum. And here we have it. So this step is done. Store the group data in a variable called monthly sales total. Here we go. This one is an easy one. So Control V equals to this. And then the last step, print. Yeah, this is also an easy one. Print the outcome. You go so with a print and an F string total sales per month. And then let's add one of those weird slashes so we can customize it. And here we go. And then I'm going to add here our monthly sales. Here we go. Control Enter. Whoops. Tiny. Monthly sales is not defined. Monthly sales. What am I supposed to call it? Monthly sales total. Here we go. And let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. With this, we are done. I know that this one was a bit more complex. If you have any questions on it, let me know. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Now we are going to pivot to data visualization. And as I've shared at the start of this section, Pandas is not really made for data visualization, but it has that capacity, especially in combination with specific and applied libraries for data visualization like Matplotlib and Seaborn. For this video, we're going to focus mostly on Matplotlib, as it is the one that really connects well with Pandas. So let me finish this visualization. Here you go. And I'm going to show you how to do a few charts. Let me import. We do matplotlib.pyplot and we give it a short version. So we do as PLT. And you can even see here that Google Colab already has that short form as a default as well. So I just click here on Enter. And here we go. Let me do Shift Enter. And the first plot that I'll show you is actually something that we have done before, but plot a histogram of the revenue column. So I'm going to do data frame dot revenue dot hist. Here we go. Let me do Control Enter. Tiny error. Here we go. Because I had changed. Keep on forgetting about that. And let me put here total rev. I could have also kept the dot format, but this is a different option. The one thing that I like about the dot is the simplicity, but I do like the color coding when I include here a variable. So we have a look, and this is our histogram. And let me zoom out for a bit so that we have a clearer view on everything. And you have this axis here. One thing that's very common is to do this plt.show, and that will disappear. This plt.show is basically, it looks at everything that's before and tries to put it in the plot. And in the end, our chart doesn't have that weird thing, and it has a much nicer way of visualization. And it looks in general much, much nicer. Now, let's have a look. So PLT, and this is where I walk you through the customization. You can add a title. Let's call it revenue distribution. Here you go. This PLT title and others that I'll show you, you can basically use them for any plot. So here you go, revenue distribution. You can also add, so PLT.x label. And then the X label is revenue, right? So this is the revenue count in this case, or better yet, so X label is revenue. Sorry, this was a mix up from my side. So this is the revenue, and here, and this is where we add plt.y label. This is the frequency. So here we go. Let me do Shift Enter. And this is where we see here a kind of finished chart. Next up, I'm going to create, let me zoom in again, create a bar chart showing the average revenue by age group. I'm going to call it average revenue. Revenue equals, go to our data frame, group by age group, and we go and we look at the total revenue, total rev dot mean. So this is part 1. Then we go average and then revenue. Let me try just to include dot plot, see what happens. Here we go. We get a line plot. Doesn't look super nice. Also doesn't really make a lot of sense. And finally, it's not a bar chart. Let me take here this component, Control C and Control V. So the title would be average revenue by age group. The X label here, or better yet, let me finish first the chart. Now, how to do a bar chart? And before I get to it, so this is how you do a line chart. And to do a bar chart, you do kind equals to bar. Here you go. Control Enter. And here we have, this is our bar chart. Our X label, these are the age groups. And here the Y label would be the average revenue. Here we go, Control Enter. And this is how you do a bar chart. There's a lot that you can customize. My focus is on the simple parts, which in this case is really to show you how to do a histogram, a bar chart. This is by no means a reflection of the complexity that you can give to your charts. You can literally customize everything from the font to the font size to how many degrees this is displayed as, to the colors, basically everything. But for now, and the focus on this section is on the pandas. And that customization is really more on the matplotlib. So for now, we're keeping it simple. Now, let me create, so next up, create a pie chart showing the proportion of gender. Here we go. Let's go and do it. So to have a look at our gender, we use value counts dot value counts, and we are going to store this under gender counts equals to, and now let me get this part here again. This always kind of like remains the same when you're using pandas and when you're customizing, because there's always an X label, a title, and so on. Or better yet, because it's a pie chart, not necessarily, but let's do it step by step. So we get our gender counts. So Control C, let me replace by the average revenue. And here, instead of bar, we would do pi. And let me kick it off here. And we get an error. So function object as no attribute. Sorry. Forgot to put some parentheses here. Let me try again. And here you go. So this is a pie chart. And having this, X label and Y label, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So let me do Control Enter here. And we have here the gender, but the gender as a Y label. So let me actually go back. Let me get here the Y label and let's do it step by step. And what I'm going to do is, in case that you don't want this gender, what you can do is that you go to the Y label and then you just leave it empty. And here you go. Now it's gone. Then title would be gender proportion or something in that realm. And lastly, one thing that I like to see when I have pie charts is the percentages. So we do auto and then PCT for percentage equals to, and then here you specify the format, which for us, and you do single quotes, it is percent. And this basically means everything on the left, 1.1, and then a float, and you do percent. Let me do Control Enter, and you see what I mean. Because it means that you get everything on the left of the dot, and then you get 1 decimal point, and then you get the percentage symbol. Last but not least, I want to show you a scatter plot of basically revenue versus beef burger revenue. So we go to our data frame and we do dot plot. We start with kind equals to scatter. Here we go. And then the X equals my total rev. My Y equals, let me see how I called it. And here we go. It's called beef revenue. Control C. All the way to the bottom. And back up. Also, okay, let me correct here as well the single and double quotes. In general, there is a nicer way of doing it. I'm not super into, how it actually looks like, but I do appreciate consistency. So if I'm using single quotes, let me always include single quotes. Here we go. Single. And let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. This is our scatter plot. I think it's kind of cute. And now let's customize it one last time. So Control C and then Control V. I'm going to go as a title. So total revenue versus beef revenue. The X label is total revenue. Total revenue. And then the Y label is the beef revenue. And here you go. This is it. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. Let me zoom out again so that we have the whole chart as one. And I'm going to stop here. I hope you enjoyed it. There's a couple of exercises here. I'm not going to use the Udemy platform for the exercises. And that is because data visualization is made to be visualized and currently they don't offer. Now I may be biting my tongue and change the incoming video soon. But for now, you have the exercises here. And yeah, please go for it and best of luck. Until the next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's do this exercise. If you have not done so, you need to import matplotlib.pyplot. Use the provided data frame, temperature data containing daily temperature records. Create a line plot with date on the x-axis and temperature on the y-axis. title the plot as daily temperatures, and label the axes appropriately. Save the plot as an image file named dailytemperatures.png. So let's give it a go. And like for simplicity, I'm gonna go here to wherever I had the X and Y. So let me get this one. Let me do Control C and just gonna make the necessary changes. So instead of kind, we want a line plot, and let me put kind equals to line. This is not necessary as the line plot is the default, but you can do it. And then X equals to date. And then let me go to the Y. So Y equals, and it is the temperature. Here you go, temperature. The title would be weather over time. The X label would be time, or let me see. Title the plot as daily temperature. Forgot about this. Let me then make sure that I'm doing everything correctly. And then the Y label would be the temperature. Temperature. Here you go. Let me do Control Enter. We have a tiny error, key error, date. So let me see. Here you go. So the issue is that I was using data frame, but I should use temperature data. Otherwise, it doesn't really work. And here we have it. We have our temperature over time in January. And then there was another thing here. So save the plot as an image file named dailytemperatures.png. In general, if you're exporting something, importing something, you need to have a directory set. So let's do it. And you can kind of see that I have it here. So I exported it when I was doing it to, God knows where. If you want to delete it, you can delete file. Here you go. Because I have no clue where is this, folder there, or, that directory. Let me connect to the Google Drive, and let me go here to our Pandas, to that file. And at the start, we had set the directory. So I can also just go here, do it myself. Let me do Control Enter. Directory is now set. And what I can do is I'm going to use plt.savefig, and then I'm going to include daily temperatures dot and then png. Let me do Control Enter once more, and hopefully our new file will pop up here eventually. And or better yet, in the meantime, while it does not pop, let's use the time to do the second exercise. Use the provided data frame sales data containing monthly sales. Create a bar chart showing the sales amount for each month. Label each bar with the corresponding month and ensure the chart has a title and axis labels. We have done an X or a bar chart. Let me go there and see if you can reuse it. So bar chart, and here we go. So create a bar chart, Control C, and then here Control V. Let me try the lazy way, which is to just, replace, see if it works. And let me use here. So let me copy this part so that I can comment my code in a nicer way. Here we go, Control V. Let me give it a go. And here you go. So, okay, yeah, we also need to replace. So what we want is a bar chart showing the sales amount for each month. So this means that the X label will be month, the Y label would then be the sales. Let me do it. So still not working, right? Because we have month 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And therefore, what we can do here is that we go and we have our X equals 2. Let's put month. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. We have our January, February, March, April, and May. We have our sales. And this is actually it. Label each bar. Yeah, that's done. And ensure the chart as a title. Aha, we kind of need to work on that. Sales per month. And I think this is it. As you saw, you don't really need to include the Y here. And there's actually another thing I want to show you. I was almost forgetting about it, which is that you can also do color equals to, and let's say I do pink. And here we have it. You can definitely customize here the color, especially when you're working at a company and the company uses their own colors. It's usually good that you display the KPIs in the colors of the company. With this, I'm going to stop. If you have any questions, let me know. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. As we come to the close of this journey with Pandas, I really want to take a moment to see and reflect on what we have accomplished. And I also want us to look ahead so that we can continue to grow and apply these skills. We began this section with the basics, so understanding what Pandas is and its importance in the data analysis landscape. From there, we dove into the intricacies of series and data frames, which are the core components of Pandas. You learn how to import data from various sources, clean it, and prep it for analysis, skills that are really invaluable in the real world, where data is rarely clean and never perfect. We then moved into more complex territories, manipulating, reshaping data, uncovering insights through aggregation and transformation. And let's really not forget that we also did data visualization, where we bring data to life visually, making it tell a story. Now, as we wrap up, I want to emphasize that what you've learned is just the beginning, right? The world of data analysis is ever vast, and I want to give you a few tips to grow from here. First one is to practice. So the best way to master Pandas is to use it. Take on personal projects, analyze data that you like, or even contribute to some projects. Second would be to stay curious. So data analysis and data science is a field that is always evolving. So for instance, my courses, they need to be adapted and even remade every couple of years. So you do need to keep up with the latest trends, tools, and techniques. Third would be to connect and learn. So join the online communities, forums, even local meetups. So learning and contributing with these communities is hugely beneficial for your growth. And then leads us to the final part, which is to explore further. Pandas is a great tool, but it's one tool part of a bigger picture. You kind of need to learn about NumPy or SciPy and even the data visualization libraries that we've shared, like Matplotlib. Remember that your journey with data does not end here, right? It's endless, it has possibilities, it has opportunities. But these skills that you've gained in this section, they're a very solid foundation. And from here, not only can you use Pandas, but you can also understand what is happening while you read other libraries, other code. So no matter what you want to do from here, you have a very, very powerful tool set. So I'm going to stop here and I'll see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome to this challenge. Please come to the Python folder and then to the Pandas challenge folder. And as you open it, you have a CSV file that you'll use. And then please open the Pandas challenge starter file. And the challenge is a bit different here because I really want you to practice. So I've designed this challenge that you have a lot of exercises. So everything here, so every cell here is a tiny exercise that you need to complete. And over the next 6 videos, I'll do all of them. It's split into 6 because there are 6 categories. So the data, sorting and filtering, cleaning and preparation, manipulation. Let me zoom in as well. And then analysis and visualization. And yeah, I would hope that you try to do them all. Some things you have seen, some things you have not seen, because I want to show you other stuff that you can do with Pandas. And I also want you to search around, see what you can do. And I really hope that by the end, you have a much higher trust, a much higher confidence in yourself in order to use Pandas in real life, in your job or future jobs. I wish you the best of luck. In the next video, I'll start solving it. But for now, I would ask that you give it a go, take the CSV file and, really try to work it out. It's supposed to be challenging. It's supposed to take time because, all learning that's worthwhile is really challenging, at least in my perspective. I wish you the best of luck. And until next video, have fun. Welcome to part 1 of this challenge. It's also the easiest one. You just have 2 tasks to do, which is to import the CSV file and have a look at the information about the data frame. To import the CSV file, we first need to mount the Google Drive. So let's do that first. Connect to Google Drive. And we have this part here that we need to run. It appears from time to time, not always. So connect to Google Drive. I think probably my most common email, it's a security alert from Google because of this kind of sign-ins. But yeah, just to share that with you. Hello, and here we go. It should be there. And then the next step here, while this is running, is %cd. Let me find the path. So drive, my drive, Python, and then capstone project, Pandas. The 3 dots, copy path, and Control V. Let me do Shift Enter. Closing this, and let me import the CSV file. Data frame equals to Pandas and read _ CSV. And then the name here is Shoko customer. And let me go back. I'm missing one thing, right? Because I need to import Pandas as PD. Shift Enter. Let me correct here this C. And here I include Shoko customer .csv. Let's have a preview. Data frame .head. And let me correct. So the F. And I'm also missing here the parentheses. Control Enter. And this will give us a first preview. We have the customer ID. We have the first order. So this is year and month. We have the gender. We have age. We have how many orders, their discount rate, their revenue, and then the type of chocolate that they have purchased. This is the revenue for that specific type of chocolate. And then you have average item value and you have the profit. So this is data on customer level. Have that in mind. And there's a lot that you can do. And our goal is really to explore. One very important thing is let's really understand the data set and see what is inside, what are the variables. We have 131,000 roughly. And my main focus here is really to look at the variables. So most of them are float, which is to be expected. Orders is an integer, and then age is a float. Gender is an object, which is to be expected. Customer ID is a float. This should be an object. And first order is a float. And I think this should be time, right? But depending on our exercises, we will either do it or not. So part 1 is done. In the next video, I'm going to focus on sorting and filtering. And one thing actually that I had top of my mind before that I wanted to share. So these are a lot of exercises. And what I wanted to know from you is whether you did them, because I really want to make sure that they are worthwhile. And if you've done them and you like to do more, let me know. If you've not done them, why have you not done so? Is it because they're difficult? Is it too much of a hassle to do them? So that I can really tailor this to your needs. And I'm very happy to do so. But that was it. That was just an aside from me. Let me know. I'm always eager to talk to you. And otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Welcome back. Let's solve these exercises. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Let's give them a go. First one is to select age and gender columns. So data frame, we want to select more than one. So double square brackets. And then we include here the gender and then the age. So this is step 1. If I do Control Enter, we have it here. Let me do dot head just with a couple of rows. This is more than enough to also keep our output here a bit tidy. Next up, filter people age over 30. We go to our data frame and then we specify what is this constraint, which is data frame and then age. And then we do bigger than 30. Let's do dot head as well with, 5 is okay for now. And here we go. We have the age and everyone is aged over 30. Then filter those with first order in May 2022. So it's the same thing, data frame, and then we set the condition. So data frame and then square brackets. And we go and look at the first order. Let's have a look on how it looks like here. And we have 2022-05. So this should be the condition. And equals, and then 2022-05. If you recall, we have it here currently as a float, I think. Let me have a look. First order float. So for now, we can play around with it like this. And let me just do dot head and Control Enter. And here we have it. So the first order is always May 2022. Now, filter people younger than 40 and with a profit above 10. So this is this filtering with two conditions. Let's have a go. Data frame. And then here we specify. And because it's two conditions, let's always include each within parentheses. So data frame, the first one is age. And this one is younger than 40. And then and again, data frame. And we look now at the profit, and bigger than 10. Here we go. Let's do dot head and let me do Control Enter. And the profit is the last one. And just on this preview, everyone is above 10. Looking at the age, everyone is younger than 40. Next up, filtering people that ordered in May or June 2022. Seems very similar, but my goal is to show you a different way. So data frame and still the same with the condition. And we go to our first order here. And then what I do is dot is in, and then inside a list, I specify everything. So in this case, 2022-05, comma, 2022-06. Let's do dot head, and let me do Control Enter. And what is happening here is that we're going to go to the first order, and we do this is in. So everything that is inside this list will be considered. Now, filtering out null values in age. Same thing, data frame condition. So square brackets, age, and then we do not null parenthesis. And let's do dot head, Control Enter. And here we have it. So we have not, or better yet, we don't have any null values in age. Lastly, using query method to filter people aged between 25 and 35. This is another way of doing filtering. So data frame dot query. And this is very similar to like a SQL type of writing. This is why it's also a query. And you just do between 25, and every mind that I have the single quotes, 25, and then less than or equal age, less than or equal to 35. And if you do Control Enter, it is the same thing. So we do dot head. Now, why am I showing you all of these ways to filter? It's two reasons. So the first one is that you may see it out there, and I want to make sure that you understand that it can work. And at the same time, everyone has their own way of doing this. So personally, as you may have noticed, I prefer this type of filtering. I just find it a bit easier and to memorize and to apply. This one is okay as well. The query, I don't use it so much. I find it a bit more complex and not very, programmy or Python-y. It's different. I'm just not accustomed, but it exists, and it's also shorter, as we can see. So we have completed this part on filtering and sorting. It was mostly filtering, not a lot of sorting, but for sure there will be more exercises on that. Then next one, we're going to focus on data cleaning and preparation. Until then, have fun. Alrighty, this is part 3, data cleaning and preparation. The first step is replacing NaN values in age with the average age. So let's give it a go. The way that we would do it, we would start by going to our data frame age. So this is always the first step, right? You go where you want to make the change, the analysis, the whatever. And then we have a lot of NaN, and our function is called fill NA. And here we specify what we want. So in this case, we could say 0. This is a possibility. Another way, which is the requirement, is to fill it with the mean. So age, and then dot mean. Here we go. Let's do Control Enter. And here, let me store it. So data frame age, and here we go, equals 2. So if you want to make the change permanent, you would then do this. We do Shift Enter, and then let's go to renaming. Let me increase this. Sometimes I forget about the toggler, and this just really increases our size. So renaming, so we would do data frame dot rename, and then you would specify, so columns equals 2. You start with a dictionary. You put the old one, so M and M. And then on the right, you put what you actually want, which would then be M, and then and M, and then sales. Here we go. Let me do Control Enter. And here, let me put dot head. and Control Enter as well. And we have here M&M sales. Now I'm going to keep with the old name. No reason to really change it. And let's go to the next one, dropping the lemon column. Data frame, we do drop, and then columns equals to lemon. So Control Enter. Lemon would then disappear. Let me see where it was initially. And so lemon was the last one. So let me go here to the last one, and it's no longer here. This is the same, and let me add it here as another possibility. Data frame dot drop, and then lemon and axis equals to 1. This is absolutely the same. Let me add a dot head with just one row, and you'll see that it would be gone from here as well. Next up, creating a new column, total chocolate sales, and I cannot see everything, as the sum of all 100% chocolate types. So we need to define first what is for us 100% chocolate. And my definition was, so chocolate underscore columns equals to, it was everything that did not have an extra, right? So it would be for me the white, the dark, and milk. So a hazelnut would have hazelnut, strawberry yogurt would have strawberry yogurt. I was so about the M&Ms because M&Ms, yeah, they're chocolate basically, but I left them out. So this was my definition, but again, the goal is to practice. So you can have your own definition. Milk, dark, comma, and then you'd go with milk. No, white. This is the one that is missing. And then creating a new column. So data frame, total chocolate revenue equals to, we go to our data frame, we input our chocolate columns, and then we do dot sum, and then here axis equals to 1. Here we go. Let's do data frame dot head with a couple of rows, and at the very end you would see it here. So total chocolate revenue, and most of the times this would be less than the actual revenue, but this is it. Next up, removing outliers in revenue based on a percentile threshold. The way that we would do it, let's imagine here a threshold. So data frame, and then we go to the revenue, and we use the quantile method. And here, let's say we put 0.95. So this is the corresponding value. So 31.6 represents the 95th percentile. So 5% is above 31.6, and 95% of the revenue is below 31.6. And the way that we would do it to remove these outliers would be data frame, and then we would set the condition, which is when the revenue is less, and let me copy this part, or better yet, let me do it differently, threshold, oops, let me store it, so threshold equals to this, and less than threshold. Let me do Control Enter, and if we go to the revenue, so everything would always be below the 31.6. Let me do dot head with just a couple of rows, but this is how we would do it. Next up, filling missing values in first order with the most frequent value, that is the mode. So we'll go to data frame and then first order, and that is fill and A. and then we go to the first order. First order. Now let's do this step by step. Dot mode. Let me do Control Enter. And this is how it would actually look like. If you wanted to store this, right, data frame, and then first order, and then it would then be stored. Let me do Shift Enter. Next up, we still have 4 more to go, converting customer ID to a string format. Now, what does this mean, right? So if we go to our data frame and then customer ID, oops, I lost it, customer ID, single quote. Here, let me do Control Enter. We see that it's currently a float, and we would then do as type str. And this would be actually it. It would then be converted into an object. Let me store it. I think this change makes sense. Customer ID, single quote, and then square brackets equals 2. And then we know that it is stored. Converting all entries in gender to lowercase for consistency. So this is interesting. So data frame and gender, let's inspect what is happening. We have female, male, female, and so on. And what we do is that we do .str. Let's see what happens. So this just goes and looks at the string methods, and then we do .lower. And this is the important one. Let me do Control Enter. And here you go, female and male with a lowercase. Let's store this one as well. So gender, square brackets equals 2. And let me do Shift Enter. And then converting first order to date time and extracting year and month. Now I'm going to split this into 2 because in general, or this is actually 2 real tasks that we need to do. So to convert first order to date time, we start by doing pandas dot to date time, and then we go to our first order here, and what we do is that we specify the format. And this format, let me see if I can find one, is year and month. Therefore, we include year and month. And have in mind that we have 2022 and then the year and the month. Let's add here percent year and then percent month. And let's do it with a capital M. Let me try it capital M. Potentially it should be with a lowercase m, but no, here it is. We have a date time, but this date time is off. So it should definitely be with a lowercase m. And here we go. So what is happening here is that we took the year and we took the month, and given that we don't really know the day, it just assigns the first there. And this is how we convert it. And then we would store it. So let's make the transformation of the first order equals to this. So this is the first step. And now we extract the year and the month. And to do it, what we do is data frame first order. And this is incredibly easy. We say that we have a date time. So very similar to the str above. So date time dot year. Let me do Control Enter. And here we get the year. And if we want the month, we get the month. Now let's store this. So data frame order or first order year, and then close equals to this. Let me replace with year, and we also want the month, right? So let me do Control C, Control V. Here, now I specify the month. And at the very end, I say that I want the month. let's have a look. So data frame dot head control enter. And here we have it at the very end, the year and the month. And this leads us to our last exercise, creating age groups from age column. The way that we need to look at, we need to create some bins. So bins. And I'm going to create a list. So 0, 30, 60, 100. So these would be the bins. And then the labels equals to, I specify, so 0 to 30. This is the first one. And then 31 to 60. And then I would put, let's say, 60 to 100. And this is then absolutely enough to use Pandas to cut data frame age. This is what we cut. We then specify the bins. So bins equals to bins. And then labels equals to labels. And the most important thing to have in mind here is that we have 4 bins and 3 labels. So the labels is always the number of bins minus 1. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. We have 3, so 0 to 30, 31 to 60. And if I do dot value counts, and let me do Control Enter. And here we have it. So 31 to 60, 0 to 30, 60 to 100. We don't have an A. I think we had done something as well with age, right? Maybe, here we go, because we have filled an A with a mean, right? So this is why we don't really have an A's there. And with this, we are done. This was a long one. It was quite a few, maybe 10 exercises or so. But I hope that it's useful and challenging at the same time. We're going to stop here. Next up, data manipulation with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wish you the best of luck. And in case that you have done the exercise already, let's compare our solutions. Until then, have fun. Welcome back. This is part 4 of our challenge now on data manipulation. The first one is to group by gender and get the total revenue and average discount rate. Let's do it step by step. We go here and we go to our data frame and we do group by, and let me correct. So data frame, group by, here we specify that we want gender. And now we need to focus on the metrics. So aggregate. And then with a dictionary, here we specify what we want. So curly brackets, we want the revenue. This is total. So this implies that we want to sum everything inside single quotes, comma, and then the discount rate. Here I want the average. So this means we include here the mean. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it for the gender. There's some NAs as well, but we have the average discount rate, and then we have the total revenue. Next up, calculate the profit margin as a percentage and create a new column. So let's do it step by step as well. What is the profit margin? This is the profit divided by the revenue. And it is described. So per euro of revenue, I make X profit. Therefore, data frame dot profit divided by data frame dot revenue. So this is how it would work. But we also want here to have it as a percentage. So times 100. Here we go. Let's now get this new column. So data frame and then profit margin. Here we go. And I'm showing you again that we can do with single quotes here. We can also do dot. This is a more elegant way because I like the color coding here, which we don't have on the right. But again, to show you the multiple ways of doing this, let me do Shift Enter. And now I want to identify the top selling product for each order. Or better yet, not each order, but rather each customer. Let me have a look. Yeah, it should be per customer. Let me correct that one. So per customer. And the way that we need to do it is, so first, to identify the top selling products, we need to have all the products. So product columns. And if I go and let me get here a new cell, so data frame dot columns, and let me do Control Enter. So let me get everything starting from a hazelnut all the way to lemon. Control C. So product columns equals, you start a list, Control V. And here we have it. And then the way that we identify is nothing but data frame. We go to our product columns that we have just created. And then we do ID X max. And don't forget to set the axis equals to 1. And getting a tiny spelling error here. Let me do Control Enter now. And here we have it, right? So this is how we would set, or better yet, how we would set the top selling product for each customer. And we would identify it by using this ID max. So let me set it as well. So data frame top selling product, and then equals to this. Let me do Shift Enter, and it's stored there. Now I want to encode gender into numeric format, 0 for female, 1 for male. The way that we need to do it is now let's go to our data frame and then get gender. What we do is we use this dot map. And this allows us to encode stuff. So curly brackets, the female, and okay, I'm actually deleting stuff that I shouldn't. Let me try again. Inside a dictionary, the female, and this becomes a 0, and then the male becomes a 1. Let's go. Let's also store it under data frame. Let me call it gender encoded. And close the single quotes. And then equals to this. And let me do data frame dot head, Control Enter. We have our gender, so female, female, male. And all the way to the right, 0, 0, 1, and 0, 0. And this leads us to our next exercise. Select and display rows 10 to 15 using iloc. So dataframe.iloc. And 10 to 15. So 10 to 16 because the last one is excluded. And here we go. So 10 to 15. Select and display the first 5 rows of customer ID and revenue using iloc. And let's do it. So dataframe.iloc, and we can start with the first 5. So this is step 1. And here you go. We would then see here the first 5 rows. And now we want the customer ID and the revenue. So customer ID is 0. And then revenue, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So comma. And then inside the list, 0 and 6. Let me do Control Enter. And here we have it, customer ID and revenue. Now use loc to select and display rows where age is greater than 30. Data frame dot loc. And then we go to our data frame, age, and then bigger than 30. Let me do Shift Enter. And here we have it. We have all the age bigger than 30. And you can also see this 37.00105. This is when we filled it with a mean. Now, use log to set discount rate to 0.03 for rows where revenue is greater than 50. And let me do it like this so that we have everything in one view. Now, how to do this? Let's break it down, right? So where revenue is greater than 50 and we set it to 0.3. Have in mind, so this happens first. Use log where revenue is greater than 50. Let's start there. Data frame dot log. And then we go to data frame revenue and then bigger than 50. This is what has happened. We get everything where revenue is bigger than 50. And now we set, right? So we do comma, we go to our column discount rate. Discount rate, close the single quotes here, equals to 0.3. Let me do Control Enter. And let me get our data frame dot head. Here we go. And let me see. Or better yet, do we even have revenue above 50? So data frame dot revenue dot max. Okay, we have it. So this is how you would do it. So if we take something like 10 here, maybe this is a bit easier. And then we see here that above 10, now it's 0.3 because we have the equal here. So it has been set. So effectively, our discount rate has now been transformed. This is how you can actually do it. There's not a lot of reasons why one do this, but this is how you can use .log to subset and then transform a specific variable. Now, let's move on. We have set profit to 0 for all rows where age is none. Now we have set our age to medium if it's an NA, right? So nothing will happen here, but still, let me show you because it's also fairly easy. So data frame.log, and here we would get when the age is an A. Here we go. So this would be 0.1. We don't really have anything, but then we would set the profit and then equals to 0. And we can also do it differently here. So we can go, so when the age is, I don't know, bigger than 60, we could start there. This would also work out. Now, select and display rows with indices 3, 7, and 12 using iloc. Data frame dot iloc. We're selecting multiple, so we should use square brackets. And then it is 3, 7, and 12. Control Enter. And here we have it. Moving on to our last two. Use log to select all rows after index 10,000 and columns milk and cookie. Step by step, data frame.log. And we go 10,000 and up until the end. Here we go. So this is step 1. And then step 2, getting columns milk and cookie. So comma, and then milk, and then cookie. Here we go. Control Enter. And here we have it. We have our milk and cookie. Finally, use iloc to select every 10th row from the start to row 100. Now, you can use this, right? So 10, 20, and so on. But imagine that you want to select every 10th row up until, 1 million. Oof, that's a lot. But what you can do is dataframe.iloc, and you want from 0 to 100, and you add this extra column 10. And what this means is we want from 0 to 100 at steps of 10. And this is how it works. Let me show you. Control Enter, 0, 10, 20, 30, and so on. And with this, we are now done with data manipulation. We have 2 left to go. So data analysis, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So not as much, but hopefully you'll have some fun and some challenging learning. Until next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's go to step 1, which is to display descriptive statistics for the data frame. And the describe method, so data frame dot describe, allows us to do exactly that. So it provides a summary of the very simple statistics like the mean, standard deviation, the median, the quartiles, and so on. And this gives us a very brief introduction. So you could see, for instance, because we have that the mean is 10, the maximum is 1500. There's quite a few outliers, and this happens for all. So this is actually something that if you were to do a deeper analysis here, something definitely to focus on. Let's continue. Calculate and display the average revenue by gender. So data frame dot group by, and we group by the gender. So this is step 1. We go to the revenue. Here we go, revenue, and we do dot mean. Here we go, parentheses, and here we have it. So very similar to female and male. And if the gender is unknown, then the average revenue is a bit less. Count the number of orders in each age group. So if we go to our age, so data frame age, now this is a continuous variable. So we kind of need to define first the age groups. One way to do it is to use value counts, dot value counts, parentheses, and then you specify the bins. And you can do it here. So 0 inside the list. So 0, 18, 35, 50, 100. Let's put them like this. Let me do Control Enter. So here we have them. And this is currently sorted, but you could also say sort equals to false in case that you want to have the bins like you set them up. And again, this should be customers and not orders. Here we go. Let me do Shift Enter. Calculate the total profit for 3 product categories. Let's do, and let me do Enter, product selection equals to, and then here, let's say hazelnut, milk, and lemon. And what you would do here, so in order to do this profit, you go to data frame product selection, and then you would sum here and access equals to 1. Then you do Control Enter, and we get a tiny error. So key error product selection. Did I do something wrong? Control C, Control V. I think something is different. No, not. Product selection is still the issue. Now, let me have a look at our data frame dot columns. And here you go. So we do have hazelnut. So this is one. And then as well, we do have milk. This is another. And we do have lemon as well. So we kind of need here to... Aha, okay, yeah, sorry. I just realized what I did wrong. So I put it inside single quotes, and this makes no sense. Now let me do Control Enter, and here we have it. So this is how we do it. Find the correlation coefficient between age and revenue. So we start by isolating the age and the revenue. So this is Control Enter. And then we do dot core for the correlation. We'll get an error because I put 2 times parentheses. Let me do Control Enter. And okay, data frame object has no attribute core because I'm missing an R. And here you go. So 0.004. So virtually no relationship between these two variables. Let's continue. We have 3 to go. Identify the highest and lowest revenue orders. So if we go to our data frame and then revenue dot max, there we go. And we have here 1530. And if we go to our data frame revenue and we do dot min, this is how we get the minimum value, which is 0.1. Now let's continue. 2 to go. Calculate the average discount rate for first-time orders. Let's have a look. So let's say we go to our data frame and what we do, and just one thing, this has been killing my mind because I have been telling you that this was customers, but actually it's not. And this is why this variable makes sense. So this is orders and we have the customer IDs. And then we have the first order for each of these customers. And these orders, this represent the actual order. And this order, for instance, order number 1, as this customer ID. And this is how it works. This is why it's orders here all the time. This was a confusion. At the same time, right? Because you have one order, one customer, it doesn't matter because it both represents orders and it represents customers at the same time. Let me continue. So calculate the average discount rate for first-time orders. And here what you do, so data frame and then orders equals to 1. So we know that these orders are the first one. And you want to know the discount rate. So you zoom in on discount rate. Here you go. Control Enter. And you do dot mean. Here we go. And here we have it. We have 0.26. Now let's go and do our last exercise. Group by gender and age and calculate the average revenue. We go to our data frame and we do dot group by. And what happens here is that if you include here a list, you can specify multiple. So gender, comma, age. And then you do what you already know. So you go to our revenue and then we do dot mean. Control Enter. And here we have it. Now, this output is quite large because age is a continuous variable. It's not grouped. You can see it here. So length equals to 167. But this is how you group by 2 different things and then you calculate an output. And with this, we're done with part 5. We're now just missing the data visualization. Till next video, have fun. Welcome back. Let's now do the last part. So part 6 on data visualization. Let me start by importing matplotlib. And the first one is to plot a histogram of the revenue column. The way to do it is data frame. And then we go to revenue. And then very, very simply is dot ist with parentheses. And this would work. Now to remove here this axis part, let me zoom out a bit as well so that you can see a bit better, is that you go and do after plt dot show some more elegant way of doing, and it removes the axis. Just waiting a bit while it runs. Now if you want to customize, which I always recommend, you can customize the title. And this would be here, for instance, revenue distribution. Here we go. So this is one. And then some customization that's always super easy is the X label. And for us here, it would be the revenue. So revenue. And okay, let me correct this. Here we go. Now cleaning up. And then for the while label, this is a histogram. So we have frequency, while label, and then frequency. And after I do Control Enter, here, this is what we actually get. So the frequency and the revenue. We have 5 more to go. Let's kick it off with the bar chart. We want the average revenue per gender. So this means that we have average revenue gender here equals to, we go to our data frame, we do group by gender, and then we get the revenue and we do dot mean. And then we could have continued and, just went ahead with it, but let me separate. We go to our average revenue per gender dot plot, and here you just specify kind equals to a bar. And this part, this dot plot, you could have included here, but in general, I like to have the minimum amount of things per line because it just makes it so much easier. And then for the customization, let's get everything that we had here on top. Let's put it here, Control V. The title would be average revenue by gender. Here we go. Let's do Control Enter so we can better do the X label. X label would be the gender, and the Y label would then be the average revenue. So gender, and then for the Y label, I would just put average revenue. Let me do Control Enter, and here we have it. We can see, for instance, that female, they have a slightly higher average revenue than male. And I think we have seen this before, but if you don't have your gender specified, you have a lower average revenue. Next up, we have 4 more to go. Now I won't go into, putting a table, X label, Y label. I think you've gotten it. Now let's do a box plot. Data frame dot box plot, and then here you specify. And for instance, let's say that we want to have a look at the revenue across gender, like in this case. So column equals revenue, and then by equals to gender. And let's do plt dot plot, Control Enter. And here we have it. Here we go. Box plot grouped by gender. And we have the revenue. So this is barely a box plot because we have quite a few outliers. But this is also what the box plot tells us. So each of these tiny balls represents an outlier. And you can see that we have quite a few of them. And this is why we also don't get the box per se. The box plot, and I don't have anything to show you, but it is represented by everything that's in between the 25th and the 75th percentile. So if you were to have data that is more or less clean from outliers, you'd actually see a box plot. And of course, some outliers, but this is just quite a bit, so that our box plot, if there's one conclusion from here is that you have a lot of outliers, and you should kind of remove them unless you think they're valuable for the analysis. With a box plot, let's move on. Create a pie chart. Here you go. And this pie chart shows the proportion of orders by gender. So to do it, let me do it instead of what we did here. Now let me show you how to do it with one line of code. I don't super recommend it, but I want to show you. What we do is that we go to our data frame and then gender, and then we do dot value counts. Here we go, parentheses, Control Enter, and here we have it. And then what we do is we do dot plot. So this would be something, right? And the default is a line plot. And as a result, what we need to specify here is kind equals to, and we include pi. Here we go, Control Enter, and here we have it. And then I always like to include in percentages because it's easier to see. So auto and then PCT for percentage equals 2. And then if I want the percentage with one float, this is done by percentage, and let's say 1.1. So I specify, and then F percentage. Let's do Control Enter, and here we have it. Let me add plt.show so that we get rid of the axis there. And this is how we do it. I'm just going to continue here now a scatter plot. And here we go. Now to do it. So data frame dot plot. And then here we specify kind equals to scatter, comma. And then we specify, so X equals to the discount rate, because this is a scatter plot of revenue versus discount rate. So X equals discount rate and the Y equals to revenue. And you can see that I have some squiggly lines in scatter. That is because I should have included some single quotes. Let's do plt.show, Control Enter. And here we go. Can kind of see that it looks quite odd if I think about it, right? So above, I don't know if you recall, but we did some transformation with a discount rate. And let me see. Potentially it was in the data manipulation. Here we go. If the revenue is bigger than 10, the discount rate is 0.3. And now we kind of like pay the price here, or I pay the price. I don't know if you are paying the price with your exercise, but this is how you see, right? So when the revenue is above, then you have this 0.3 here all the time. Looks kind of weird. Looks very funky. You can also just get the data again and just come here and get the discount rate and Y revenue without, having this odd shape. But for the sake of doing a scatter plot, this is how it works. And then last but not least, create a stacked bar chart of product sales. So we go to our data frame, and I don't know if you recall, but we had this product columns. Here we go. And what we do here is that we do plot, and then we specify kind equals to. Now we start with bar. Let's do it. Now, if we were to want to have a stacked bar, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense here, but we would include stacked equals to true. Now, it's taking a bit of time to run. I actually wonder what is wrong, because it should be more straightforward. And okay, 28 seconds already. This is odd. Let me stop it and see what is happening. Let me do and check the product columns. Weird. I stopped. It yielded the error, but it's still going. Okay, now it stopped. Let me do Control Enter. And we kind of have everything. And let me compare. So data frame dot columns. And just to make sure that all of them are the same, and they are. So this is a bit, no, I know. Okay, I forgot to add something. So dot sum. I should have put it here. And then let me do a dot. So if I go to my product columns and let me do Control X here, and I do dot sum, this is what I get. And then I do the plot, and here you go. It actually wasn't an issue with it. It was my issue that I did it wrong. Let me tidy up here now that we have clarified everything. But this is how it works now. The stack here does not really add a lot or at all. But in case that you want to do a stacked bar chart, to be honest, I don't actually even like stacked bar charts, but it's a possibility. Let's put it like that. You would include stacked equals to true. Let me do plt.show to wrap it up. And yeah, just wait a few more seconds. And yeah, we're done. I hope that you enjoyed. It was a lot of exercises, I know, but hopefully you'll find it valuable. So the goal is that you have a lot of confidence in yourself when it comes to Pandas and to Python programming. And if you do, and if by the end of this crash course in Python, at least up until now, you have managed to go through, then you do understand a bit of Python. And now, whatever is the data analysis, I have the utmost confidence that you can do it. And if not, I'm here to help, as always. Until the next video, have fun. So, like Drake once said, started from the bottom, now we are here. It has been quite a journey, and I really hope that you enjoyed it and that you see how much you have improved in terms of your Python game. As I've promised, I'm going to share with you a reward for staying with me up until this moment. There are 2 other links in the description for a couple of ebooks that I have. You can also get them absolutely for free. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing you in some other stuff. Now go out there and really practice Python, because that's really the most important thing, that you practice. So I'll see you in the next video. Until next time, have fun.